Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It's Monday, the 25th of May. That's right. Almost up to the 6th month of the year is crazy. Captain Bucket in the house claiming first in the chat. It's good to have you. Hobo Joe, yo, yo, yo. Hope you're both very well. And to anyone else who is watching this, hope you've had a wonderful weekend, a banger of a weekend. If you are watching this and you're from a place that is still experiencing the weekend, then I hope it is treating you well. Hope you're enjoying your freedom away from the clutches of capital and just doing your own thing. No servitude over here. Nah, it's just us. Fair enough. Just the Aussies. But yes, I hope you've all enjoyed your time away from the clutches of capital and you're ready for another working week as we join forces together in solidarity to get ourselves through said working week and we analyze the comings and the goings of the world here. Hobo Joe, been a busy weekend getting ready for a rental inspection. My God. And we've had some interesting conversations about ye old life of ye old rental market and the average punter out there. And we've had some horror stories listening to some of the drama that comes out of renting. I remember those days, not always the easiest. Yes, good luck to you. Hope everything goes well and they are nice. And especially with all the flood of propaganda out there from the mainstream media, we were watching a 7 News piece last week, like midweek, and they were telling us about how the renters are doing it tough because of the budget, etc., etc. And like the elephant in the room the whole time was just like, but like, isn't it the landlords that are doing this to people? Like, why aren't you going after like evil landlords and chasing them around in a car park with a camera somewhere, current affair style? Why are you blaming this on negative gearing? It's the fucking landlords. Look at that span dog. Look at that new picture. I think I prefer the elephant. Ooh, fancy vest. Just need some high vis. And you can pick up my trolley. Yes, thank you very much. Morning, by the way. Yes, thanks. It's getting cooler here, so I am getting on the vest. I might get some high vis just so I can LARP with the rest of the working class. That was what the Gilets jaunes were doing in France, actually. They were big on the yellow vest movement and protesting against the cost of living crisis that is plaguing the modern world. But yeah, nice profile picture change. Did you hear Allegra Spender and Zale Stegel in talks of forming a teal party? No, I haven't heard that, but I have heard Pocock talking about it. I was wondering, maybe this is all connected, eh? Well. I wonder if he's going to become a little teal. Dilemmas, sup, pimps? Hello, Dilemmas. Hope you're well. Last time she complained about human hair. What? Are you serious? Where somebody lives, there may be remnants of humans living? Who would have thought, hey, pick up those skin flakes that you left on the floor in the corner over there. Dilemmas, make sure you backhand that like button like it owes you money. Yes, or just activate it. Be nice. Look, either way, just, do horrible things to the like button. Ravy baby, morning all. Look at all these people with new profile pictures. Hey, is this you and your newfound enjoyment? For what was the thing that you showed us the other day? That we were the I mark my homes like a dog. Lovely. It's called the Malcolm Turnbull Party. 50% off cheese and wine tax. Very nice. Hobo Joe, Jag in the house. Yo. Give up your impressions. Yes, we were talking about impressions last week. Are we talking about feeding the algorithm? Oh fuck, I actually forgot to put the ads on, actually. Oh, well, after all that chat last week, I was saying I was going to turn ads on so I could run that trial. I didn't even turn ads on. Oh my god. Haha, we were. Yes, I'm Selma. There was one strand of hair on the carpet. That was her exact wording. Oh my god. What a fucking... Wow. Good luck, man. Maybe you should put 2 strands of hair on the carpet, hey? Oh no, next time? Yeah, fuck. Fail. Massive fail. There goes my case study and experiment. Don't worry, I'll put on ads tomorrow then. Fuck it. Hey, we're knee deep in this. I'm not turning back now. Screw your ad intake. All right. Now, today, do you know about the new donation buffs for ads? Negative. I do not know which that of you speak. Yellower, where would you be without us? I know. Fucking tell me about it. Oh, man. I'm so bad at, like, the whole world outside of just standing in front of a camera. Like, everything technical, everything, like, social media related. It's just like, I don't know, man. Can't I just get a guy to do that? I'll get AI to do it for me. That's why I'm waiting for the AI revolution. So I don't have to do or think about anything else but, like, just talking about shit. That's all I want to do, really. Let's be honest. I need a guy. Somebody. All right. So many things have happened over the weekend. We're like, do you really want to talk about it? But like some crazy shit. All right. Some crazy shit. Did you guys hear about the White House thing that happened? Like, I know it's like probably a day old now. Like, if you didn't realize, someone shot up the White House. Like, I didn't think that was a thing in Washington, D.C. Like, not in this part of Washington, D.C. I'm sure they have regular drive-by shootings. Waiting for the AI revolution so you can focus on complaining about the AI revolution. Oh, man. When you say it like that, you make it sound bad. Yeah, he shot cops at a checkpoint. Yeah, so like, I just want to have a quick look at this and just see if anything else has come out. But apparently, it's just like a lot of these events when they don't actually claim something that might be serious. They're just like rogue individual who's also already had run-in with Secret Service decides to shoot up the White House. And like, there's all these footage of like, reporters that are like talking and then they're like, oh my God, what is that? And you're just like, fuck, you're reporters. Like, come on. You guys are trained in this stuff. Country of peace. Jungle potatoes. Huh? Very funny. Sounds like you need an off-screen punter, James. Yeah, like instead of talking to you guys, I'll just be like, yeah, what'd you say? Yeah, ha 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 ha. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I should get a little James. Why not? I held off in case we're going to cover it today. Yeah, well, I thought let's just a little bit. It's really non-event. Like, it's a non-event, let's be honest, but like, let's have a little look-sees, shall we? And then we get on to real stuff. Apparently, Iran and America are this close to a peace deal or another ceasefire for 60 days or something. And Trump was like, it's going to happen. We're in the last stages of negotiating. And before he backflips on that one again, so we'll cover some of that too. But I want to have a look at the New Atlas. We haven't done this in a while. And there's a guy called Brian from the New Atlas. And he provides incredible analysis, might I say, about the whole geopolitical situation and what America's imperial kind of objectives are in terms of maintaining its world hegemony. And like, he explains how that unfolds at a macro sense. And like, it just makes a lot of sense considering what's going on at the moment. So we're going to go into Iran, but like through a different lens today. As opposed to just looking at the mainstream media talking about it and trying to follow the manufacturing consent machine. We're going to have a look at another form of analysis on geopolitics. So what are we up to? 18 entered wars now? That's pretty funny. Yeah, I don't know what his little tally is at the moment, but I'm sure he's claiming the war that he started as being one of the wars that he solved. And like, every time he talks about a ceasefire, he just ticks it off and he's just like, that's another ceasefire. It's another war ended. God, I'm just so peaceful. If you donate to the stream or if chat is an active peak of engagement, you will receive limited ads and possibly no ads for a time and no detriment to the streamer. It doesn't affect ad revenue. Interesting. Oh, well, there you go. That's good to know. Thank you. You can be my James, Punter James, for the day. until I actually get on top of the other stuff. Yeah, those reporters should run towards the shooting, holding their microphones and cameras. Sir, you're currently in a firefight with the police. How do you feel? That's hilarious. Well, you know, I expect them to hit the deck faster, but like, yeah, they don't react well. Anyway, let's have a quick look, shall we, if you haven't been across this already. Drama at the White House, and not the like savory type that you'd expect. Hey, something else. Actually, you know what? We all expect this in America by now, don't we? We've come to be desensitized to it, to be honest. Fake news, real news would go towards the gunfire.
A lone gunman armed with a revolver has opened fire outside the White House, spraying a security checkpoint with
a revolver. Look, I am no gun person, but like someone, maybe Dilemmas, can you explain to me? Because when I hear the word revolver, all I think is Cluedo. And I think like somebody's going after Trump in the ballroom with the revolver. I don't know, maybe Colonel Mustard, potentially. I don't know. Mr. Black. Not sure. A revolver. He's keen as bean. Damn, he used a wheel gun. Yeah, like what's going on here? Have I missed something, or is this like the 19th century? A revolver. Yes, thank you. All right. So we have stepped into an alternate universe, and we're playing Cluedo here. Got it. It's gonna be Melania with the golden candlestick. Yeah, that actually suits much better, right? In America, that's a terrible choice for a frontal assault on the White House. Thank you from our in-house expert. If you're gonna do a frontal assault, don't use a revolver, kids. Come on. Hey? What a bitch. Reloading mid-firefight. All right, back to it.
bullets. The same opened fire outside the White House, spraying a security checkpoint with bullets. The same shooter tried to gain entry to the presidential residence last year and was sent to a psychiatric facility. This time, he was killed. President Trump was in office during this latest shooting, but he and Secret Service agents
yeah, I know, right?
weren't
A revolver spraying bullets isn't something that I hear often. I thought I had to check that with you guys. And like you have confirmed my suspicions. Very unusual. And they're dead, apparently. Eh? Take no prisoners. No quarter. Yeah, spraying. I bet it's more like what the cops did. Well, like, listen to it. You hear a lot. All right. Yeah.
During this latest shooting, but he and Secret Service agents weren't injured.
At the White House, routine reporting
for the two sides to remain far apart
takes a turn. No. Surprise, then shock.
What is that?
Journalists ducking for cover, running from a volley.
Like, I don't know. Look, have you guys ever been around a situation like this? I remember I shouldn't tell this story because it gives the area a bad name. But anyway, there was a drive-by shooting near our house. Like, I don't know. Maybe I was like a teenager or something like that. Anyway, loud gunfire, and someone sprayed the house like a couple of streets away from us. And like, it's unmistakable, the sound of gunfire. Like, it's close to fireworks, I guess. But like, I didn't understand what it was at that point, but I'll never forget what it sounds like now. But like, these people, again, like, one, American, and two, journalists. Like, the reaction time is just awful here. I thought these guys would be trained in this. Her face. Wait, what was that? Is it the 4th of July?
Surprise, then shock.
What is that?
Journalists ducking for cover, running from a volley of bullets, hiding out inside the press briefing room.
Morning all. On today's episode of America, Ninja Nurse, so going. The area doesn't need your help getting a bad name. Yeah, but like when you tell stories like that, people are like, see, I knew it. That's not normal. They don't do this. Oh my God, what is that? Yeah, I know, right? Oh my God. When you have to stage a shooting to get out of your son's wedding. When I was watching the White House dinner live, I stood up and said, what was that firing before the people at the fucking dinner reacted? Oh my God. I can't believe you watch this stuff. You're just watching the White House dinner. Yeah, the other one, the correspondence dinner, right? Yes, I remember you saying you watched that actually. Yeah, you know what it is. If it's close enough to run, hearing distance pop quieter than fireworks and running or ducking as a journalist is wild. Interesting reaction.
Some breaking news at the White House. Moments ago, several shots were heard at the property.
Up to 20 rang out just after 6 p.m. The shooter, identified as 21-year-old Nasir Best. Authorities say he walked up...
Hey, did everyone have the same reaction when they heard the name? Nasir? Hey, don't worry about Best. That doesn't sound very threatening. But Nasir? Hey, everyone was like, oh, man, come on. The media are going to have a field day with this one. To be fair, they were 10,000 bottles of champagne out of the press dinner. Yeah, fair enough. A lot of popping.
To a security checkpoint and pulled out a revolver from his bag, firing at Secret Service agents. They shot back. The gunman was taken to hospital, but later died. Also injured, an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. US President Donald Trump was inside the White House at the time. He is safe and no security personnel were hurt.
They closed the White House. It's very scary.
Nasir Best had a history of mental health issues and was arrested last year for attempting to enter a different White House checkpoint without authorization. He didn't obey orders to stop and said he wanted to be arrested, claiming he was Jesus Christ.
That's the best part. I heard somebody else say that. I was like, come on, man. Like, seriously, they're just trying to show that this guy is fucking outrageous or something. He claims to be Jesus. So good. Mental health issues, LOL. It's always the same story, isn't it, Dilemmas? Can't a guy be Jesus without people saying it's a mental health issue? Come on. It's so unbelievable because what, you're gonna go kill a few guards out the front? Why? Are we just death by coping? Well, I don't know. Like, it's a fair question. Like, what's going on with this guy? What was he thinking of achieving by this? Great. No security people, just innocent bystanders. Yeah, I think a bystander got shot. This guy died and a bystander got shot. That's pretty much all that happened. Jesus Christ, assassin with a revolver. Now that's a movie I'd watch. Yes. Could you imagine how much every network would pay for a live video of this after all their reporters? Well, do you remember seeing the the footage of the guy at the correspondence dinner, and what was it called? Naruto ran through, and like when he finally, like the footage finally comes out and he's just like, boom, like straight past the security checkpoint. Like, it was incredible, actually. I don't know if they sped it up, the footage, but he's a fast man. Or was, I don't know. No, they got him, actually. Go ahead, Judas. You feel lucky. Punk, Jesus Christ Superstar, running at the White House with a 6-shooter. That's pretty good, Dilemmas. Eh? Naruto Run, is that the right one? Did I say it right? Sorry, what did you say before? Are we just death by cop again? Off topic, but the community independents in Australia have announced that they are in discussions to potentially go to the next election as a unified party. Whenever you get a chance, I'd love to hear your take on this. Someone brought it up already, and I actually came across this from another angle, and I heard Pocock talking about this. Not exactly the Teals, but like I heard that like Pocock talking about starting a party, and I'm assuming he is going to be like one of these add-ons, I guess. So, you know, they obviously think that they have enough political influence, and like in the world of like, you know, the dead coalition, then like, you know, it makes sense. It kind of makes sense, I guess. Like the Liberal Party is kind of dead now, so I'm gonna make my own party with blackjack and hookers. You know what? Forget the party. The totally not a party are forming a party. Yes, they are liberals who wanted to be Greens. Liberals with an environmental conscience. I called it last election. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. You don't need my take on it then. Elvis in the house. Spencer Bandit, how you going? Yeah, Liberals are scrambling. Even that budget backlash won't save them. Yeah, it was awful too, wasn't it? Hey? Like the plebs just don't care. And they're making such a big deal. They're just like, but you lied to the Australian public. And it's just like, yeah, but apparently the Australian public doesn't really care about negative gearing anymore. I respect your take, my brother. Okay, fair enough. Let me find out who it is, because I have just heard off the cuff reports in the chat. I haven't actually looked into it myself, but I do want to hear what Pocock has to say about it. I am interested, because like Pocock is one of my targets at the moment. Like Teals, they're old hat. Like, you know what you get with them. But like Pocock, I don't know, the way that this whole Australia Institute Pocock punters triangle has formed, with potential backing from like, you know, Fortescue and the billionaire class. I'm a bit worried about what's going on there. Is this how the capitalists are like trying to like trick us again? But like with it, like they've just rebranded. They're not going to be just Liberals anymore or whatever. They're going to be some funky version for the latte sippers out there. 4IS, yo. In the house, how you going? Hope you're well. That's hilarious. One Nation, the opposition. This is great for Labour. Listening in while I pack and organize. If you get censored, it's not me. Just remember that. Ravy, who is our usual moderator, might not be there to save you when you write outrageous stuff in the chat if you're on YouTube. Oh my God, me too. I like to fuck him, but I don't trust his politics. He's there for gay eye candy. It's not just gay eye candy. There's probably heaps of like mums out there, or like, yeah, women generally that are just like, oh, Pocock, I'll vote for that. Oh yeah. So like, you know, come on. Hey, it's not just for the gay eye candy. Come on, share the love a little bit. Murdoch Media polls 2. I know they've been smearing since the budget. Oh my God, yes, they have. Dilemmas just make the same mistake the right wing made last election by having 100 minor parties. No, I'll still be watching chat to approve stuff. Just got not to get distracted. Okay. All right. Sorry. Shall we just finish this little one off?
We live in scary times. It just seems like there's violence all the time, especially recently.
This is the third shooting incident close to the US president in the past month. At a dinner for White House journalists attended by Donald Trump. Where's it at? A lone shooter was taken down in what authorities described as an attempted assassination.
And he had a red tie on. I haven't seen the colorized version of that. Let's watch one more time.
Was taken Look at him down go. In what authorities described as an attempted assassination.
Straight
when you're
through.
Impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession.
The White House lockdown has now been lifted.
Well, John Paul Gonzo is with us in the studio now. And JP, we've heard from the president now about the shooting.
Yes, Georgie, Donald Trump has praised Secret Service agents and police for their swift response. The president claims the gunman had a violent history and possible obsession.
Yeah, with the guard in the back watching him run past with a gun. And it's not like a small gun. It wasn't a revolver. Like, this guy was fucking packing, right? Like, what's going on? Nobody wants sweaty boobs. The chaffing sucks, okay? Even if it's good for the like button, eh? Dilemmas will disagree with you on that one.
With the White House. Now, this security incident comes as Donald Trump prepares to unveil a peace deal with Iran. He claims an agreement with Tehran has been, quote, largely negotiated, adding that final details are currently being discussed. But
all right, slow down. We're going to get to this. Like, remember that little piece that we got there from that little nugget that we got from the media? Apparently, Trump is claiming now, or in the last 24 hours, over the last 24 hours, that they're about to have struck a deal, a ceasefire extension or peace deal with Iran. They're moments away from doing this. They're going to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Park that one, but remember that outrageous claim.
According to the president, as part of it, the Strait of Hormuz will be fully reopened. The crucial shipping gateway has been a flashpoint in this war.
All right, we're jumping all over the place, Channel 10. Shut the fuck up. All right, let's see if they've got any details about this. About Jesus over here. Let's learn about Jesus from Fox News.
Hospital.
Sorry, Jesus, if you're not sure what I'm talking about. Like this guy, Nazir, was it? Nazir Best, I think his name was. Who claims to be Jesus Christ, apparently. Let's find out about this guy.
Sources now tell Fox News Digital the suspect was identified as 20.
I can't imagine in the White House when the Secret Service pile on top of him. Damn, not again. I think multiple Western nations were talking with Iran. Not 100% sure, though. Yeah, and like apparently, yeah, Pakistan's in on it too. Trying to smooth things over as a mediator. But it seemed like if the US couldn't sort something out, about to make deals with them. Australia is on Iran's hit list. According to which source is that? Wouldn't be because we've cut diplomatic ties with them and support the US and Israel in all their operations. Eh? I wonder. Oh, and Iran. Trump says, yeah, not negotiated yet. Yes. And that didn't take long, does it?
21-year-old Nazir Best from Maryland. Best allegedly had multiple run-ins with the Secret Service and had a history of mental health issues. He was reportedly detained by Secret Service on June 26 last year for flagging down agents and making threats, and again the next month for entering a restricted area. President Trump was at the White House when this happened, but he was not affected.
Nazir tried his best, but his best wasn't good enough. Oh, it's so much fun you can have with his name, right? Hey, but hey, that's what you get when you spy and get caught. Like, do you think that's the standard? Because you know what's pretty funny about that. Like, Israel, or the state of Israel, let's say, has been busted multiple times spying on its allies, especially the US, and the US always turns a blind eye to it, like constantly. Like, remember, like last year we were listening to someone speak about like what the security services in the US like have to do when like Netanyahu visits and stuff like that. They have to constantly go through, and like when he uses their planes or whatever, like they have to constantly go through and clear out the White House wherever like Netanyahu and his team has been, because they just bug the place all the time, like so they can spy on the Americans and listen to what they're talking about. I wonder when they're going to kick them out. Get rid of the Israeli ambassador to the US. That's what happened when you supply weapons and support sanctions. We need a ballroom stat? Yes. Like you've heard Trump say the thing already as well, right? This is why we need the ballroom. See? All these shootings and stuff. If I could just have my wild parties and functions here at the White House, I'd be much safer. Chairman Albo ballroom would be great. Yes. I would say nothing will be announced till the stock market is open. It's closed on Monday because of Memorial Day. Interesting. But if the Qatari uni donations, political influence in the US from everywhere is not political influence. Like I'm talking about like actual spying, like what you were talking about. They're actually spying and like bugging the White House and planes and stuff like that. It's crazy. What a joke. Absolute psychopath country. KK Online's in the house. How you going? Hope you're well. John Kariakou, the CIA whistleblower. Build the Chairman Albo ballroom. I think the calls are being put out for this now. It's going to have to happen. I need a room specifically for my balls, and we need it now. Yes. Yes. Interesting when there has been pushback on the ballroom. Something like this has happened. Yeah, because it was. And it was the Heritage Society that was giving the most pushback, right? Who would have thought heritage people care about like smashing up part of the White House? Who would have thought? Seeing as Israel has nukes now, how can we legally supply weapons is my question. Interesting. All right, let's do this.
President later reacting onto social, saying this: "Thank you to our great Secret Service and law enforcement for the swift and professional action taken this evening against a gunman near the White House who had a violent history and possible obsession with our country's most cherished structure. The gunman is dead after an exchange of gunfire with Secret Service agents near the White House gates." This event is 1 month removed from the White House correspondents' dinner shooting and goes to show how important it is for all future presidents to get what will be the most safe and secure space of its kind ever built in Washington, D.C. The president there appearing to refer to the White House ballroom.
Mamupa in the house, how you going? Did they admit that they had them? Yes. I think from what we've been able to find out, they have like 80 or something nukes, but they've never let anyone in from like the global nuclear programs and stuff like that to come in and like check out their stockpile. So like, I don't know if they've ever technically admitted that they have them, or like officially, in the sense that everybody knows they've got them, but like nobody knows to what extent, right? And there's no global oversight of it at all. 170, 200 nukes. It's just so good. It's like an auction. So good. They got 200. I think it's closer to 200 or 300. God damn, Jack. But if construction won't be complete before his term ends, then why would he care? Yeah, I thought it was an open secret, but they don't officially admit it. Yeah, an open secret, kind of like an open relationship, I guess. Hey, all right. Are we gonna get anything more on this one? Let's have a look. Facts.
Now, thank you for joining us this morning, Jeff. Based on what the information that we have right now, and there have been a number of run-ins with this suspect over the past year and a half, do we think that the obsession of this shooter, this gunman, had to do with President Trump specifically?
420 nukes, 400 in a strip of the West Bank, sold to Ben Gavir. Got it. Similar amount to Pakistan.
Or just the presidency and the White House? Is there anything that gives us any indication about that?
You know, nothing initially, but that'll be figured out. And in my career, I did 2 years as
thank you. Yeah, I was wondering what the cars were doing in the background. Is this like a NASCAR thing? Why are they reporting from a racetrack? 420, I have been summoned. Did someone call? Look, it's our version of Jesus. Someone says 420. Wookiee has appeared. We hear, Wookiee, that you've been hanging out at the White House. Hope you're well. Hope you are well. Good to have you. I thought part of the reason they don't admit it is because the USA can't give money to countries that aren't signatories to the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Ha! Are you serious? Wow. My God. What a game world diplomacy is, isn't it? You can have all the nukes you want, just don't say anything, because then we won't be able to give you money. I'm sure they can just rewrite the treaty, right? That's crazy.
Intelligence specialist in our intelligence division, and we would see that. We would see people who were obsessed with the presidency, period, not just one person. That goes all the way back to John Hinckley. John Hinckley actually had plans to shoot President Ford before he eventually shot President Reagan. So it wouldn't be unusual to see an obsession with the White House and the presidency as a whole rather than one president.
So, Jeff, let me ask you what you make of when we look at the actual location, which I believe is 17th in Pennsylvania, where the gunman was able to at least get to and fire off shots. What do you make of where this occurred, and does it call for even more hardened security around the White House by Secret Service?
Well, the first thing I want to point out is that, you know, the security measures work. This person didn't get inside the perimeter. He shot through the fence. You know, the fence line from the north portico, you have about 70 yards to Pennsylvania Avenue, and then this was down on the corner. So you're a good couple hundred yards away from the White House itself by the time you get to 17th Street. You know, we
So this guy shot from the fence? Is that what we're saying? Like shot through the fence, or the checkpoint was out of the grounds along the fence line? So he's a long, long way away. Very interesting. Rolling one now before getting down and dirty. Rearranging the furniture. Is this furniture that you might have stolen from the neighbors? No, stole is a harsh word. Acquired from the street. Seeing the Yanks gave Israel nukes, it's a little hard to admit it. Yeah. There's no I in Team America. I could also hear an American saying proudly and seriously, bucket. Actually, there is. Yes, she gave me more. That's fucking hilarious. Have fun rearranging furniture. All right, we're not going to get any new information about this. But like, what an interesting take this is from Fox News, right? Like, this is a perfect opportunity to be like, they're trying to kill our president. That's it, the fucking crazy lefties out there. Hey, this guy's definitely trans Tifa. Look at that face. Look at that face. He's definitely trans Tifa. We're not sure which one more, trans or Antifa, but like, let's just put it all together. But like, no, it's just like, oh, you know, there's been plenty of people that have tried to kill presidents. If anything, it's now part of American pastime. It's really one of those things that you do. Like, you don't even care who the president is. You just want to go down in history as one of the guys who tried to kill a president or kill the president, either one. Okay? So this guy just wanted, Jesus over here, just wanted to be killed so he could resurrect again on the third day and finish off the mission. I guess we'll find out. Eh? The bench looks just like him. Come on, it's perfect. Yeah, it does actually. Oh my god. It's like camouflage. From Google AI, the Sim-Ington Amendment, enacted in 1976 as Section 669 of the Foreign Assistance Acts, prohibit the US from providing economic assistance, military aid, or export credits to any country that delivers or receives unsafeguarded nuclear enrichment equipment, materials, or technology. Well, it's very interesting. Very interesting. I guess, yeah, if you just don't talk about it, then no one will ever know. Anyway, that's what happened over the weekend if you went across it. That guy looks like the cousin of the guy that stabbed that white girl on the train. I'm not sure the reference, but I will take your word for it. Did this guy also look like Jesus? Treaty on the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. Look at all these historians that we have in the stream. I love it. All right, if you're watching this and you haven't already and you're on YouTube, activate the like button, please. And I don't know, if you're new here, subscribe for more, follow for more. On Twitch, how are we going in the Twitch files today? Who we got in the Twitch files? We got a few people watching in Twitch land. Ninja Nurse, Hobo Joe, Jag, potentially 4IS. Hype and like. He did claim to be Jesus. It's the same guy. It's a conspiracy. I bet he's still alive and ready for his next mission. Yes. Yes, that's right. This guy is Jesus. And we didn't listen to him. And what would all the evangelicals say, knowing that Jesus tried to get into the White House? He doesn't look a thing like Jesus, but he walks like a gentleman. Like you imagine when you were young. I'm assuming this is a song. I'm just going to take your quote for it. Now, that's pretty much it. That's all I wanted to check out. I don't want to waste time on that one because it's just like, hey, in this episode of America, and like, let's check out this whole situation with Iran then, shall we? I do want to have a look at this. We might get onto the sex flotilla as well today. Because the people from the Sumud Flotilla have now started returning home. Israel got rid of them after Ben-Gvir had his fun, as we saw last Friday. So if you weren't here last Friday, there was a bit of commotion going like a few days ago. There was footage of Ben-Gvir, who's like a very hardcore politician in Israel. And people had come off the latest Sumud Flotilla, the latest sex flotilla. And they were rounded up by Israel at the front of or near Cyprus and like apprehended and treated poorly. But that is apparently controversial to say in the chat. But yes, he was treated poorly. They were all treated poorly. And like we're getting reports about what being treated poorly is. And so we'll have a look at that later. But like, you know, it serves them all right being on a sex flotilla. But we'll check that out as well. Got someone new here, I think. H8 is G8. Hate is gate. I'm going to go with that one. Look like the movie The Predator. Like as in Predator, the Like the movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger in it? Is that the one you're talking about there? Dump Trump. Oh, they're trying to get rid of him fast, apparently. Jesus is trying to get rid of him. He's a very naughty boy. By the way, after we watched the Cuba stuff, they've started going after the attendees for promoting terrorism. That Hassan trip. My God, really? So what, the people that like went with Hassan and stuff like that? Or Hassan himself? Is that what like he's talking about the feds are after him or something? How is it controversial in chat? Who's the special kid who needs after-school lessons? KK, let me introduce you to Spandonk. Spandonk doesn't think that what Is Not Rail were doing to the people that were detained on the Sumud Flotilla was anything short of normal treatment of people that you apprehend. That's a bit much. I don't like Hassan. I didn't see him promoting terrorism in Cuba at least. Eh? I put that qualifier on there. LOL. Nick Shirley, however, actually stayed in Cuba Hotel, not owned by the government, and is rife for sanctioning. Yeah, but like Nick Shirley is so integral to like what would you call it, to Project 2025. Like you can't get rid of Shirley. Surely not. Mystery the whole trip, I think, over 40 Americans, the Trump admin is going after them. It includes journalists and politicians. Can we do it to Spandunk and see what he thinks in the end? They had made it back home and give any testimony when I was commenting before. They hadn't made it back home. Yeah, well, we'll check out some of the testimony. We'll see if they're just trying to smear the good name of Is Not Rail and the IDF or not. Not that they need any more assistance having their good name smeared. We've all seen it. The New Deal means handing over $25 billion to Iran. LOL. Trump can't help but do it bigger than Obama. Is that literally what is on the agenda? All right. Let's have a quick look at this. All right. So like I said, Trump claims ceasefire agreement with Iran is being finalized. Now let's just take pause to like recognize what that means. It's not peace. It's not an end to the war. It's a ceasefire. They're already supposed to be in a ceasefire. Like, how dumb are all of us plebs supposed to be? Like, honestly. Like, they're already in a ceasefire. Why are they negotiating a ceasefire of a ceasefire of a ceasefire? This is just, it's just games for us plebs. But like, we'll have a look and see what they're manufacturing consent for on this one.
And Iran is being finalised. On Truth Social, the US President Donald Trump says a ceasefire agreement between the United States and Iran is being finalised. On Truth Social, the President described it as a memorandum of understanding pertaining to peace.
He writes, an agreement has been largely negotiated, subject to finalization between the United States of America, the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the various other countries as listed. Final aspects and details of the deal are currently being discussed and will be announced shortly. In addition to many other elements of the agreement, the Strait of Hormuz will be opened.
President Trump had earlier warned there would be consequences if a deal was not reached. Iran has been demanding Lebanon be part of any peace deal, but the country...
Whenever he sits at that desk like that, I just think of him going, bop, 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 bop. It's so good. Can't take him that seriously now. Could you ever, I guess? Oh yeah, the treatment has become more documented. I was only commenting when we only had Ben Gavir video, which was fucked, but I couldn't find any mistreatment in. They're injecting things too. Both my hands are strong hands. Spandonk, any detainment, no matter how nice, is not ethical if they had no legal basis. If they detain them in international waters, doesn't sound like they had any grounds for detainment. A Mooper. That's an interesting take. Very interesting. And they definitely were in international waters by the sounds of it. And like, remember the last time? They were like well away from Israel. That whole region of the world, to be honest. They were in Europe. The arrest itself seemed illegal, but if I was trying to find documented mistreatment at the time and was struggling till they got home and gave testimony, I always thought international orders meant no rules, considering international rules don't mean anything. So much for the rules-based order. Am I right?
Country was not mentioned in Donald Trump's statement. The president posted the announcement after separate calls with the leaders of Muslim-majority nations and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Well, despite the two sides taking strides towards a lasting ceasefire agreement, Iran analyst Omid Memarian explains that there are still key details to be finalized.
This is not a deal. This is a memorandum of understanding. What they are working on is a memorandum of understanding. What happens is that it allows both sides, the U.S. and Iran, 60 days, extends the ceasefire for 60 days, and they have time to discuss and negotiate the details of a deal. But during this 60 days time, what happens is that...
I don't have a banana for scale. Me, Trump, small hand solidarity. Small hand solidarity with Trump. Very funny.
Iranians gradually fulfill some of the demands that the U.S. has been asking over the past few weeks, and the U.S. also has the time to gradually, phase by phase, step by step, fulfill some of Iranians' demands, and they get to a much better position for concession. Over the past few weeks, we have seen that both the U.S. and Iran, they have been pursuing a maximalist list of demands. Right now, I think this step...
a maximalist list of demands. Let's just think about what that means. Like, what's that code for? That means they both have a list of things that they want, it's unconditional. They want these things if they want some type of actual ceasefire or end to the conflict. They want all of these things to be met, and they are not negotiating on them at all, knowing full well that the other side isn't going to be happy with that. So this is really just all show for us plebs. They've got two lists of things. Iran wants all of these things that the US will never agree to, and the US has got a list of demands that Iran is never going to fucking agree to anyway. It's just all show for us plebs, this stuff. Such bullshit for all of us, honestly. Speaking of hands, have we checked out those sausage fingers on King Charles' hands? ? Interesting. No, I've never noticed. Maybe they are finally just establishing rules of engagement. Yes, right. Yeah, what to do with the Strait of Hormuz, right? All right, we'll blockade it first, and then you guys can catch them on the outside. Sounds like a deal. Sounds wonderful.
Is a creative way of dealing with the issues Iran and the U.S. are having, and might lead to a deal. But right now, as you said, it's not a deal. If it happens, because we have been there before, if it happens, it's a memorandum of understanding.
Now, as we understand it, and as you say here, this is possibly an extension of another 60 days of a ceasefire. We know Iran is playing the long game here. President Trump, on the other hand, is facing domestic unpopularity over higher gas prices. He's got the midterm elections that are coming in November as well. He's also...
Say the line, Jag. Say the line. Oh, yeah, I want to watch the More Perfect Union thing that you put as well. About election fraud, I think it is, or tampering potentially. What midterms? Fuck yeah. Dilemmas. Iran has control of the strait, which they didn't have before the strait gets opened, which it was before the Iran war, and Iran gets 25 billion released. Short of the deal. Part of the deal. Don't trust it. That's if it happens, though. Let's be honest. If it happens.
Also experiencing lower popularity numbers right now. It seems that President Trump has more to lose over this deal than Tehran does. Am I reading this right?
It's true that Iranians have been counting on the fact that they can inflict so much harm on President Trump, and then President Trump's endurance for pain is much lower than Iranians because we have a democracy here in the U.S.
It matters what Israel says about it. So, like, that's an interesting comment. I think it's a sentiment that, like, everybody feels. I was speaking to some people on the weekend, and they were like, "Oh, you stream, you look at politics all the time. What's going on with the whole Iran thing?" Like, and like they were so convinced. And I wonder if this is part of the manufacturing consent machine to make us think this, because like it makes sense from like a long like strategic point of view, but like everyone is so convinced that Trump only did this because he was tricked by Netanyahu, and like, or like Israel is really calling the shots and telling America what to do, like Pax what was it? Pax Judaica, that whole theory that like Israel is actually in control of the American empire and they're actually the new center of the empire. It's, you know, Washington and Tel Aviv or something like that. And like I think that's a strong sentiment that runs through the population, but like again, you have to always ask when you get that vibe, and all you really get mostly is from like mainstream media sources. Why are they happy for us to have this story in our heads that, oh, it's really Israel that are in control, or they forced Trump's hand or the Americans' hands and they're really calling the shots? Why are they happy for us to blame Israel for this situation and not lay the blame where I think it squarely should be with the US? Like US, I think, is way too powerful in and of its own right to make these decisions, like just completely or solely under the influence of Israel or Netanyahu or something like that. It just doesn't add up. What's going on with Iran? E cracks knuckles. I'm glad you asked. Yeah, it's a bit like that, but like I was more interested to see what their opinion was, and their opinion was really like, oh yeah, Bibi did it, and like now Trump's stuck there, and the Strait of Hormuz is closed down, and Trump's in trouble. And I'm like, do you really think that like America, with all of its military intelligence, its capability and all that sort of stuff, it couldn't have predicted that Iran was going to shut down the strait? Like they had no idea that this was coming at all, and this wasn't even part of their calculations. I'm like, that seems way too convenient, that they're just like, oh no, Iran shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Oh no, what are we gonna do? Oh, the world economy is screwed now, and all these people can't get access to oil. Oh no, like that just seems like a calculation, if missed, is just like, it's just too. It doesn't make any sense. How could the Americans not have factored any of this in? I don't think they forced anything. I think Trump chose to take the opportunity with Bibi. Although if everyone's angry with Israel, they don't get mad at true power, the US. Yeah, I think Israel are happy to be the pariah. They don't give a shit. I'm like, yeah, that's why we're here. Eh? Blame it all on us. Lump it on us. If you want. LOL, if everyone's angry with Israel. Oh, wait, I read that one. Because otherwise we are blaming the evangelicals. Can't have that, can we? Yeah, especially when there's people called Jesus that are walking around trying to shoot up the White House. Very simple distraction tactic. It's because of Epstein. Huh. I say it depends on what Israel says, because they are the ones who keep encroaching on Lebanon, despite Iran saying it's part of the ceasefire. Well, apparently that's part of this additional ceasefire, the ceasefire on top of a ceasefire, the big nothing burger.
And with the price of the gas going up, with the cost of living going up, it really puts a lot of pressure.
Oh no, I'm the American government, the biggest organization in the history of the world, and I keep making things worse. Like Trump can say ceasefire all he likes, but if Israel keeps going, what the US says doesn't matter. There's still war happening. Yes. Just not in this theater, it would seem, at the moment. Interesting. And how can we be one of these so-called pariah states? No, wait, you said piranha states? Yeah, how do we become one of those? I don't know. We'll have to grow some balls and do something rogue. We'll have to become a rogue nation like the US. who like consistently undermines the functions and the reason, the spirit, the objectives of the United Nations, will have to become a rogue nation. I'd like to see that.
And President Trump. And this year in particular, we have the midterm election in November. We have the World Cup. We have the 250th year anniversary of independence. There are so much happening in the U.S. and all of that, I think, creates a lot of pressure for President Trump. And for Iranians, they know that they are under a lot of pressure, economically in particular. But it's not a democracy. They can put the pain on the people. They can use their tools of repression.
That was the best line for me. But it's not a democracy, so they can spread their pain, their economic pain, onto the people. Thank God we live in a democracy, because we have never felt any economic pain. Go ask yourself the question: have you ever felt any economic hardship? Eh? If the answer is yes, then you don't live in a democracy. We finally got the test of whether or not you live under an evil regime or you live in a democracy. If your government spreads economic hardship onto you, you're living under an evil regime. I've heard enough. That's enough. Please. That's enough, please. ABC, you've done it. You've done it well. Thank you. I couldn't have said it better myself. Okay, I reposted Incensored this time. What'd you do? If you think Israel has more political influence in the US through lobbying and hole kissing than even just one sect of Christianity, can I have some of what you're smoking? Must be some good shit. Yeah, or just generally the corporate lobby, right? Yeah, the general bourgeoisie. But yes, I take it. I see what you say. Turkey is going to stop Israel. That's an ambitious claim there. Very ambitious. Can you actually see that happening though? And like a NATO country as well. Like what a shit show that would be if like Turkey got involved with Israel. What would happen to NATO? They'll slowly are inclining towards up the Middle East. They are slowly inclining. You have to rewrite that one. I think I've missed something there. Forget piranhas. We've got spiders and uranium. We could be all Spider-Man. Yes. And spider ladies. Hey, don't forget the spider ladies. Israel is a convenient tool for the US. We can't stop because of Israel. It's how the West has controlled the Middle East for over 100 years, brewing conflict to reign control. Yes. Yeah, I think it's even just the NRA triples APEC. Yeah, crazy. Spider them. Yeah, sorry. How dare you? It's a spider them. Oh my God. Outrageous. So good. Are you saying we'll be saved by the Ottoman Empire? Someone's triggered Captain Bucket. It's happening. We're going to get a history lesson. My Turks are waiting impatiently, trying to give Israel the benefit of the doubt. But no, they aren't going to learn. Interesting. You're passionate there. Very passionate. All right. That's enough of you, ABC. So like this was 24 hours ago. Just think about this, okay? 24 hours ago, the talk of the town in this whole Iran situation was like, hey, we're so close to a deal. It's going to happen. Just finalizing things. And then I put my signature on it. And like now, this. Like this is 4 hours ago. 24 hours ago. 4 hours ago.
Well, Donald Trump has reiterated Iran should not have any nuclear capabilities as his representatives are engaging in finalising a deal with Tehran. Posting on Truth Social a little earlier today, the US president said the negotiations are proceeding in an orderly and constructive manner, and I have informed my representatives not to rush into a deal in that time is on our side. The blockade will remain in full force and effect until an agreement is reached, certified and signed. Both sides must take their time and get it right. There can be no mistakes.
So like it was like impending ceasefire happening 24 hours ago. If you were paying attention to the news yesterday, impending ceasefire coming. We are so close. We have negotiated, and now it's just like, we should take our time. We don't want to get this wrong. Like, can you see the fucking bullshit that like it's within a nice time frame, so you can really see it live instead of stretching it out over weeks. And you're just like, wait a minute, didn't they say something different last week? Like it's less than a day, and they're already just like, that ceasefire we were talking about yesterday that was imminent. Well, fucking whatever. And you know what they're back on again? It's just like, yeah, but they can't have nuclear weapons. Hey, that's what we're really worried about. It's like when you talk to all these people that are like, I don't know, pro this conflict in Iran at the moment from an American perspective, they're just like, but they can't have nuclear weapons. I was like, yeah, but when this started at the beginning of the year, what you were really worried about was them killing all of their people. Where did that go? I thought you were really concerned about them killing the evil regime cracking down on its citizens, and this was a humanitarian mission. Now it's you want to stop them from having nuclear weapons. Now that's back on the menu, eh? Back on the menu. Dilemmas. No, spider ladies. It's hard enough for Gen Z to get laid. Now they got to worry about being eaten afterwards. That is fucking hilarious. Oh my god. My god. You know what that's really funny. I was speaking to one of my kids yesterday about spiders, and they were asking me, they're like, Dad, why does the female spider eat the men after they're finished, after they have babies? And I was just like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'll have to. And she's like, why do they have to get together to make babies? And why would she eat him afterwards? And I was like, I could go in so many directions with this conversation. So many directions. Why would women do stuff like that after procreating? I couldn't even answer the question. I was like, I'll tell you when you're older. I'll tell you when you're older why they have to come together like that. The Turks better hold strong on their West commitments, start leaning towards the Middle East, and things will fall apart. Don't blame the rest of us, LOL. He's volatile. Volatile? This is something else, man. Like, it's beyond bipolar. They're just making it up as they go along for us plebs. The term ceasefire means nothing these days. And that is very fucking worrying. Yes. Love Jeff in the house. Hello. There you go. Ceasefire has become much a murky term as what is a woman. Everyone has a different answer. As I said, it's because the market is closed for an extra day. Right, got it. We'll see if this market prediction thing holds up, because I think it was Avalava came in here months ago and was just like, they'll start the attack like next week or something, or over the weekend once trading is closed, and he was right. So the market prediction holds, man. Definitely not the same fucking thing as culture war bullshit. Because they were bad at it. Never accept disrespect from a lover, my child. That's why they eat. The female spider is just redistributing the calories. Yes. They have YouTube explainer videos about the spider stuff. Let YouTube deal with it? No, fuck that. I will try to disseminate the story, and I will do it craftily. I'm going to try my best. Heidi the Sausage in the house, gang. How are you? Hope you're well. I'd say the women who care about men only spaces to beg to differ. The women who care about women only spaces who beg to differ. I have 4 splits in my personality disorder, and I'm more consistent. Don't forget the mantis. Her babies need your brains too. Yes. I think we should be more like spiders. Not gonna lie. See, this is why I was saying I could go in so many directions explaining this. And my partner was there, and she's smiling. I'm like, go on, you tell them why. It's a manic Monday. Yes, it is, rather. It's manic with this guy. Like 24 hours ago, Heidi, they're telling us that we've got a fucking peace deal a ceasefire in the bag. We already got one, but like Trump's talking about it happening, baby. It's happening. And like now it's just like, everyone slow down, cool your jets. Why does everyone want a ceasefire so bad?
Our relationship with Iran is becoming a much more professional and productive one. They must understand, however, that they cannot develop or procure a nuclear weapon or bomb. Axios is reporting this morning the deal contains a 60-day ceasefire extension, which would include the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. In exchange, the US will lift the blockade on Iranian ports and waiver some sanctions to allow Tehran to sell oil. The New York Post is reporting the Islamic Republic will agree in principle to dispose of its enriched uranium. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has spoken to the US President over the deal, writing on X, "President Trump and I agree that any final agreement with Iran must eliminate the nuclear danger. That means dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment sites."
Whenever you hear them saying this from now on, that just means they're just continuing with the same. It's just status quo. So whatever the situation is right now, there's like a blockade of the blockade kind of thing, and they're at a complete stalemate. When they start talking about nuclear, like Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, like that's it. That's all you have to know. That's it. It's over. There's like whatever they've been talking about, like it's nothing. It's just status quo for now. Until something might develop slightly, there'll be a little bit of talk, and then they'll just be like, look, Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, okay? That's why we're here. Don't forget about it, people. Don't forget about it. This will achieve nothing. And that's the thing. This is the overarching thesis right here. I don't think this is actually anything but show for the plebs. It's nothing. It's just they're going to continue doing this because it suits, I think, the US interests quite well, like across the world, having this straight shut down. Yeah, it might be bad, might piss off some people, might be bad for economics, but broadly, does it help the imperial ambition? Oh yeah, shutting down the global economy and showing who's the boss. Who's the boss? I could see using Karl Marx's Capital as a bedtime story to the kids. Interesting. Fucking hilarious. Actually, sometimes when like they'll ask for something like ridiculous and I'm like, we can't afford that. I'm like, no way. And they're just like, but why? Why can't we? Why don't we have money for this stuff? And I'll like sit down and I'll try to be like, all right, try to explain Marx's understanding of capitalism to a fucking child. And I try, and I'm just like, well, we have these things called the ruling class and the working class. And you, my children, are as working class as you can get. We have to survive in this system. One day we will change it, but it is up to you. Our generation has failed. All this means is replenishing stockpiles, still going slower than they anticipated. Yeah, a ceasefire, a freezing of the conflict, as people like to say, right? That's what it is. That's why ceasefire seems meaningless. It's not really about ceasefiring. It's just almost, having stuff frozen in situ, stopped in place, so they can go on later. I guarantee you that the ceasefire will be broken because America has lost its authority and no one respects them. Israel, Iran, Russia, they've all broken ceasefires. Yeah. All right. Do we keep going with this? I wonder if they're going to give us any more value. I use the value of someone's labor when the kids are being a bit ungrateful for things. Yes. Yeah. I'm going to have to start dropping this a little bit more, I think.
And removing its enriched nuclear material from its territory. The US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, says talks are closing in, but made it clear on the final goals of the deal.
Suffice it to say that some progress has been made, significant progress, although not final progress has been made. The ultimate goal is that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. Iran can never possess a nuclear weapon. The president has been clear about that. They will never possess a nuclear weapon, certainly not as long as Donald Trump is president of the United States.
Not while he's my president.
It has also signalled it's willing to give up its nuclear ambitions while claiming it was not developing any radioactive weapons.
We are ready for talks, just as we had raised this issue during the time of our martyred supreme leader. We are now also ready to reassure the world that we are not seeking nuclear weapons. We are not seeking instability in the region.
Iran's state media reporting the US is obstructing some clauses of the agreement, including the releasing of the nation's blocked assets. It also claims there is a possibility of the agreement being cancelled altogether. So Tehran seeking to manage the Strait of Hormuz, claiming it is their legal right.
Security is important to us. Managing the Strait of Hormuz is our legal right. Why should Iran be the one to manage the Strait of Hormuz? Because we don't want a military invasion in the Persian Gulf. We have stopped the invasion.
Interesting. That's a pretty balanced reporting by Sky News right there. I'm not going to lie. All right, we're going over somewhere where we haven't been in a while, like I have said. It's probably been a while. I want to say months since we've looked at this guy on the stream. This is a guy called Brian. He's from, the channel is called The New Atlas. I would highly suggest it. I think it's absolutely fascinating. This is not my wheelhouse. This type of like military analysis of geopolitics, but like he seems like the kind of guy that is ripe for this type of stuff. Yeah, he's a former Marine, and he's an expat. He lives somewhere in Southeast Asia now. I'm pretty sure Thailand, I want to say. And so he just like analyzes American foreign policy and geopolitics. Somewhere Avalava is smiling right now. Fucking best contribution from Avalava, hey. Like when he dropped this, he's like, you guys should check out this bald guy. And we were like, oh, the what was it the 4AS used to call him? The turtle guy or something like that back in the day. And like, yeah, best analysis ever. Like he gives a really interesting perspective on geopolitics. The smug turtle. That's what you were calling him, 4AS. Yes. But yeah, he gives an incredible analysis of how whatever decisions are being made is somehow linked to America's foreign policy that is largely written by conservative think tanks, but not exclusively. Think tanks in the US, which are controlled by large-scale vested and moneyed interests. So, i.e., corporate interests support the dissemination of their ideas through think tanks, and these think tanks write policy, and policy gets pushed through the American machine, which is like, you know, the legislator, so Congress, and through via the executive power through the presidency. So, like, Trump is not like what everyone thinks he is, some type of, I don't know, weird anomaly. He is outrageous, and like he's able to do things that other presidents might not be able to get away with, because he is kind of just, yeah, an iconoclast. Like no one does politics like him, like compared to, you know, Biden or an Obama or even a Bush, Clinton, whatever. No one kind of has his lack of usual political decorum. And like he's not this wild card character. He carries on the same part of policies in relation to all of the broader strategic interests as Biden was doing. Like his position on Iran is the same. His position on China is the same as Biden's. His position on Russia is the exact same as Biden's. Like there's no difference between. There's just a new face each time, and like that's kind of the aim of American politics is actually to have the two-party system. So every, I don't know, 8 years, every 4 years, depending on how crazy it is, you get a new president, and then like everyone thinks that like they're going to do something differently, but they continue doing it. So like if it was just the same person all the time, or the same one party just doing the same thing, people will get upset and they probably, you know, rebel and overthrow the political order in the US. But like if you have it changed up between two, you can like kind of, like the American population kind of feels like there's change every election cycle, but there's no change at all. There's complete continuity of agenda is what he calls it. Ooh, Saint Chi, how you going? What up, my favorite Aussie mofos? Did I miss you guys? Jeez, damn. Oi, what incredible fucking timing you have, because I know how strongly you feel about these types of topics, especially when we're being critical of the US and the state particularly. We're going to be doing this like for a while now, probably for the next hour, having got somebody who analyzes America's foreign policy. And I would like, when I say foreign policy, I just mean like, you know, how they go around stomping on other people around the world, but like it sounds nicer when you say foreign policy. So, you know, it'd be interesting to see what your comments are on all of this. Jack, had some interesting political discussions when I was back home over the weekend. Yes, interesting indeed. I wonder how that went, actually. Anyone have any new insights for you? God, I hope your uncle is there. 30 million to oust Massey. Yeah, no foreign influence at all there. Yeah, that's an interesting one, actually. I see what you're saying, but like, yeah, this guy gives a very macro level understanding of why Iran is happening right now. And so like you can get lost in the weeds of what we were just looking at, which was like, oh, Trump said they're going to negotiate a peace. And then like the next day, but Trump did negotiate a peace. And like we just go back and forth and you're like, but what the fuck is going on? What is going on? And like that is all meaningless, that stuff, in the face of this broad strategic objective via the American imperial machine. So we'll have a listen. Stop me as you see fit. Comment. I'll try and pay attention. I've been waiting for the next Jag Uncle Gem in stream. Yes, so have I. Let's have a look. And like I said, let's have a look. Sorry. Like I said, New Atlas, go and check him out. I think he's fucking very interesting. And it actually, I think it works with a Marxian understanding of the world, but I'll point it out to you as I go. I thought more of the smear of Massey was from within the US. Well, apparently, the people that were associated with his campaign or donating to it were part of like APAC and that super PACs and stuff like that. So, but like it wouldn't have been just them. All right, let's have a listen.
I want to do a quick update on the situation in Iran, and I'm going to...
Oh, wait. My extremely liberal granny is still convinced we just need to elect Dems to fix everything. My former MAGA dad is coming around to socialism, and unfortunately, Uncle wasn't there. Your former MAGA dad is coming around to socialism? And like, what type of socialism are we talking about here? Like, just like rooted in the working class form of socialism, like the good type that we're talking about here? Or that evil woke cultural Marxism that Jordan Peterson complains about? Our type? Fuck yeah. All right. Fuck yeah. What a working class hero. I gotta convince my dad now to be a socialist. I wonder if that could happen. I wonder. I'll get back to you on that one. I've got homework. I mean, if they're the main donor, that's pretty obvious, but I have a sneaking suspicion that they're not the only ones trying to keep that under wraps. They picked a yoked ex-Navy SEAL to run against Massey. Like even Trump said, straight from central casting. But yeah, no, it wasn't only APAC. There were other people involved as well. But like, you know, it just shows you, doesn't it? So many people were threatened by Massey. Doesn't matter. Now let's do this.
Refer to... I want to do a quick update on the situation in Iran, and I'm going to refer to posts that I made both on Telegram and on X. Right here is my latest post on X. I actually did a couple of them. Actually, we'll go over all...
My dad is coming around to becoming a Labour voter. He usually votes independent. Okay. I'm like, what are you doing? Just like ramming down Chairman Albo. He's like ramming Chairman Albo down his throat and throwing propaganda posters at him. Or are you winning him over in the marketplace of ideas?
3 of these. And let's start with this one. U.S. blockade on Iran and also China continues, because a blockade on Iran is a blockade on China. This continues. So this was just the other day. This was right here, Marine Times. This was May 21st. Today is May 22nd. I'm recording this on May 22nd, 2026. U.S. Marines board and redirect Iranian flag tanker amid ongoing blockade. And so this footage that you're seeing here, is footage from this boarding of this ship. But you don't need to board the ship to redirect it. A lot of ships will just redirect if you tell them to, and if they think you will enforce.
I expose the hypocrisy of independent politicians. Fair enough. That's a great tactic, isn't it?
Force either a boarding or even possibly what the U.S. likes to refer to as kinetic action, shooting at the ship, either with large caliber guns or missiles. And this post, I explain the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, MEU or MU, continues interdiction operations targeting Iranian maritime shipping. U.S. Marine Corps under the Biden administration was specifically tailored into an anti-shipping force specifically to take part in operations exactly like this, as well as to outright sink ships once sufficiently up the escalation escalator, which is a term the Duran, Alex and Alexander of the Duran, have used for many years, the escalation escalator. The U.S. has all of these options loaded up and ready, and they need to just work their way up the escalation escalator to justify using them, but they have.
Okay, let me explain this concept for you, because it's something that he's been talking about for a long time and I find absolutely fascinating. Now, he makes the claim, and he backs it up with evidence. You can go and check out his videos if you want. And like, you can check out his sources, but he has made the claim multiple times, I think since the Biden era. The US Marine Corps has been repurposed to get away from land assault operations. So like, landing somewhere and like, being the force that takes over through a sea kind of invasion, let's say. So they've repurposed themselves to not worry at all about that type of warfare. And they've, like, over the last, like I said, since the Biden administration has repurposed to be able to control the sea lanes and interdict. I love this word. Like, you never heard the word interdict like before this whole Iran situation started coming up, but like to interdict ships. So basically the US has spent the last 5 to 10 years now trying to ensure that it can use its armed forces to police the sea lanes better. And when I use the P word there, like police, what I'm really saying is, like, as Trump suggested when we saw, like, a week or two ago, they did switch to amphibious operations from when Biden was in. Dilemmas. Interesting that you feel the same here. But like, basically what I'm talking about is piracy here. But like, you don't call it piracy when your state does it. But like, yeah, they have been physically changing the Marine Corps to be able to just stop shipping and redirect shipping, or take over shipping to disrupt, if you will, the global economy and reshape the global economy into their and bend it into America's interests. This is not unusual in empire games and tactics. Like the sole reason the British were an empire was not because they had a massive population or had the best army or anything like that. It was literally just because they controlled the sea lanes. Like, everyone was screwed when the British were coming. The French were fucked, the Spanish were fucked, the Dutch, the Germans, like whoever tried to put up any type of resistance, like the British just had the sea lanes kind of covered. And because of that, they were able to become an empirical power. And not only that, the most successful one. And so in a world where people are becoming more and more powerful, like the rise of China, the rise, the re-release of Russia, and like, other rising powers with greater populations than the Americans, let's be honest, and potentially more resources, more people to throw into the meat grinder, you don't have to just control people by fighting them on land where it might actually suit their interests. You continue to make sure your navy is in control and you can stop them on the waters. The waters are extremely important, and in a world economy like capitalism is a global form of economy. Like, the shipping is the lifeblood of the world economy. It is the arteries, the veins, like everything runs through a global economy, and it all gets throughout that global system via shipping lanes. And so, like, if you can control the waters, you can control the world. And it's very interesting in the sense of thinking of like a continuity of agenda again. Like, the policy doesn't really change. Biden has started doing this, Trump's picking up on it, and like whoever comes in next is just going to keep on doing the same thing. They have an agenda that's outside the politics and the show that we see. And so if you think about that, like, then you think about what's happened in the Strait of Hormuz and like what's happened in the Gulf. And like, they were preparing for this. Like, did they orchestrate this? Did they know that it was all going to happen like this anyway? If you're gearing the Marines up for more amphibious ops, it was looking like a precursor about Taiwan, Pacific Theater of War. Transit is everything, but this was before Trump 2.0. Rome built the roads. Brits ran the seas. Interesting. All right. I'll let him talk.
Have them prepared years in advance sometimes. And I'm going to close this, and I'm going to show you the BBC article from 2023, how U.S. Marines are being reshaped for China threat. And they talk about how they're getting rid of all of their tanks. They're reducing their infantry battalions and their helicopter squadrons connected to those infantry battalions. And they're going to replace them with anti-shipping missiles and new rocket artillery systems, which are long-range precision-guided missiles and rockets that they're going to be using for anti-shipping. And so when, back in March, at the height of the U.S. war of aggression, this most recent phase launched against Iran, the end of February, early March this year, they announced that the USS
Brian from the New Atlas knows his shit. Do you know Brian, Bandsaw Bandit? Have you watched him before? Or you're just commenting on this now?
Of the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit was headed to the Middle East. I warned people that the Marine Corps...
Yes. Yeah, it's crazy, his stuff, isn't it? Yeah, I find it fascinating how he dissects everything. And like, I want to tell you, I think he has kind of a Marxist or Marxian perspective on things. And I'll point it out to you if it's not bleedingly obvious. But I have my suspicions that he knows, or he has a socialist streak in him. Is that a rooster? Yes, it is. We've often, when we've watched this in the past, we're just like, is there a rooster in the background here? Yeah, he must live on a property somewhere. He's from Thailand. So, and who runs the insurance game? City of London. Yeah. He provides receipts in all of his vids. Yes, he does. And like, he's constantly referring to the articles he's talking about and then like puts them all as references. So you can check everything he's saying if you want. Even the papers that he refers to. Looks how far he goes back with this one. The Brookings Institute, The Path to Persia, 2009. He's referencing stuff like that have been in the pipeline for like 20 years, basically. And he's like, this, if you go back 20 years, they were talking about this. The Path to Persia. And we're talking about Iran right now. It's crazy. Yeah, the rooster gets me every time. That's how we know we're having fun with Brian.
Years ago, was already reshaped into an anti-shipping force. And that if it was going to the Middle East, it was almost certainly going to participate.
It's actually bizarre how everything is in official papers. Yes, it is. It's like they broadcast this stuff almost. Well, they publish it. They don't broadcast it. They publish all of this stuff. And like, you just have to take the time to read it and be kind of across it. And he does. He obviously does. And then you can kind of see it taking form in reality. They don't put they don't put detail. They won't put the strategy, how exactly it will be done. But they're like, this needs to be done. This is the objective. And they might give like 5 or 6 ways of doing it, kind of thing. And then you can watch in real time or over the years You can watch them putting this stuff into practice, but you know what the objective is. And his big thesis, if you haven't seen Ryan before, his big thesis is the entirety of America's foreign policy amounts to an acknowledgement of the rise of China and a containment of China. China will be the entity that is able to challenge actual American kind of dominance on the world stage, and like they're systematically and surgically going through and containing China, working their way up to China. You can see, like, just this year alone, from Venezuela, you know, cutting Venezuela off from China, to Iran, cutting another player off from China, and all of the stuff that they do on the outskirts anyway. Everything is moving forward to put pressure on China and can contain them as much as possible, because I think America recognizes, largely the American ruling classes, the people that write the policies and the official papers, as you're saying, they can't control China. Like, it's a different bourgeoisie in China, and they don't want to be bourgeoisie number two. They're quite happy being in control of the world through their transnational corporations via Wall Street, etc. And so, yes, they publish stuff because they need to get the word out there. They need to get the policy decisions made. And so they have to do this kind of formally, in a way. But you have to piece it all together, which is what Brian does, which I appreciate. Careful, you get a rooster from Thailand and won't be able to tell if it's a rooster or a chicken. Got to shout out my boy Richard Grove, forensic historian. All the plans have been written and published. You should see his bookcase. LOL. Oil per barrel is down to 92.28 USD. Still high, but it's 5% lower than it was, which is good news, I guess. That is interesting, isn't it? You know, like, because all the rage has been talking about how it's over $100 a barrel and like how high is it going to go, and it's like dropped a bit. Very interesting. The one thing Trump wasn't lying about: China. China has been very patient with this tactic. 5,000 years of patience might run out. Well, like, I hear you with the 5,000 years part, but like, let's just say they started the clock again after the century of humiliation. So let's say they've started the counter again from 1949, right? And like, they're still playing the long game though. I think they've got a lot of patience in them, China, and they're going to have to. They're going to have to, in the face of this.
In a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, because at the time Iran was selectively allowing ships to pass through. They were blocking some ships and they were allowing other ships to go, including their own ships carrying oil to China. And I said the US is not going to allow that to persist. They will intervene. They will put their own blockade. They have a Marine Corps, an entire branch of the US military completely redesigned specifically for doing this. They're going to impose a blockade of their own on Iran's blockade and ensure that nothing the US does not want to get through will pass through. And so they've imposed that.
Does anyone remember, like, for those of you that do watch the new Atlas, Bansor Bennett, Jag, 4AS, do you remember him predicting this? Because here he is claiming it. I find he does this a bit, and he's just like, I told you this was going to happen. And like, he usually sprays out theories, but like, you know, did he actually say this one specifically? But like, if he predicted that the US was going to blockade the blockade kind of thing, like, yes, he did say this. Okay. Then, like, you know what's really interesting? You know how you have someone like Professor Zhang, like, everyone's just like frothing on the fact that like he's predicted a few things using game theory, whereas you have someone like Brian who just reads like policy papers and like think tank documents, and he's like, I predicted this because they said they were gonna fucking do it. And like, everyone's like frothing on Professor Zhang being like, he used game theory to figure this out, what a genius. And then you have Brian, he's just like, but I predicted all of this because they said they were gonna do it, and they're just carrying it out. Like, why isn't anyone listening to me for? It's interesting how people value different forms of predictive power. It's cool if he does it with game theory, but if he just reads the playbook, that's boring. Bansor Bennett, the price of oil is a fantasy. You cannot take 25% of the world's most vital resource for 3 months and not have it catch up. Interesting. Yeah, it's going to take a while for the oil price to drop to reach the pumps. Yes. I doubt this peace will last, though. Eh? Yeah, Brian cheats. But, like, you know what I mean, though? Like, he's just like, I told you this would happen. I predicted it. Like Professor Zhang uses game theory and lands on it. So, like, it's more interesting. But, like, Brian cheats by actually paying attention. Fake Professor, 1 million subs. Brian subs. Hey, Brian does well, bro. Look, Brian gets, like, he's got 300,000 subs. He gets, like, usually about, like, I would say 30, 40,000 hits on his videos. But, like, some of them go off and he gets hundreds of thousands of views. But, yeah. And Mr. Beast gamed the algorithm. We don't consider him a thought leader. Fair enough. But, like, would you really go to him for his thoughts? My God. I put 1,000 Orbeez in a pool. Oh, my God. Yeah, I wouldn't go to him for his thought capability. Like, if you wanted to figure out how the algorithm worked without being, like, a machine, then, yeah, go to him.
On the Strait of Hormuz, or on Iranian ports in general, including ports beyond the Strait of Hormuz, and they're interdicting ships not just near Iranian coast, but all the way as far as the Indian Ocean. And up until now, we remember there was a Financial Times article where they talked about how about 30 ships had passed the U.S. blockade and 30-something ships were turned back, plus there were ships that were seized. There were other ships that were hit by missiles and disabled. And so if you added it all up...
How many times have we heard about the US-Iran ceasefire? This is like 6 or 7. Look, it depends on what media outlet you're talking about. But like iterations of the ceasefire. It's 6, 7, no cap on Good Bro Skibbity. Yeah, was that a 6, 7 reference? Did I miss? I always imagine Jiang lecturing a room of dolls. No one ever responds, and he pauses out. Okay, okay. Does that make sense, guys? Does that make sense? Okay. And then he starts hitting the keyboard, hitting the whiteboard again. It's ASMR for Ravi, apparently. The difference between Brian's viewers compared to Jiang's viewer is the IQ level. Hey, I still like Jiang, though. I'm not hating on Jiang. I'm just saying, like, he predicts something and the world goes nuts. Brian's like consistently being like, I told you this was going to happen, and no one bats a fucking eyelid. It's funny.
The U.S. was basically interdicting about half of the shipping. Half of the shipping Iran wanted to go through was being stopped by the United States at that time. That was April. This is now, as of May 22nd, CENTCOM is... We
shouldn't use IQ as a measuring stick. Plenty of dumb, smart people out there. Well, more than that. You know who loves using IQ, apparently? Like, this is a thing. It's fucking... all the neo-Nazis out there. The NSN boys love it. You gotta be fit, you gotta be muscular, and have a high IQ. Apparently that's a big thing for them now. Wouldn't have guessed it, but fair enough.
Saying up to 90 at that time. That was April. This is...
Interview Brian? Oh my God, I'd love to do that. I have a list. I might have to reach out to him. I wonder if he would say yes. Never know. I'll have to go to Thailand and I'll find him. Bring him a new rooster.
Now, as of States, at that time. That was April. This is now, as of May 22nd, CENTCOM is saying up to 91 ships have been redirected. Now, over time... Right here, 91 commercial ships. 91 ships plus the ships that they have been seizing or shooting at and disabling. That is where we are as of now. I have warned that there was a blockade. They were shooting at ships, but not very often. Then over the course of 3 days, they shot at and disabled 3 ships. And I warned that at any time of America's choosing, they could just decide to sink all of these ships trying to pass through. They don't need to intercept every single one of them. They need to just fly planes out, of which they have plenty of, target these ships, and they can disable all of them or sink them if they wanted to. They have these options in reserve for their escalation ladder. So that is one problem.
Escalation escalator. This is another interesting theory that he usually spouts, is like the idea that, like, everyone thinks it's just like, oh, well, America's got a blockade, so they're just going to like cut off all the ships, kind of thing that are leaving. Iran's letting leave through the Strait, and this is an idea of the escalation escalator, or the escalation ladder, as you call it. Like, they don't just go after all the ships in one go. Like, they start interdicting some of them. Half of the ships they allow through, as he's been explaining, half they don't. And like, the writing's on the wall. They have the power. They can do more if they really want to. They could interdict the ships and stop them, turn them around. They could just turn them around by harassing them, or they could just blow them out of the water and sink them. But like, they don't just do it all in one go. They will start doing this over time. So maybe in a few months' time, they're going to actually start, like, you'll see them by the end of the year, or like close to maybe, I don't know, the midterms or something, America blowing Iranian ships out of the fucking water. And like, you know, American voters frothing at the mouth seeing this kind of activity, because they're like, yeah, get them goddamn Iranians, kind of thing. Predictable is an obvious. Recognizing patterns is a hell of a gift, LOL. Yes. Do they take their IQ test before or after their autism test to join the NSN? Ah, well, that is the question, isn't it? But like, they do consider themselves to be quite the intellectual bunch. Like, see, did you see, what's his name? Fuck. Thomas Sewell giving it to those two dumb shits that were interviewing him, and he's talking about like particularism and universalism and discussing heaven and secularism and all this type of stuff. They had no idea what was going on. He thinks of himself as quite the high IQ individual. He would say yes, he loves a man bun. Hey, I hope you're not being facetious again. I hope he does love a fucking man bun. Maybe I'll bring him one. It's ironic, the NSN using IQ as a metric. No one wondered what people Googling WAP would get them. Yes. Interesting choice, isn't it? It's because the IQ studies done in the 90s and haven't been replicated at scale since were somewhat biased and showed less developed regions as lower IQ. The neo-Nazis use it like proof of racial differences, of course. Iran doesn't need to sink ships. The threat is enough alone. Insurance won't touch them. Yeah. Next stop, escalation station. Toot toot. The US has to physically stop ships. Big difference. Yes, got it. That's a fucking interesting point, isn't it? But like, they're there right in the Strait, right? 23andMe test first. Can't have any over 5%. What is 23andMe? I feel like there's a joke coming on. We all love a man bun. That's why we are here. We also love a man's buns. All right. There it is. All right. Back to Brian, who has a lack of a man bun. Ancestry. Okay, right. Ah, okay. Ancestor testing. Got it. Yes. Where is Iran on the IQ scale compared to the US? Dollars compared to 30.
Problem to keep in mind.
Buns out for
people
the
continuously saying that the US wants some way out. No, that is not happening. And I explained that in this post that I just posted up today. The US is not trying to open the Strait of Hormuz. It is literally blockading it itself and perpetuating a war that ensures insecurity around it indefinitely. In other words, the US launched this war on Iran knowing full well that Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz, that attacking Iranian energy production, storage, and export facilities would result in retaliatory strikes on Persian Gulf states. I'm
here to learn and ruin the day with dark humor. Both achievements unlocked there. Congratulations. You're
energy
doing it.
Export infrastructure. And it did. And so it has, not even talking about the blockade and the restriction of flow of maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, the amount of energy total that can be exported has been reduced by the fighting and will take months, if not years, to be brought back online. The U.S. is engaged in a controlled demolition of Middle East energy exports and a large part of the global economy dependent on those exports. I've been warning about this for months now. It is playing games to manage prices and markets as it does so. Everybody, including people who actually think the United States wants to somehow get out of this war that it itself engineered for years and years against Iran. Somehow they bumbled it and they want a way out. Even these people admit that the US is manipulating the markets and the prices. They're not trying to find a way out, though. Of the consequences they themselves knew.
The fucking chickens. Hey? Don't be jealous. You wish you had a rooster at home, I'm sure. You got any comments on this, ain't she? Like cock-a-doodle-doo. Like, seriously. What do you think of this guy so far, if you've been paying attention, or just not being distracted by the poultry?
Unfold by launching this most recent war of aggression against Iran. Everybody knew that the Iranians would close the strait. Everyone knew they had missiles that could strike at Persian Gulf state energy production infrastructure, because the Ansar Allah in Yemen had been doing it for years and years during the US proxy war through Saudi Arabia launched against Yemen. For years and years, Ansar Allah was launching missiles and drones at Saudi energy production. So this is obviously Iran.
That is really interesting as well. Like, you know, so many people have been like, how did America not see this coming? How did Trump not see this coming? Striking Iran, of course they were going to shut down all of the Gulf states and like attack their energy infrastructure and you know, wreak havoc on the global economy. And like he's pointing out clearly that yes, Yemen has been doing the same thing. When Saudi and Yemen have been going at each other, like Yemen has been launching missiles and fucking drones at their energy infrastructure and facilities. Like, this was so screamingly obvious that this was going to happen. Like, anyone out there who's thinking that the Americans like didn't have this in their playbook, or like didn't have this response via Iran after they attacked, they didn't know that this was going to happen. You're kidding yourself. You're absolutely kidding yourself. They knew it was going to happen. They did it anyway, and they were banking on it, actually. Which is even worse if you think about it, because there's so many. Remember the talk after Iran, the Iran war in 2026. Anyway, this Iran situation happened, and like all the world leaders, like people were asking like Albo in Australia, but I'm sure all the world leaders were being asked this same question. They're like, America is like your ally. Did they tell you that we're going to do this? Like, the world is completely fucked now. The global economy is in tatters because people can't get access to oil or fertilizers. Did they tell you were going to do this? And everyone's speculating on like it's just erratic Trump and Bibi going out of control. And like there's no way of knowing that they were going to shut down a huge portion of global energy supply. And he's just shitting on that again. He's just like, come on, man. Seriously, they've been watching this happen in the Middle East for fucking years now. Of course they knew that this was going to happen. Of course they knew this was going to happen. Warwick Powell is a good wealth of knowledge too. I don't know who Warwick Powell is. I was listening as I went to the grocery store. This guy seems on point, but he's critical of the US, though. Like, he's criticizing the US and US imperialism. When we've done that in the past, you've always taken exception to that, ain't you? You've always been like, stop hating on America. America is fine. Warwick Powell is a good wealth of knowledge too. All right, check it out. These bloody foul distractions. Yeah, the escalation technique is interesting. Very interesting. They saw it coming. They wanted it. Yeah, he fired all the generals who were telling him not to move on Iran. Yeah, he wasn't listening to his experts deliberately, apparently. Warwick is an Aussie economist / historian. Okay. Trouble is, hated Sausage, he was listening. Oh yeah, and choose to ignore.
Had even greater capabilities to do that. They knew this was going to come. This was part of their calculation. The U.S. simply doesn't want things to collapse overnight. They could just close everything, sink every ship that they don't want to pass through. They could do that overnight, but just think of what that would do to the markets, to supply and demand, and to the prices. They want to do this gradually, just like it has managed Europe's decoupling from Russian energy, which is still taking place right now. And if you follow the news of this decoupling of Europe from Russia, you will notice that the U.S. at times will actually offer sanction relief, not to help Russia, not because they want to get out of their own proxy war they themselves are also waging against Russia.
Yes, the disaster was planned. Like, he's describing it like a controlled demolition kind of thing. Like, you've cut off the world, like the disruptor event has happened, and now it's just like weaning the world off the Gulf, basically. And like, in place of that, who's the biggest loss here? Who's suffering the losses the largest as a result of this conflict in terms of not getting access to energy? Asia. The Asia region is suffering. It's not just China, but like, it's the Asia region as a whole. And so there's all these deals now, and people are turning around and trying to get their gas, their oil from the US. I care more about the full truth. He's letting it out. It is rational. Oh, fair enough. Okay, fair enough. I'm surprised, I must say, because like, this is kind of goes along with what we have been talking about largely over the last couple of weeks in terms of US imperialism and stuff. And I thought the vibe that I was getting from you was like, you weren't happy with the idea of US imperialism. Like, it's just a wrong read of the situation, because like, this is literally all that Brian does is talk about US as in terms of like how an empire would work kind of thing. But fair enough. Rationale all the way. Farias, activate the like button. Yes, activate the like button if you're on YouTube. And yeah, follow please on Twitch if you are watching and you're new here. Subscribe for more on YouTube if you're new as well. And if you would like, come and join us on Discord. We are fuckers. I get it. All right. Stop. Interesting. This is interesting conversation, Saint Chi. Very interesting. I don't Twitch. I'm too old for that. Yeah, fair enough. That's fine. But yeah, if you're interested in Discord, like, we do chat over here and spread propaganda. Come and join us in Discord. It's where we stay alive outside of stream times. Oh, and if you are also, I'll just do this now for people. If you are able, I would really appreciate this. It helps a lot in terms of being able to get to you. This is my Patreon. Go to Patreon and become a free member. No strings attached. You don't have to pay anything. But you can become a free member, and I can get you on a proper email list. So please do that. Okay. Again, no strings attached. If you can financially support, I'll love you forever. But if you can't, at least just be on the email list. I recently went away on leave. I came back, and I don't think notifications. Like, I think there were people that were like in streams before we shut down for a month. That haven't come back yet because I don't think they've got notifications. So it'd be nice if I could get you on an email list. Think about it. There's the Patreon link back to it.
Through Ukraine, but to manage the decoupling in an orderly fashion. I've talked about how the US planned to undermine
propaganda vaccines available soon at a channel near you. We're working on it. But can you completely inoculate people from propaganda? Not in this world. We try.
Russian energy exports to Europe by making available US LNG exports to Europe. And I showed the RAND Corporation paper extending Russia. This was from 2019. And I talked about how they proposed undermining Russian energy exports to Europe by ramping up US energy exports to Europe. But they admit, under the likelihood of success, reducing European peacetime consumption of Russian gas has a medium to low likelihood of success. So how do you make that likelihood of success higher? You turn peacetime to wartime, and that is exactly what the US did. They provoked the war with Russia and Ukraine, and during wartime, they were able to convince Europe and the European people to justify sanctions on Russian energy imports and justifying the much more expensive, less plentiful, less reliable LNG exports. The US spent years preparing to export to Europe, despite it making no business sense at all, until peacetime was turned to wartime. They have done the exact same thing to Asia and others who depend on Middle Eastern energy exports. They've done the exact same thing. They've spent years building up LNG exports to these regions, making no business sense at all as long as peacetime persisted, or relative peacetime persisted in the Middle East, and as long as energy was being exported regularly from the Middle East. They've turned peacetime to wartime, which is exactly why they are not seeking a way out of this war. They are simply seeking a way to manage it in a very controlled way so that it doesn't run out of control too quickly. So the US simply doesn't want it to collapse overnight, just like they've done to Europe, and decoupling Europe from Russia is still taking place even now. So for years, they've been managing it, and this could persist for years. People should be prepared for that. Theory.
Did you hear that crazy fucking prediction? That is mental. That is mental. Good old Rancorp. Rancorp is like the ugly older brother who did the legwork, and the younger slick WEF brother swoops in. Guy sounds like Marco Rubio. Interesting. I wonder what his Spanish is like. That's an interesting prediction, what he's saying here. I wonder if he will, size up to Professor Xiang and his predictions. But he's saying this war, or this ceasefire. Let's call it a ceasefire. It's not a war, is it? They're just in ceasefire, and they're like fighting over the strait now. This situation in Iran, and with the US kind of intervention or presence, let's say, could last 4 years. It could be like this for years until the world is being systematically, surgically decoupled from Gulf energy. That's a crazy prediction. So when you go and visit your family, or you're, on the weekend, or you're at, you're at dinner or a dinner party or whatever, and people are talking about politics, and they're just like, ceasefire around the corner, everything's going to go back to normal. We're gonna see normalization. Like all the discussion at the start of this phase of the conflict was like, if the war stops tomorrow, then like it'll take the world economy 3 months to get back. We're like 3 months behind in terms of oil distribution and fertilizer distribution and like all this sort of important things for global industry supply chains. We're this far behind. We're that far behind. If the war stops tomorrow, kind of thing. There is this sense out there that like if they just stop fighting, then the world economy will go back to what it was in 2025. And like what he's saying here is like, no, that's it. This has happened. They've shut the strait down. It's going to be like this for years, and there's not going to be this return to whatever normal means. It's like people after COVID and stuff were thinking that the world economy was going to go back to what it was like pre-COVID. It never went back to whatever pre-COVID was. Like there's no, post-Iran war, there's no world where the Gulf goes back to supplying significant energy to the world's populations. That's not a thing anymore, or it won't be in the same style anyway. It'll be a very, very changed situation. And with the US apparently getting a lot more of its resources, its energy resources out onto the world market. Very interesting. One-on-one, Zhang versus Brian would be interesting. Yes, hearing them talk to each other, debate stuff. Nostradamus versus the reader of the papers. I'd bet they are holding off on action on Cuba till the PR from Iran gets real bad, then smash Cuba for a quick win and shift the zeitgeist. Yeah, they need another Venezuela, right? Normal means keeping you oppressed. Marco Rubio is Marcos's larger brother. They're crazy. Ravy. Obviously, I've missed that joke.
Theories otherwise, and I'm talking about theories where people actually think the U.S. bumbled its war with Iran because they weren't able to overthrow the Iranian government in the first day or over the weekend. This reminds me of the narrative, the pro-Ukrainian...
I heard someone say Nostradamus, and when I arrived, nothing gay was happening. Carry on. I'm disappointed. It's okay, though. Get back to it.
Inside always says about how Russia wanted to overthrow Ukraine in 3 days, and now it's been years, and they're still mired in this war. What a failure. These people now suggesting the U.S. thought it could overthrow Iran in days, had no backup plan at all, and now they're trying to find a way out of this. They sound exactly like the pro-Ukrainian.
Jostling. Fuck, we haven't heard that reference in ages. That's hilarious. They're jostling.
Camp. The U.S. would not enter into a war like this with Iran, thinking with absolute certainty they could overthrow Iran in a day or in a weekend or even in a couple of weeks. They knew it was going to take a long time. Of course, if they could, they would. Just like if Russia could overthrow Ukraine in 3 days, they would. They might even have tried, but they definitely had a backup plan, a long-term backup plan in case they didn't. And we know Russia had a backup plan because they prepared for years for a long-term attritional war with all of NATO.
I was just waiting for the right context. What was the original thing we were talking about where we kept, like, they were talking about jostling and we were laughing about it? What was it? It's not in the context of Ho Chi Minh's as well, right? Jostling. Oh, man. We've had some funny times over the months, haven't we? The so-called backup plan is currently being played out. Yeah, so they're like, and like the way he says it so matter of fact, he's like, yeah, come on. It was Bondi. Oh, right. Was that between our friend Ahmed or whatever his name was? Jostling. They were jostling. Jostling, just for context. Yeah, the so-called backup plan. And Brian makes it sound like it's so obvious. He's just like, hello, of course they knew that this was going to happen. They planned for this. Like, yeah. The smug turtle, as Fourier says. He very much says it in a smug way. You're just like, damn. Why didn't I think of that? Jostling is making me cry laugh. It was a buzzword for a week or so. Yes, it was. I can't remember. I can't believe it was in the context of Bondi. And we had Ho Chi Minh's as well. Context. It's all about context. I have to go back and watch one of the streams to get it. Honestly, I think we give it 10 years. Then we get sick of something and move on. Hopefully by then the perceived threat is minimized. Like the 10 years part makes sense with what Brian is talking about there, saying she, but I don't know about the rest of what you're saying there. 10 years, then we get sick of something and move on. Like 10 years is enough time to decouple the world largely from the Gulf and then like, you know, rearrange world politics in a sense. But then like hopefully the threat is minimized. Like what threat do you mean? Like Iran having a nuclear weapon or something? Because, like, I just don't know if that's a thing. Like, is anyone convinced by this idea that Iran was going to, I don't know. Like, let's just say they had a nuclear weapon. Was it going to use it? Like, there's lots of people with nukes out there. Like, everyone's supposed to be comfortable with America and China and Russia and France and England and Israel. Did I say them already? Having nukes. But, like, Iran is too dangerous to have them. I don't know. I mean, yeah, they were enriching, but like, and why is it okay for everyone else to have them? I can't see how this was strategy. It's like a secondary thought. But like, this is what Brian's talking about, like Heidi, saying they would have hoped to have just taken out the Ayatollah and then that just like Iran just buckled in seconds and then they could have done something else, but like they knew that wasn't going to happen. It's likely that it wasn't, and like they're more than happy to have this drag out and like cripple the world economy in the meantime and make people look for alternative energy sources, which again, like the US seems to benefit from. because people will start turning to the US to get energy, like gas and oil. That's already happening, apparently. And then they have more people that they can kind of influence with that energy as well. Nukes, yeah, but perceived. Oh, perceived threat, okay. Interesting, the idea of perceived threat. It's like being scared of ghosts, right? Is there actually any physical harm that could fall upon you? Or is it all in your mind? But what they do after development is another question, yeah. What is Dictator Min's up to lately? I need context. Yeah, Ho Chi Minh's and the context. I haven't heard much from him, to be honest. Not much at all. Ho Chi Minh's. Iran is just jostling around their enriched uranium. North Korea cannot be stopped. We understand this in America. Yeah, there's another one. Like, why aren't they invading North Korea? Eh? I'll tell you why. Because they got nukes. They just don't want other people to have nukes because then they can't interfere with them. That's what it's all about. Iran had a latent nuclear deterrent. Now they will rush to nukes like North Korea so they get left alone. So many nukes out there, apparently, by crazy countries, yet only one country has used them. Yeah, that's like the ultimate response as well. Like when you hear American commentators talking about like, oh, we need to stop them from having nukes. And the rest of the world is like, hello? Like, how do you respond to this? You are the only people that have used them. Like, technically, everyone should be scared of you having them. Is this really a pretext for war? I think so far, the only Middle Eastern nation with nukes is Pakistan. And they want to keep it that way. They shot the school. Who shot the school? I mean, fair, mad, mutually assured destruction doesn't work with the religious pogroms there. Israel has nukes, yes. Richard Medhurst thinks it was about market control. Yes, I think that they're definitely going to get some good, like the US gets benefits out of this in terms of spreading out its oil and gas, apparently. If Iran gets them, then immediately Saudi acquires. We use them. We know the capability. We took out the empire of Japan. That would make them the baddies. Are we the baddies? I can't read that word anymore, especially in this context. Imagine if we had less nuclear weapons and more research into nuclear fusion as a power supply. All right, leave it to the Chinese. They'll figure it out. Or fission, the clean one. Again, leave it to the Chinese while everyone else is fucking around and trying to control sea lanes. Some people out there are really investing in the productive forces, the means of production. Fusion is the clean one.
NATO in Ukraine. They prepared for that. And the US prepared for this. And that is exactly what they're doing right now. So these theories are based on US statements taken at face value, claims by people from the administration that the US was pressured into this war against their will by Israel even. These absurd, fantastical claims that make no sense, that are completely contrary to all documented evidence of the US preparing for this war, step by step, regardless of who was president, regardless of who controlled Congress, throughout the entire 21st century, since the Bush Jr. administration, and even before that, but let's just confine it to the 21st century for simplicity. And yes, the US would rather pretend a bumbling president caused all of this by accident than admit it's deliberately imploding Asian energy sources and thus Asia's economy and beyond, just like it has to Europe already. And you could already see the US pretending that it's some sort of impartial mediator regarding the conflict in Ukraine against Russia, when it's America's proxy war against Russia. They engineered it from top to bottom, and they are running it from top to bottom to this very day. And yet they're pretending to be an impartial mediator. They're pretending it's Europe or it's Ukraine that is obstructing a peace deal that the US desperately wants, when none of that is true. And Just like they're doing that vis-a-vis Russia, they're doing the exact same process vis-a-vis Iran. They want to pretend that they want this to go differently. They don't want this war to continue. They want peace. They want some kind of deal with Iran, when in reality they have no interest in it. They're decoupling Asia from the Middle East in terms of energy. They're deliberately harming the Asian economy, just like they've done to Europe's economy. They are going to induce greater energy dependence on the US for Asia, just like they've done to Europe. And all along, they're trying to hurt, yes, they're trying to hurt Iran. Yes, they're setting it up for eventually toppling the government. And yes, this feeds directly into a much wider strategy to target both Russia and ultimately China. And that is exactly why elections, the White House, and the US Congress all exist. It is a layer between the actual interests running US policy and the public, to serve as scapegoats and excuses easily disposed of every 4 to 8 years. Who are those interests that really run US foreign and domestic policy? They're the same people who fund the think tanks, pushing out papers like this. Rand Corporation extending Russia from 2019. Big oil, the arms manufacturing industry.
Okay, so this is where he gets kind of Marxian in his analysis of things. He doesn't just throw it out there that like the American state, like imperial America is just the American state that wants to be an empire and just pushes its interests on the world, which is like kind of how people think of empires throughout history, like the Roman Empire or something like that. They kind of think of like this state machinery that like kind of just rolls over and wants to expand and reproduce its own existence. But like what he's saying is going beyond that, and I think it's really important. Like he's saying, yes, the American state and the American deep state is like the policy vehicle and the machine that enables the US to go out there and interfere in Iran and the global economy, and also by extension work in the Ukraine to basically have a proxy war with Russia. But like it's not just the American state and the American empire doing its own thing for the sake of it. It's being funded, supported, these ideas and its control is being supported by American corporations and vested interests who write policy documents, write papers through think tanks. They fund these things because it's in their interest ultimately to be the corporations that kind of run the world. Or have access and control over the world's markets. I don't say run the world because that sounds conspiratorial. But like in order for them to control and have the benefit of having, being the most important organizations on the world stage and having access to the global market, they write these policies, they write these think tank papers that then dictate what the American machinery is supposed to be doing. And what he's saying, despite of any of the politics is a show to make people think that there may be some hope for change in between the policy that is being written by large corporate interests. He's listed the oil, the fossil fuels industry, the military industrial complex, etc., etc. They fund the think tanks that write the policy, and they have aspirations to making sure that Russia doesn't rise and become an important player, because then they can't access the Russian market indefinitely, or Russia might interfere with them completely having control over the European market. And they want to control China because they want to have full access and control over the Asian market and the Asian region and the Middle East or West Asia as well. And if they don't ensure that these countries like Russia and China are held back and distracted by, forever wars and like protecting themselves against aggression and containment, if they're not occupied doing those sort of things, then they will be kind of able to dictate trade and global finance and the world economy on their terms. And the American bourgeoisie, again, they don't want that happening. And so like this is very Marxian kind of stuff, but this is like applied Marxist understanding. And this is why I like Brian's work, because what he's doing is taking like Marxian theory on how capitalism works, whereas like the bourgeoisie, you know, they own the means of production, like kind of thing, and they control the world's economy. But like, how do they stay on top? And like from the perspective of the American corporation, the American billionaires club, soon to be a trillionaires club, so we're led to believe, how did they maintain their dominance? Because the bourgeoisie isn't just this united front, like all of the world's richest people all hold hands and sing Under the Rainbow together. No, you have, at this point in time, you have a westernized bourgeoisie, would seem, which is completely basically the American interests or American-centered interests, probably through Wall Street. I would argue that that's shifting, and there is a change between Wall Street and Silicon Valley, but let's just say predominantly through Wall Street. These interests are kind of in control of a large section, if not most, of the world's economy, and they want to stay on top. And there's a rising Chinese bourgeoisie. There is definitely a Russian bourgeoisie. Like, people are very critical of how like Putin and his cronies like kind of run Russia, and they talk about like how it's all bad when Russia does it. Like, if kind of America does it and the Western bourgeoisie does it, yeah, it's just normal. We can all live with that. But like, I like how he brings it back here, and he says, okay, these are the policy decisions that keep America in power, and keeps the American empire going. But like, what's behind the mechanizations of the American empire? Why is it making these decisions to shut down or cause chaos in the Gulf and like draw Iran into a conflict of this nature? And like, it's all large scale macro geopolitical interests about like drawing out any threats to America's kind of corporate class. And like, they're willing to use the American state and the American people as cannon fodder and for their own interests to make sure they maintain their supremacy as a rich ruling elite. And that is very Marxian. Like, you don't think of the state as its own entity. In capitalism, the government is not the big bad thing that just turns over to reproduce its own existence and become bigger and bigger. The only reason the government or the state exists is to help. It's called the capitalist state, and it reproduces the interests and continues the interests of those who have control over it. It's think tanks, and those think tanks are funded by billionaires and like huge multinational corporations. This is applied Marxism, like a Marxist understanding of capitalism. And like, he just explains it from kind of like a broad geopolitical and strategic level. He looks at the details of it and what's happening, as opposed to just theorizing about it happening, which is what Marx did. He more theorized it. Lenin put it into practice. He wrote a book called Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, and he talked about imperialism being not imperialism by like, you know, an empire like the Roman Empire or the British Empire or something like that. There are corporations now that are so large, they're transnational, and they have international interests. And because they have international interests, they want to control the world, and they want to set up empires like countries do, or cultures used to do. But like, now it's just a corporate interest that wants to set up an empire, so it continues its control of the economy. And now the world is an economy. It's a global economy. They have interest in global domination. And so the American state, like, you have to feel for the American people, and like actual American like bureaucrats and technocrats inside the American empire's machinery. Like, they're just being played by a bunch of fucking ultra wealthy people who can fund people to write policy papers and write legislation for them. Like, the American people are completely getting fucked over, just like the rest of us are in this world. But like, the American people and the American bureaucrats and technocrats get fucked over just as much as everyone else. And it's all at the behest of some corporations that want to just continue controlling their world's economy for their own interests. and monopolize use of violence. Yes, that's what the capitalist state does. Yes, 100%. Oh my God, Puerto Rican Ashley. Is this the first person who's ever talked on Kick that wasn't about to sell us something? We're about to find out. We're about to find out. Hi, Hottie. What's up? You tell me. Not much. Talking about American imperialism. Let us know what your thoughts are. I missed a bit in the chat there. Hey, capitalism asshat. Your pick is an American general. Oh, there's a battle going on in the chat. I'm pro pushing Asia away from the Middle East. They should buy their resources from us. We tax them. Yeah, but they're not going to. They'll only do that if it supports our imperial overlords' dilemmas. When it came to Trump's State of the Nation address in Congress, wasn't it an interesting fact that the Democrats only stood up and clapped when Iran was mentioned? Interesting, isn't it? Continuity of agenda. No fighting in the war room. Oh my God. China. Third world country calling anyone else retarded is hilarious. Sanjay, fun fact, Americans are called seppos in Australia, short for septic tank, yank, full of shit. As Americans, we wanted nothing to do with anyone. We all left our mother country to get away from the bullshit. We feel that bullshit is now coming back for us, and we won't let it. Oh, Sarsaparilla Jane's in the house. How you going? My Twitch still won't give me a chat box, so I'm back on YouTube. What's going on there? Well, welcome to the YouTube world. Hope you're well. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Hey, come on, at least be creative with the insults if you're firing them back and forth. Lenin, Stalin, Marx, Trotsky. Just sounds like dirty commies to me. Yeah, fair enough. I'm so bored tonight. Can you help me? Where are you from? I'm from Australia. Where are you from? Puerto Rican Ashley? Let me guess. Ukraine got slammed too? Yes. I'm in New York. Okay. Interesting. Oh my God, I think it's the first time we've had someone from Kick who actually is not trying to sell us something. I'm just waiting for it. All right. Back to Brian's talk. I've said enough. Like, this is why I appreciate this guy. He analyzes his own geopolitics and stuff and tells us why, big bad American empire is just going to do what American empire is going to do. But he's like, it comes from somewhere. It comes from policy papers, and those policy papers are written by people who are aligned with American corporate interests, largely. And like, there are even wars within those separate corporate interests, like the fossil fuel industry and the military-industrial complex will team up to fight against Wall Street and Silicon Valley sometimes, or something like that. But like, largely, they write the policies, and their shared interest is America, using the American machinery, the state, the empire, whatever you want to call it, and the American people, obviously, as cannon fodder, to serve their interests and their stake in the global economy. Capitalism is global. This idea that like each state has their own, like each nation can do capitalism by itself, it's rubbish. And that's why, like, largely you have to feel sorry for people that are all like anti-immigration kind of people, and they think that settling migration is something that how going to fix their economy. Because like, the world is globally capitalist now, and like, you need the world economy to work. So if you go insular and try and cut yourself off from the world economy, and like, you use protectionist policies and all this sort of stuff, it's just not going to work. You will suffer. And there's nothing you can do about it. It's just that we live in a globalized system now, and like small fixes like that won't do much to help you in the long term. But like, sometimes you have to find out the hard way, I guess. Honestly, it would make sense why Avalava listened to his stuff. Yes. Plug for the new perk. Are you a surfer? No, not for years. And I never surfed either. I have to qualify that. I was a bodyboarder. Shark biscuits, we call them. in Australia. Definitely not surfing. I wasn't that pretentious. Surfers are wankers, if you ask me. Plug. Yes, I will plug. If you're new here, follow for more. And if you're on YouTube, subscribe and activate the like button. If you want to join us on Discord, come and join us. Here's the invitation. This is where we share our propaganda. Bring it on. Bring it on. All right. Shall we?
Big tech, big ag, big pharma, the largest industries in the United States and in many ways on Earth. Slowly being displaced by the rise of multipolarism, but that's what all of this is meant to do. It's meant to
be honest, it is a attractive proposition as a business owner to have the resources of the US military as my enforcement, as well as passing on the bill to the taxpayer. Yes. Yeah, get them to go out and ensure that the market conditions are perfect for me to go and profit off the world system. Yeah, get them to do it. Why the not? And get them to help squash any potential rivals that might come up from other countries who are advancing. I think it's no coincidence that a large part of American policy, since its rise to supreme power after World War II, has just been about like kind of keeping other people from developing. Maldevelopment has been their policy, their foreign policy, especially in like, you know, South America, for instance, the Middle East, like destabilizing regions so they don't rise, and then they can continue to just go around and extract resources out of people, like resources, like, you know, resources that you get from the ground, but also resources in terms of like access to labor markets and consumer markets too. Oh yeah, I'll add it. All right, welcome. What do you do for fun? I don't know. I don't know if fun is in my vocabulary. It's probably not the same type of fun that you would suggest. But like pretty much this. I stream, set up for streams, and I do a lot of research. So it depends what you mean by fun, I guess. Interesting questions. I have a question for you, actually. It's my turn to ask the questions. Puerto Rican Ashley. Your wifey must love you. Oh, she got damn better. I've got a question for you. How do you feel about man buns? We will actually learn a lot about your political leanings depending on how you answer this question. That sounds pretty fun in my opinion. Outside of just family time. So like I have family time and I have this. And that's pretty much all I do, actually. Geopolitical Marxian analysis, yeah. It's all fake. What, the man bun? Or like, I just want to know what your opinions on man buns are, though. Fun. We only like uncultured fun here. Yes. Yes. If you describe fun as being down with pop culture references, game culture, any of that sort of stuff, you're in the wrong place. Do you play any video games ever? Oh, wait, last year I used to play Rome Total War on streams, but I haven't played video games in fucking, gotta say a decade, I reckon. Mystery is our stay-at-home dad. Yes. They're kind of gay. Ha ha ha. And that is that bad. Is that bad to say? No, but like it just shows your political leaning. We find there's a theory on here. A lot of people come in here and they're just like, but you got a man bun, you suck. And they're usually like right-wing people. And then other people that are like, yeah, I don't mind the man bun. They're usually like left-wing people. So like it's a barometer, actually. We find out there when people come in, they're like abusive and they're just like, he's got a man bun, get him. It just shows what political leanings they have. It's pretty funny, actually. I want to see your hair down. No. You'll have to come back to another stream. If you come back, I'll put my hair down for you. I like the man bun, The man bun barometer. It is. It is true though, right? Like there's like right-wing people will come into the stream and they just be like, fuck you, man bun. Like, calm down, bro. I want to see how long it is. All right, we're gonna have to stick around. Hey, stick around. I'll whip it out. One day this week, I'll have my hair out, and you'll have to find out. All right, I've streamed 5 days. One of these days, I'll have my hair out, and you can see it. I usually get, oh, who's this hippie when I have my hair out? Give us Baywatch slow-mo and let the follicles free. I'm just gonna whip it out and show you how long it is. Oh my god. It's not that type of stream. My god. Alright. We are way off topic here. Way off topic. How old are you? I'm 36. The right wing being so consumed in culture wars is hilarious. Who would have thought these so-called manly men are criticizing a haircut? But like, it's true though, don't you reckon? Like people come in and they're just like, fuck you, man, but and I'm just like, whoa, 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 whoa. You don't even know my politics. Calm down. Don't assume. He believes the man bun gives him sexual powers. That's a reference to something, isn't it? I'm sure it is. I think I've heard that before. They have a point, man bun. Yeah, all right, whatever. Whatever. Don't you profile me, asshole. All right. Anyway, shall we get back? Simpsons? Yeah, Homer with the shower curtain. Yes, okay, thank you. Do you have sexual powers? None more than the next working class man, let me tell you that. Working class people have the most sexual powers, if you're wondering. If you're interested, find yourself a working class person and you'll have the time of your life. I too had a man bun. I also bleached my tips in the 2000s before it was cool. My man, damn, of course we are the same age. I'm 35. There it is. There it is. And I'm not retired yet though, St. Cheese. I'm working up to that. Female equivalent of spectrum piercing. Septum piercing. Is that the one in the nose thing that we saw from that that hilarious piece with the Lord of the Rings thing? That was hilarious. I'm interested in your best power. My best sexual power? I don't know. Not tying weights to my dick and being able to use it when I'm 20 years old. That's my best sexual power. I learned of a man in there who's like 20 called clavicular, who can't use his dick. And I thought that was horrible for such a young person not being able to use their penis. So my power is being able to use my penis. It's a good power. That was such a sad answer until the save at the end. LOL. It's crazy how you can end up hating or moving towards what you are most like. Yes. I'm doing fire and then probably need a part-time job eventually. Okay. Oh yeah, I bet it's so big. What? My hair length. Dun, dun, dun. You'll find out. You'll find out. All right, we are way off topic. Let's do this.
Target the pillars of multipolarism, Russia, Iran, and especially China. Target them, isolate them, contain them, topple them, so that the corporate financier monopolies that are running US foreign policy and have dominated the planet for decades, so they can persist in their primacy over the globe unchallenged.
Oh, that hair turns into a nest if it's not in a bun. Fun fact. Yes. Yes. All right. Now, this is where it gets interesting. he starts speaking about Australia. I've never heard him speak about Australia before. But for all the Aussies that are watching this and like have an issue with AUKUS, let's watch an American or an expat American break down how fucking AUKUS is such a shit go for Australia. I thought this was fascinating because we all like are upset about AUKUS all the time. So like, let's hear him talk about it. Well, this is the one.
Simpson scandal update. Homer sleeps nude in an oxygen tent, which he believes gives him sexual powers.
Hey, that's a half-truth.
Thank you very much. I remember now. If you're a man bun, you get free eggs in the nest every morning. I think it might be the one of two issues everyone agrees with. Fucking AUKUS sucks. But like the hearing his perspective on AUKUS, it's just like Australia is just a fucking vassal state. And AUKUS is a big problem for Australia. But like, it goes into crazy detail that I haven't heard anyone go into before. Bring it on, bro. Let's listen to it. Watch this, Australians. Strap yourselves in.
So they can persist in their primacy over the globe unchallenged. A friend of the channel sends me a lot. They dig through these think tank events and the House and the Senate hearings, and they send me clips, which is greatly appreciated.
Pen Tester K51. This should be interesting. Fucking, if you are Australian, strap yourself in. I'm telling you. I haven't heard this perspective ever. If you're new here, let us know. Pen Tester.
Because it saves me the time of having to watch the whole thing. And this is Senator Tim Kaine, and he's bragging about continuity of agenda in Australia and lying to the Australian people. And I'm going to play this clip, and then I will read my breakdown of this clip.
One of the interesting issues in Australia is the political class, you know, the majority and the opposition in Parliament, all are very, very committed to AUKUS. They describe it to their citizenry as this will be good for a jobs program. They don't really describe it as, and we need to do this for our own defense. And that kind of became obvious over the course of my 7-day visit, that there was a little bit of a difference in why it was supported so strongly among political leadership, military leadership, and the way the public was perceiving it. And I asked the question about that, and it became clear to me that Australia strongly supports this because they believe it's necessary for their own defense. But they describe it more as a jobs program because they would prefer not to scare people. You know, I think they see a vulnerability to Chinese aggression in the region that concerns them, but they don't necessarily want to talk about that and get people unnecessarily concerned about Chinese aggression. Now, if you think about it, it makes some sense. They're a lot closer to China geographically than we are here. Their economies, our economy is pretty interlinked with the Chinese economy, but the Australian and Chinese economy, deeply, deeply interlinked. And so, it's not only about maybe not scaring people, but making statements that are perceived by China as unnecessarily aggressive or provocative. They have to walk a tougher line on that than we probably do here.
So, did you hear that? Did you hear that? That's fucking mental, yeah? Having someone from the outside analyze it like that, Sarsaparilla Jane, rubbish. But like, listen to what this guy is saying. Like, ultimately, he's just like, look, the Australian political class, the political establishment, is like completely cucked on the US and its foreign policy. Like, they say jump, we say how high. And so like, they don't even bring it up as a conversation about like China, like the evil China threat, because like they could just make AUKUS about China. They really could. And like, the media generally does that, but the political class doesn't do that. They don't bring up AUKUS in the context of like, oh, we need to do this because China is coming. And they can't do it because like, they can't talk badly about China too much, because then China gets all upset and then we have like economic problems with China. And so like, the way that they constantly talk and frame the conversation, our politicians in Australia, and he's not wrong, is it just like, you know, AUKUS is going to deliver fucking 10,000 jobs over the next like couple of decades or something like that. They just make it about jobs, and then everyone's just like, yeah, we need jobs, the economy, jobs. Like they're constantly doing that, and it's like it's very jarring to hear some American commentator like bring it up, like he's basically just explaining how our political class is able just to do whatever the fuck it needs to do as a vassal state for the US, and like just like convincingly brush off the Australian population. I'm not saying we all buy it, but like that's how we're getting played by our political class. They just fucking tell us that, like, they just say jobs, it's good for jobs, and we're all like, yeah, well, I guess they're not wrong. We do like jobs. Jobs are good for the economy. Hey, wait, Tim Kaine sucks. This guy's a failed VP candidate. Yeah, fair enough. He might actually suck. But like, goddamn, he's just analyzing things from the empire and how we're roped in as a little vassal state. And it's just jarring to hear it. Yeah, big, scary China again. But our politicians don't even go there. And he's not wrong. Like, our media is all over like a rash. Oh, we need AUKUS because China's coming to get us. But like the pollies are kind of like remember hearing them talk about it in SA because they're setting up the submarine, what are they, like production facilities and yards and stuff like that. Like they're just talking about jobs. It's good for the economy. It's going to be good for the economy. Don't worry about it, everyone. It's going to be good for the economy. Good for the economy. They hardly ever speak about the strategic importance of AUKUS. And it's actually fascinating to hear somebody else analyze it like that. Yeah, he's saying both sides of politics are for it too. And he's not wrong. Like, has anyone from, you know, our political mate, our uni party said that fuck AUKUS? No one said it. They just all lie. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. It's true, the pollies do talk up the jobs and people do seem to fall for that shit. Yeah, it just becomes a discussion about, well, you don't hate the economy, do you? You don't hate working class people and making sure people have jobs. You don't hate jobs, do you? And you're just like, well, okay. And then that just normalizes the conversation on AUKUS. It's fucking incredible. To me, it seems more like a payment to the mafia over protection from China. Yeah, I know. Yeah, like pay us the hundreds of billions of dollars or whatever it is, and we will protect you from China. And if you don't do it, we'll break your legs. The way I see it, America owes us $400 billion. If I was PM, I wouldn't get rid of AUKUS, even though it's stupid. I'd use it as leverage for America to never ask for anything again until we get our subs. Not happening. That's not how the vassal system works, though. I know what you're saying. I just don't think we don't have the testicular fortitude to do that. No fucking way. If you're new here, make sure you subscribe for more. And if you are on Twitch, follow for more. And whatever you do on Kick, I can't remember. I guess it's like following or something. And if you are on YouTube and you haven't already, hit the like button. You should be happy about AUKUS. Tell us why. Do you actually follow that up somewhere? No one is going to fuck with you because of AUKUS. But we don't even get the subs. We don't even get them. We just pay for them and they're not assured at all. China sanctions on your beef or red wine or some shit. Yes, they do. And Trump hits us up with tariffs too. No one was excluded from that. What's your point? Jobs, you mean trade less than what you are worth to make somebody else rich? Yes, those words, yes. My kids watch this podcast called Whatever. It's 6 hours of, I don't really know how to describe it, crap. The women they have on are interesting to say the least. 10 minutes of my life, I regret. Fair enough. I mean, it's a good deal, except the Brits building the subs. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Oh, you think it's a good deal? Oh, this is interesting. I thought everyone was pretty across this one. Yeah, what defense against China? That's crazy. It's a little bit crazy. The framing is already there. It's not like a large island nation with heaps of experience would be better or anything. Would be it better or anything? I think it's because they can't really justify the strategic defense side of it. Nuclear subs operated by the US seamen is not all that helpful to us, especially if we don't actually get them. Like we don't actually like this. That's in the deal that we don't actually get them if the US needs them for any reason. Panini sleeps in the sheets he believes gives him sexual powers. In a sheet, sorry. Very interesting. China sanctions. No, I've read that before. I hear plenty of rank and file within the ALP hate it, but caucus play it all hush hush. Yeah, because that's what happens when you're a vassal. What else are you going to do? No balls. We don't have any sanctions from China. Oh man, what? Jobs are what every corporation jumps to when pointing out why they should function. Yes. I remember hearing the gas stuff as well with the gas tax that they were proposing, and they're just like, we create 200,000 jobs. You're like, where did you get that number from? And who's going to fuck with us? China needs our ore, etc. Yes. Pretty standard point. What defense force are we using to pilot them? No French diesel subs were not existent. The submarines we ordered aren't even suitable for Australian waters. Multiple exclamation marks on that one. Go on watch some whatever podcast, LOL. I don't know if I can do that to myself, dilemmas. I'm not getting a good vibe from Bansol Bandit over here. We are giving you nuclear subs in the meantime. Yeah, but again, do we have any control? Mystery would love the whatever podcast. Punani crying. Whoopsie. Watch Come Town podcast. I don't know. It's not attracting me, that title, I must be honest. Big nuclear subs are not terribly useful for Australian security. The Collins class subs are more suited to our needs. Isn't that just how all our defense works anyway? We can't defend ourselves. We need America whatever way you cut it. Who cares if they pilot the subs? LOL. Yeah, I know. But again, we're just openly admitting vassal status, though. We're fully comfortable with just being completely vassalized by the US then. It's not just like, oh yeah, we just allow them to set up bases here. We have no sovereignty. So as long as we're all comfortable with the idea, like when we always talk about sovereignty and stuff like that, we have zero sovereignty. And that's why our political class, as he's saying, is just like, look, they don't even talk about China. They don't even talk about China. Like, what's the reason why we entered into AUKUS is because we need to defend ourselves against China. And they don't even go there. They just say, look, it's going to create lots of jobs. So shut up, plebs. You don't hate jobs, do you? If it was about protection, they'd be funding it, but it's not. It's about sucking Australia dry. That's why Albo signed off on that crazy minerals deal. It's our way of saying we don't know. Saying we know we are under your control. Please don't invade us. Yes. Or please don't topple us. Topple my government. Take our minerals. We don't care. We've listened to clips of Come Town before. Oh, okay. Are those is it the one that there was a TV playing and you can hear these guys just mucking around, voice, dubbing over the top of people speaking? More ghost sharks and ghost bats, Australians designed and built. Our relationship with America is entirely at gunpoint. We kind of have to pick a side, but it makes it sound like we have a choice. I don't think we have a choice. We have bases here. There's no picking a side. It's already been picked for us. Paul Keating does not like the subs. Yes. Yeah, I've heard him talk about it. It's pretty funny, actually. He is being a little punani. Actually, you should listen to Chapo Trap House. Come Town is Adam Friedland, Nick Mullen, and Stavey Baby. I linked a vid about how we build the ghost bats and how they work. We only need to defend ourselves from China because we are friends with the aggressor. China would not war with us if it weren't for the US. Yes. So going back to we have to pick a side. Do we have to pick a side? Do we? Is Australia under imminent threat from China? Is that really on the cards here? It's like a mother. Get off our tit. Fair enough. I'm advocating for that. Yeah, making fun of Uncle Tuck Tuck. Yes, that's right. Yes, I remember now. Uncle Tuck Tuck. Yes. Yeah. Oh my God. That was pretty funny. Thank you. Thanks for reminding. Hey, we pay for that tit milk? Yes. Plus, we haven't grown up yet. Our pop is only 30 millish. Yes. And it's going to be stuck there because we're going to cut off all migration. I smell Aussie sovereignty. It's the only way in foreign lobbies. No, we'd have to actually get rid of anyone who has bases and military stake in our land as well. It's not just foreign lobbies. The minerals deal was interesting. Straight after they put the squeeze on Ukraine, like it was a shakedown or something. Yeah, ask Whitlam what he thinks of the CIA these days. Yeah. All right, back to it. I want to finish this.
CSIS, and I'm going to explain. CSIS is run by these same interests: the arms industry, big oil, pharma, big ag, big tech. Not senators or presidents or foreign lobbying interests. Is these large corporations. Some of these industries have more revenue coming in than the entire GDP of, say, the entire country of Israel, for people who think Israel somehow controls the United States. Just one of these industries has more revenue coming in than the entire GDP of Israel. Just so you know, they definitely control the U.S., and they've controlled the U.S. for generations. So CSIS interviewed U.S. Senator Tim Kaine, who talked about ongoing efforts to turn Australia into a Ukraine-style proxy versus China via AUKUS, this anti-China alliance the U.S. created, including the U.S., obviously, Australia, and the United Kingdom. And they're doing it in the Asia-Pacific region, despite 2 out of 3 of these, actually all 3 of these countries are not even located in the Asia-Pacific region. They're all located in different hemispheres of the planet. Senator Kaine bragged about how the entire Australian political class, majority and opposition, he couldn't even be bothered naming them because it's really that irrelevant, does not matter, help advance U.S. interests through AUKUS by lying to the Australian people. It will create jobs. Not about Chinese threats, which are simply made up or provoked by AUKUS itself, because they'll say, look at these Chinese warplanes intercepting Australian helicopters. And then when you look at a map, it's right off of China's coast, thousands and thousands of miles away from wherever Australia is actually located on a map. It's literally
it's so good. Wherever the fuck Australia is located on the map. Like, look at it. It's like 6,700 kilometers away from where the Chinese are intercepting Australian helicopters. So good. Wherever the fuck Australia is, it's a long way, all right? It's nowhere near that.
They're in the northern hemisphere rather than the southern hemisphere where Australia is actually located. So that's Australia, as part of AUKUS, provoking China and then telling the Australian people, oh, look at this threat China poses to Australia by intercepting our helicopters, flying so close to China that they couldn't even have been operating out of Australia. As the senator admits, Australia's economy is heavily dependent on China and infers conflict will destroy Australia, just like the U.S. proxy war is destroying Ukraine, because Ukraine was heavily dependent on Russia before the war started. And the U.S., even to this day, has not offered any sort of alternative for the Ukrainian economy. It just simply removed all of its cooperation with Russia and turned it into a battering ram against Russia. And they are disposing of Ukraine, and that's what they plan to do with Australia.
Just think about what he's talking about here. Like, Ukraine, up until not so long ago, like, had deals with Russia, had relations with Russia. Okay, maybe tenuous, you know, maybe there's a little bit of drama going on there, but, like, you know, they were existing and their economy was chugging along swimmingly. Like, fast forward, they've been cut off from Russia, and, like, there is no economic prospects for the Ukraine moving forward. Like, Australia, right now, he's discussing the possibility of us being Ukraine, Asia Pacific. Okay, we enter into AUKUS, we continually piss off China at the behest of the Americans because we're a vassal. But, like, America has no real interest in Australia's economy in terms of, like, making sure that we're set up as a battering ram against China, and we're all going to be doing really well because we're going to couple with the American economy entirely. Our biggest trading partner is China, and if we piss them off and get cut off from them because we're continually belligerent through AUKUS, then like we just completely suffer as a result of that. Like we just all become like completely miserable and destroyed economically. But as long as we've got AUKUS, right? As long as we've got some subs and we can say fuck you to the Chinese, like that's great. Like those are the prospects that we have. We might not have like the war that the Ukraine has on our soil, but like our economy will be completely trashed because of our submission or our position as a vassal state. Like that's some bleak outlook that he's talking about here. The US provide an alternative for the Ukrainian economy. Like how though? Like compared to the locality of their relationship with, the proximity of the relationship before, and like how they were being used nicely, nestled in between West and Eastern Europe. They were set up nicely before that. Censored. Boo. So Dilemmas was right? Australia needs more guns? It's crazy when you figure out that Dilemmas has been right the whole time, right? And he's like, my God. My God. Why didn't we listen? I'm pretty sure a BlackRock representative has publicly said that they will not refinance the rebuilding of Ukraine. I have a deep fear that all these large nations are going to war in other countries to divide them up for each other, like what happens after every war. I think we all remember what happened to Germany. Yep. I told you so. We should have listened. We should have listened. Russia tried to impose restrictions on NATO bases within Ukraine. They didn't like it when Ukraine told them to off. Then you find out Dilemmas is Pauline and your worlds have collided. Oh, wait, where's the meme? Where's the meme? Traditional. It's one of the classic memes of this stream. Dilemmas. Is that you, Dilemmas? It's Pauline looking fine on that car. All right, back to it.
He's admitting without openly saying it that there is no threat to Australia from China, that Australia and China are working closely together, and it is beneficial to both nations. And AUKUS and the US use of Australia as a proxy against China is the only actual threat Australians face. When you really think about it, that's what he's actually saying. He's also admitting that no matter who Australians vote for, they will get liars who will work for Washington's interests instead of Australia's. And this confrontation will continue regardless. Does not matter who Australians vote for, what the Australian politicians...
I prefer the Daniel Radcliffe one with Dilemmas with the guns bolted on his hands. This is some classic stream memes we've got.
Majority or opposition, doesn't even matter what they're calling themselves, does not matter what they promise you during election time, because once they wiggle their way into office, they will just do what Washington tells them. This is exactly what's going on in Europe, and it is exactly what's going to happen in Australia. And if there is an opposition party anywhere in Europe you have hopes for, say AfD in Germany, I have bad news for you.
Yes, there it is. Classic meme. So good. That's right. We're talking. You ever see, what is it? Pauline and Dilemmas in the same room? I think not. So good. Yeah, I forgot about this one. Oh man, that's so good. It was me the whole time. Oh man, under the burqa, it was Dilemmas. All right, if you're wondering what we're talking about here, just on a side note, we have a Discord and we use it for educational purposes, as you can see. Absolute educational purposes. So if you would like in on Discord, here's an invitation for you. Come and drop your propaganda here. Oh my God. Thank you very much for sharing. Such a bad 2 days. Thank you for making me laugh. No, they're good memes. Thank you, Dilemmas. Taking it like a champion, as always. All right. Anyways, lunchtime. Enjoy your lunch. All right, back to it. We're almost done with Brian. I think this is fascinating, though, having somebody else tell us, like the Americans tell us, why AUKUS is pretty much like a shit go without saying it, but then telling us how our political class treats us like dumb shits. They're just like, they won't talk about China because they don't want to upset China. They understand how delicate the balance is. They don't want to upset China. But like when they talk about jobs, we're all just like, oh yeah, but we need jobs, right? There's a cost of living crisis. The economy's not going well. Look at the world right now. I guess jobs are a good thing. All right, fine. We'll pay $400 billion and we'll get like 10,000 jobs. That works out, right? That makes sense. We couldn't create more jobs at home with $400 billion. No, surely not. Surely not. We let's go with AUKUS. It's good for jobs. It's good for jobs. It's great.
It is the exact same game being played there as well. And I remember people telling me about how Giorgia Meloni in Italy, how she was going to transform Italian politics and turn everything around and serve as an obstruction for the US proxy war against Russia and Ukraine. And she did nothing of the sort. As soon as she got in, she demonstrated to the world that she was just MAGA with spaghetti and meatballs. And AfD is simply going to be MAGA with a side of sauerkraut. That's all it is. It is this exact same game the US plays with its political system. You have President Donald Trump promise you everything you want to hear during campaign season, and as soon as he gets into office, not only does he break all of those promises, he accelerates continuity of agenda in ways people couldn't even imagine. And here we are. And it's going to continue, and it's the same game being played absolutely everywhere. Washington reigns supreme, which includes all of Europe and Australia. Finally, all of this is going on, and this is the real takeaway here, and this is what connects it to what's going on in Iran. All of this is going on, the US continuing to pursue war with China, even as many people imagine the US is looking for ways out of the prerequisite wars it is waging against both Russia and Iran. And then there's even people who think the US wants a bargain with China itself. While this is all going on, while this continuity of agenda takes place, where the US is still
I don't think so. Well, that's not part of the deal.
Through AUKUS.
Well, you can't build nuclear subs. No, that's not part of the deal. UK is going to design them. I'm pretty sure. Design them. And then we're setting up facilities to maybe just do maintenance work on them or finish them off or something like that. But like, I think it's designed and built by the UK largely. And then like we take over from there. You need help with it? Yes, that is the deal. That is the deal.
Yes, to be a Ukraine-style battering ram against China. And they're doing the same thing to the Philippines, and they're doing the same thing to Japan and South Korea. I think being optimistic or pessimistic is counterproductive. We need to just be realistic. Be realistic. Look at what is actually happening, figure out why it's actually happening, and try to separate the theater from the continuity of agenda we should at this point understand is unfolding, and how continuity of agenda uses political theater to distract the public, to divide the public, and advance its agenda, often unseen, misunderstood, year after year.
Search assistant answer. BAE Systems will build the SSN AUKUS submarines in the United Kingdom, while ASC will partner with BAE Systems to construct them in Australia. There you go.
After decade. If you thought this video was useful, please like and share. Under every video is a video description. Here's the
like
word.
And share. Like, look, go and check this guy out if you found any of this interesting. If you don't know him already, the new Atlas, I do like his work. Like I said, I think he willingly or knowingly or unknowingly, I'm not sure, but he has like a Marxian kind of understanding of things. Like he's not just saying, oh, it's the evil American empire that wants to be an evil American empire. No, it's not that. It's not that at all. There are people on top or controlling the American empire. The American empire is the face. So everyone can point at something and be like, oh, boo, America, you know, well, you know, they're the cause of everyone's problems. And no one looks for the real root or looks at the root cause. And the root cause is a bunch of American corporate interests that are like, you know, almost infinite in their power from out the understanding of us lowly plebs and their influence. Like they've constructed the system to replicate their interests, and like they wield the American state, the capitalist state, to do their bidding and to make sure that their interests are protected. And their interests are largely global control over the global economy. And if Russia and China poses a threat, to them, then like they're going to use the American state and the American population to bring them down directly, indirectly, proxy war, all-out war, whatever it is. But like he points that out and he goes and like, this is the paper that informed this decision. That this paper was for like 10 years old and they're actually doing it right now. And like if you look at what like Biden did and like what Trump 2.0 are doing, like they didn't change anything. Like Trump put sanctions on China, and then Biden doesn't get rid of them. He actually doubles down on them, like, you know, in terms of restricting technology and stuff like that to China. Like there is actual continuity of agenda that happens between administrations, and like everything else on top of that is a bit of show for the plebs. And like that is a very Marxian kind of understanding of how politics works. The bourgeois political system suits the interests of the bourgeois. It's not for us plebs, even if we have universal enfranchisement now. And so like you have to think that the whole game of politics really that we see, not the people that are, you know, influencing, the lobbyists, the groups that can have powerful interests that control the politicians largely, get them elected through whatever systems they have. Like, you know, it really is just show for us. So we think that everything's okay, or there might be some hope. They give us a glimmer of hope that things might change, but like everything pretty much stays the way it is. Like, you know, like classic example is Trump himself, the no more wars president. And what has he done? But like drag America into conflicts pretty audaciously, unlike the other ones. The other ones, like they appeared to try to have justifications. Like Trump doesn't really care about that. And that's why I think he's perfect for this day and age, because of his audacity. It suits their interests lovely. And like he pointed out, you can just blame Trump. You're like, oh yeah, Trump's just crazy. That's why we're in Iran. And it's like, is it? I don't know about that. I don't know, man. I don't know about that. Open tester. Pen tester. Thanks for showing that vid. I liked that. Go and check out Brian. I love Brian. Bit of Brian. Like it's very interesting kind of how he puts things together. People critique him and say he's too macro, but I think he's too macro because of that reason. Like he's looking at the whole picture, the totality. So I'm glad you liked it. I enjoy his stuff too. From the ASC website. ASC is Australia's submarine company. We build Australia's Collins-class submarines, sustain the Collins-class fleet, and we have been selected by the Australian government to sustain and jointly build conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines in Australia. KK, it's almost like we are propping up falling empires and helping them to build a stronger war infrastructure whilst we pay billions to get to maintain our own purchases. The joys of being a vassal, eh? What a deal. Fantastic. Build those subs. Counter China. Why do you care about China so much, Saint Shi? You did business in China. I don't get it. Why are you scared of China for? I thought you would understand the importance of China in the world economy. We put them together. UK made, Oz assembled. Like an IKEA kit? Yes, that's what we do. That's pretty much it, isn't it? Lame. And we're just convinced because like no one wants to say, no, fuck the jobs. Everyone's like, yeah, okay, fine. Jobs are a good idea, fine. Let's not critique it because it's going to give Australians jobs, fine. China is Australia's biggest trade partner. Why would we want war with them? I don't know. I struggle with this one as well. Like the propaganda is so strong in this country about to be fearful of China kind of thing. Iran has been talking shit and saying death to America for decades. Okay, but okay. Maybe you're going to follow that up with something. And we'll find out soon. Just after this. All right. We're going to have a break. Don't go anywhere. Tip your waitresses. Activate the like button as well if you're on YouTube and you haven't already. Yes. Don't be anywhere. We'll be right back with some more after this.
When they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. Why?
All right. We back. Let's have a look here. Should we? Yeah, I think so. Let's go the sex flotilla. All right. Now, I'm not sure if you've heard the news, but if you haven't been around, I guess the last few weeks, we've been speaking a little bit about the various sex flotillas. If you've been here and you're hearing us joke about a sex flotilla, there is the Sumud flotilla, which is like this. Yeah, the no music thing. Yeah, sorry, thank you. 4AS messaged me on the side and told me to turn it on. Thank you. Yeah, the Sumud flotilla is like this kind of repetitive flotilla that gets organized, that is trying to break a blockade by Israel on Gaza. I'm not sure what exactly the justification Israel uses for blockading Gaza. I think they're trying to stop people from arming or Hamas. I'm pretty sure that seems to be their the sex flotilla. I thought they closed that place down. And like, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just about like stopping people getting to Hamas. That's how they justify it. But anyway, they've got a blockade on Gaza, and like these woke activists keep trying to take humanitarian aid to Gaza, despite knowing clearly that Israel is not letting anyone through. And like, you would argue that that's crazy, but that is the point. And like, we've joked because apparently like people have criticized the flotilla because there was condoms on it and stuff like that, and there's all these like there's probably a lot of young people on these flotillas, and they're probably all banging each other while they're floating the high seas to try and get aid to Gaza. And so there's been like criticism of the flotillas about that, and so we joke about it being a wild sex flotilla. Anyway, so if you hear us talk about that, that's why we're making that joke. Anyway, a recent Sumud flotilla was intercepted like last week, maybe mid last week, by Israel in Cyprus. So again, not in Israeli waters, not in Palestinian waters, like in international waters. And so the Israelis, took like what, 400 people or something crazy like that out of the flotilla, and like apprehended them, treated them poorly, though that like this is all hearsay, I guess you would say, contested whether they were treating them poorly or not, or whether they really deserved it, these stupid woke activists. Flotilla. Oh my god, the imagery. And flotilla, it was intercepted. They took all these people, and I think they've released them now. And so they've released them, and now we're getting information that's coming out of these people about how they've been treated. Now, Ben-Gvir, who is like a right-wing politician in Israel, was filmed last week. He filmed himself walking around the people that were apprehended and like making fun of them basically, and like laughing at them while they were being manhandled. Let's just say, again, it's controversial, so I got to be careful. And we were all like, "Oh my god, this is shocking." Blah blah blah. And so we're just gonna have a little recap of how the world has been reacting to this, but with the added bonus, I'm doing something secret for you guys. It's not just going to be watching the liberal media establishment complain about how evil Israel is. We're actually going to get a varying perspective on this one. The finance minister might be wrong. I'm not sure actually what his position is, but I know he loves to tell Bibi what's for. And he's like, if you thought BB was bad, this guy's fucking hardcore. Anyway, let's have a quick recap on where the flotilla is at. Should we get an Australian perspective on this? Yeah, why not? Let's just go Aussie on this one. Let's get a recap, and then we'll look at some specific testimony from these people. Ben-Gvir runs the prisons. Okay, I thought Ben-Gvir was an asshole, but didn't see any abuses in that video specifically before any other info came out. Just for the record, my mind has been changed. Again, like, there's no issue with that one. Like, no defense required. But like, there'd be a lot of people out there that think it's controversial. I would say Spandonk actually. Think that the way that Israel handles this situation is fine, and they have all rights to do so. There's no consensus on that Israel shouldn't have been doing what it was doing to these people. I would say there'd be a lot of people out there that'd be like, yeah, get them, stupid wokies, they deserve it. His Minister of National Security. Okay. I mean the bruises on that dude's back alone. Okay, so you've seen some footage then. Okay. You have seen some of this stuff. All right, let's have a look. Let's get a recap from everyone's favorite, might I add. The ABC. Abuse allegations. Hundreds of global similar flotilla activists released from Israeli detention. Let's have a look.
It was the most barbaric experience I have ever lived.
Heading home after a long few days at sea.
They put my head down and started beating me.
Many people were tasered in the face using a stun gun for extended lengths of time.
Abused and assaulted. Those are some of the many allegations flotilla activists released from Israeli detention overnight are detailing, including 11 Australians.
I was kneed in the face again, I was kneed in the stomach. They used pliers to get my earrings out, but they couldn't, so they just started gripping my ear and pulling it as hard as they could with the pliers.
Widespread backlash of their treatment made waves after a clip posted by Israel's far-right National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, went viral.
It was disgusting. And this is someone that's already been sanctioned by Australia. I think the Foreign Minister's been pretty clear on our attitude.
Despite it all, some say they will keep attempting to get aid to Gaza.
We will continue to leave.
What the fuck? Gross. Yeah, did we watched this really quickly at the start of Friday. Like, this came out, it was really controversial. There's a lot of people around the world, like politicians, that is, like, because this affects people's what would you say, nationalities all around the world, and like all their politicians are coming out and saying it's gross how they were treated, etc., etc. And so we had a bit of a debate, I think, on Friday about whether or not this is acceptable decorum on the international stage. And like now the stories are coming out. It wasn't just Ben's video, Gavir's video that he put out. Like, we're actually hearing from some of these people now. The IOF are the terrorists, are a terrorist org. Yes.
To demonstrate and do actions until the genocide in Gaza ends.
For Australian Zach Schofield, he won't stop till the government takes a stance on the issue.
I'd be less inclined to go again if the Australian government did its job and cut ties with Israel.
Israeli Defence Forces have rejected past claims of abuse of flotilla activists. That becomes more difficult now. DFAT says consular officials met the 11 Australians in Turkey and that they are being supported. Most are due back in Australia in the next few days. Laura Tingle, ABC News, Jerusalem.
Oh, we'll see if they get back in the next few days. When was this? This was 2 days ago. So like they should be coming home this week sometime. Let's get some more anecdotal evidence. It's from The Guardian, another good liberal establishment.
And I came on the flotilla as so many other healthcare workers did to provide medical and humanitarian aid to people in Gaza. We've been aware of what's been happening throughout the genocide and many years before that, and the terrible treatment of the Palestinian people, and in particular the attacks on healthcare. During the intervention, they were quite aggressive. They were firing. They were not, they probably weren't live bullets, but they were firing projectiles at our boat. They didn't hit anybody. They were very rough with us when they took us onto the prison boat. We were kept on a boat which essentially had no, it was just like a yard with containers around it, no mattresses. My boat, we were made to, we had none of the severe violence that happened on the second boat, but once we got back to the port, we were dragged off the boat, forced into a stress position. We were kept there for over an hour while the Israeli soldiers played the national anthem over and over again, and they were saying "Welcome to Israel" and being brutal with people. They were hitting.
Yeah, I saw your video. It's the same guy, I think, in the video that you posted. I think it was an Instagram vid that you posted right there. We'll check it out.
People kicking people, and this went on throughout the whole process of being processed at the dock. It was extremely degrading. So many of us are people who have come from all around the world to help people. We are not criminals. We are treated worse than animals. I mean, an animal you would give water, there are basic standards that you would use looking after an animal. We weren't given that treatment. And so many of my medical colleagues had severe violence inflicted upon them, and they were forced to look after patients in a boat with no medical support from the IOF. They provided no medics.
IOF?
These are doctors helping their other doctors, helping their other participants. It was really traumatic.
In our boat, they hit absolutely everybody, but still it's nothing compared to what they do to Palestinians.
This is the guy, right?
Like for us,
goddamn French people.
It was a kind of thing. Okay, this is hard for us, but we should think about Palestinians with us for Palestinians, right? No, they didn't fire against our boat. Actually, when they arrested us on the sea, it was different in every boat. But in our boat, it was quiet. We stayed really quiet, really pacifist since the beginning to the end. Like when they beat me, it was for no reason, absolutely. Like I was not upgrading, escalating.
His accent is so good. Oui.
Not answering at them, not watching them in their eyes, nothing. Just saying I'm pacifist. Just they did it systematically, you know.
Benjamin Netanyahu has defended the interception of the flotilla. What? No way he would defend that. That doesn't sound right. Doesn't sound right at all. Let's have a look. All right. Let's have a look here. That's what happens when you get on a sex flotilla. That'll teach you for next time. You sex activists, you.
I think my reads are peaceful, but some Arabic people are sort of looking like not white Europeans. They are much more bitter than I was. Happy to be here with you again, guys, and never give up to the fight, actually. Maybe we do something else in the Flotilla later. They can imagine other ways of actions, but not give up Palestinians.
That's not usual force. Okay.
I think my...
That's not usual force. Where was your one, Ravy? Where'd you put it? Video suggestions? Recommendations? No, maybe recommendations. General chat? I can't remember where I saw it. Oh, the activist speaks out. Here it is, the Instagram one. Got it. Cruel and unusual punishment I was getting at, LOL. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know. Sorry, one sec, I'll find it. No. It's alright, I got it. I love how you guys have to say terrorists to get it through the censor. Terrorists.
I mean, I was on the last mission and there was like an escalation in violence there where there was sexual assault and there was like physical violence, but this time it was much more. I was on one of the prison boats where 100...
Ooh,
I mean, I was on the last mission and there was like an escalation in violence there where there was sexual assault and there was like physical violence, but this time it was much more. I was on one of the prison boats where 180 people were systematically bashed and beaten. We had 40 people who have broken ribs. We have 12 sexual assaults. We have people who were tasered in the face. People were syringed with unknown sedatives. We were tortured. I was put down, cable tied. They put so much water under me for an hour that I thought I was going to drown. I was sexually assaulted in this kind of torture chamber, and 5 men were bashing me and smashing my face. And then it just continued for the whole time, whether that was the prison boat or whether that was where we were taken to Ashdod. It was a relentless and very targeted and very planned campaign of violence so that we wouldn't come back. But, you know, they've broken our bones, but they haven't broken our soul. And now that I've met them, I know that they don't have a soul. So we are much stronger than they are, than Free Palestine.
There it is. So that's some of the reports that are coming out of it. And like, you know, again, depending on where you sit on this one, people think that this stuff is like, oh, well, they had it coming. Like, why would you go there? What do you expect? And like obviously the intent of this is to raise awareness, and it seems like they are doing that, especially with what's happened with Ben Gvir. I think is very telling, because the world's political class has had to respond to that, which is interesting to say the least. Impunity, yes. Heroes, absolutely. Right? Like, if you're going to do this and like put yourself in that position, knowing what's coming, all for shedding light in the darkness. How did I become part of this group? It's a very interesting question. A lot of people ask themselves that. What do you think about all this stuff, Saint-Shi? Where do you put yourself on this whole spectrum? Intent aside, you can't treat human captives like that. Yes. Who the fuck would actually think that this behavior is justified? I don't know. There's a lot of people, you know, might not like me at times, but I got your back. Yeah. Well, welcome to the group then. That's all that's the vetting process right there. Yeah, like, who would think this behavior is justified? I think there's a lot of people out there that just love to see, like, you remember when Greta had this stuff happen to her? And people were like, yeah, fuck you, Greta. Like, there's some people that just have a seething hatred for her. I think that is because of a lot of the kind of the brainwashing that happens in the mainstream media anyway. And it's like she's become this symbol that a lot of people vent their rage at. So a lot of people vent their rage at like activist culture. And so they'd love to see these people get, you know, their comeuppance for whatever that is, like, you know, whatever that is exactly, I don't know, but yeah. If you fuck around and find out, I think is the term in modern vernacular for these types of people. According to the Geneva Convention too, it says black and white. That's fucked. No, if you think that is justified, you are just as bad as the person doing it. No additional comment on that one.
Hundreds of activists who were on board a flotilla heading to Gaza have been deported from Israel. And they've been speaking about how they say they were treated after being detained by Israeli authorities. Katrina Graham from Ireland spoke to Sky News once she had arrived in Istanbul.
Love it when you bring your MILF shake to the yard, Saint-Shi. Everybody loves a MILF shake, apparently. You know, MILF shake is a thing, just so you know. There's a podcast called MILF Shake. I Googled it the other day. It's all part of the anti-work campaigns that the right started a decade or two ago.
So we had been kidnapped in international waters. We were kept for about 2 days on what we're calling a prison boat that was set up especially for this purpose. There were 2 prison boats that were used. We know that on one of the prison boats, pretty much everybody that went through was brutalized as they were being brought into the main area of the prison boat. So there was huge levels of physical violence. Multiple people got shot. We've already had reports of at least 15 sexual assaults, at least 30 broken bones, concussions, broken clavicles, broken ribs. And the reality is that we know this is nothing compared to what Palestinian people face every single day.
We've asked the Israeli authorities for a response to these allegations. We're yet to hear back. Some activists were taken to hospital in Istanbul for treatment. Photos posted online.
She looks very Greta. Yeah, get her. Hey. And they use that to fuel the whole anti-woke agenda. Yeah, goddamn woke activists. Yeah.
Bruises and injuries consistent with being hit by rubber bullets. Turkish media reported that some had suffered from fractured ribs as well as injuries from electric shocks or tasers. And Flotilla organisers have claimed to us that many people did have broken ribs.
I was immediately grabbed by 5 IDF or police officers, Israeli police officers. They put my head down and started beating me. One of them had gloves on with hardened plastic, and he started punching my face and swelled shut.
We have been beaten, every single one of us has been beaten with electric shocks. We have all over our body bruises. Many people have broken ribs. Many people cannot walk. And then after that, they went us to prison and It was the most barbaric experience I have ever lived.
Katrina Graham.
Just like a cupping session. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Yeah, it does look like that actually. Lumping all ideas that once would have been considered on their own under an umbrella, the right can now use to say, don't look at that, that's woke. I'm a woke left communist, according to my grandparents who watch Fox every day. If the shoe fits, eh? If the shoe fits.
Was the woman seen in a video shouting at the far-right Israeli politician Itamar Ben-Gvir as he berated the activists while in Israeli detention. She then had her head shoved to the ground.
And when I saw Ben-Gvir passing us by when we were bringing protest at Ashdod Port, I did not want to stay silent in the face of everything that he has done that is absolutely horrific to the Palestinian people. So raised my voice and said, free Palestine. And immediately there was a very rough crackdown and I was dragged away into isolation.
Ben-Gvir's actions have been widely condemned, including by the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, by the governments of Britain, France, the Netherlands, Spain, and even the Trump administration, normally the most steadfast defenders of Israel.
There's a lot of statements coming out from Netanyahu and others acting as though Ben-Gvir is some kind of isolated incident. And the reality is he is a symptom. He is not the entire cancer here. He is a part of an entire system that has existed in this way for far too long.
These flotillas began with the intention of breaking the blockade of Gaza, getting food and aid to the people there. But now they've become more of a general protest against Israel's treatment of the Palestinian population. But this one does feel different. It's led to global criticism of how those protesters were treated.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Like, the more they do this, I guess that's why they're probably getting more violent with them. You know, they just don't want them to keep coming back. So, like, we'll teach them a good lesson this time. And see if they try and risk it again. But like, there is a lot more global attention around this one because of this. Because of Ben, old Benny boy, should have stayed out of it. And the world would have just turned a blind eye again to this entire situation. The person who got shoved down was a guy. They also made him change his Free Palestine shirt, hence the weird yellow jumper. Just a nitpick. That's why you're here. Don't let anyone get away with anything. Have you considered being less gay, fake communist? Considered, maybe. But like, will I change? Never. Rubbing it in the world's face. Now, this one is not your typical take, and that's why we're going to look at it, because we need to know. Strap yourselves in. This is the surprise you've all been waiting for. Let's hear it from, what was the name of the station again? Yes, ILTV, Israeli News. Flotilla farce. Gaza activists clash with police back at home in Spain. So, like, we're going to get the Israeli take on this one about why the situation isn't as bad as the world is making it out to be. So get the fuck over it. Basically, let's have a listen to what Israeli TV says about this whole situation.
And in other news, Israel is rejecting allegations of abuse made by activists detained after last week's interception of the global Sumud flotilla attempting to breach the naval blockade of Gaza. The claims, including allegations of sexual assault or drawing international attention.
I got ahead. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for it. Yes, thanks for hanging out. Oh, you posted this in bold takes. All right, cool. Let's have a look.
And prompting some investigations in Europe. Activists released from Israeli custody claim they were beaten, sexually abused after Israeli forces intercepted the flotilla in international waters last week. More than 400 activists from dozens of countries were detained and then deported after Israel stopped the convoy of some 50 vessels. Israel's prison service strongly denies the allegations, saying all detainees were treated in accordance with the law and received the necessary medical care. Germany and Italy say they are reviewing the complaints, while some EU members are reportedly discussing possible sanctions against the National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir following criticism over video of his behavior from a detention facility. France's foreign minister announced that Ben-Gvir is immediately banned from all French territory in response to his reprehensible actions towards the activists. Meanwhile, Spanish police have clashed with supporters of the flotilla at Bilbao airport after the arrival of flotilla activists there deported from Israel. Video showed the police from the scene showed police using batons, forcibly restraining people, and detaining several supporters who had gathered to welcome 6 Spanish activists back home.
I wonder what happened here. So from what I can understand from this guy, he's saying that when the Spanish activists got home, there was a scuffle, something happened, and the Spanish cops beat the crap out of these flotilla activists. And they're just like... But they don't explain the context of what's going on. This guy is from New York. Yeah, that accent, oh my God. Eh? Israeli through and through for sure. Israel v Spain. Who can commit the worst abuse? Bets on, people. Yeah. And so it seemed like no context, just like, hey, look, they tried to get off the plane and then they beat the crap out of them. I'm not sure what the fuck is going on here, but it's clear the cops are beating the crap out of these guys. The ABC reporting of Iran was interesting. They got a pass to go there, and conveniently the female report wears headscarf. The propaganda is framed so well. A poor female reporter in Iran. It's who has the camera. Apparently the crowd weren't staying back when they flew in. Then they started working with them against the cops. Not ideal, but the cops definitely look... like they're overreacting, but that's it. They were just a bit, so people were rowdy at the airport, so the cops broke it up. That's what's going on. Interesting. Okay, fair enough.
The conference support showed police using batons, forcibly restraining people, and detaining several supporters who had gathered to welcome 6 Spanish activists back home. The confrontation began after the relative of one of the activists tried to approach the group in the arrivals hall. Basque police say 4 people were arrested on charges including resisting arrest and assaulting officers. Authorities have opened an internal investigation into the conduct of the police. And Israel's foreign minister posted foreign ministry.
All this proves is ACAB. I was wondering if you're still here. Very good. Very good. See, you can't trust them anywhere. Israeli, Spanish, it doesn't matter. They're all pigs.
Posted
bastards, sorry.
Video of the incident demanding an explanation of the Spanish government over what it called the treatment of the flotilla anarchists. Well, joining us for more on this is
flotilla anarchist, activists or anarchists. I guess they're both. Let's be honest.
Angel Mas, he's president of ACOM, or Action and Communication on the Middle East, which is the main group in Spain combating anti-Semitism and advocating for Spain-Israel relations. Angel, thank you for joining us. First of all, I just want to get your reaction to that footage from the airport in Bilbao of Spanish police beating down these Gaza actors. One can only imagine the response that would be if that would have happened at something like that at Ben Gurion Airport.
Of course, it's such an irony, but at the end of the day...
It's not irony, bro. It's not irony at all, okay? It's hypocritical, okay? Here's the big fucking we gotcha moment, all right? It's just like, look, if that was happening at Israel, then the world would be watching. But the Spanish beat the crap out of people and no one blinks an eyelid. Well, I knew it. Everyone's just anti-Semitic. That's the line here. That's always the line. Is calling someone a bastard an insult or truth these days? Was it ever an insult, or is it just a kernel of truth that people can't handle? The way these Spanish cops putting them all in the stress position on their knees that we saw, the IOF videos asking the questions, hey, don't blame us Yanks. The Israel foreign minister was like, we condemn Spain's harsh treatment of the flotilla activists. Oh no, what did I do? You idiot. All right, that's it.
Group in Spain combating anti-Semitism and advocating for Angel Mas, he's president. Angel, thank you for joining us. First of all, I just want to get your reaction to that footage from the airport in Bilbao of Spanish police beating down these Gaza actors. One could only imagine the response that would be if that would have happened at something like that at Ben Gurion Airport.
Of course, it's such an irony, but at the end of the day, we know who these characters are in Spain. We know that there are troublemakers, that they are proxies for terrorist groups, that they have this violent behavior in internal politics as well as in international matters. They are a group that are always on the fringe, on the radical extremist causes. And of course, they have problems with Spanish police on this and on other things all along. What is more concerning, of course, is that these same guys that have to be restrained by the Spanish police are very close to the Spanish government, or to members of the Spanish government, or to groups that support the Spanish government. So there's a very close link between the Spanish government that suddenly is incredibly concerned about the well-being of these individuals when they act in Israel, not when they act in Spain, but very close to them. And the Spanish government has been supporting them, even financially, for a long time.
Right, and let's talk. Let's broaden this out into the state of Spanish-Israeli relations, which probably I would say are the worst now in Europe, given the current. But how much of that is directly related to the current government, the current prime minister of Spain, and more generally in the Spanish public? For example, the reactions to what's been happening just in the last couple of days.
Clearly, Spain is not an anti-Semitic country. I want the Israeli public to understand that. In other countries,
I hate how they use like anti-Semitic as being synonymous with critical or oppositional to the state of Israel. I hate how that is a thing now. If the Spanish government for some reason is oppositional to the policy, the actions of Israel, then these guys, I just want to quantify. The Spanish government is not anti-Semitic. No, but if it's oppositional to the Israeli state or its actions, that is state-to-state diplomacy stuff. It's got nothing to do with anti-Semitism. It's just, but the horse is bolted on this one. This is now the new normal. Man, I should have worn gloves. My tiny hands aren't built for moving furniture. Are you all done? Eh? Or is there still more to go? Don't blame us. Look at the reaction. Oh, sorry. All this reaction is because of Israel? Yeah. Look at how many protests have resulted in harm to civilians. That's a fair point, actually. All of this reaction worldwide. Yeah. Israel has the right to exist. The Middle East is a shit show for sure. Being anti-Semitic, am I being racist or anti-religious? I think they've made it a race thing because people care more about racism than being anti-religious. You can be anti-religious and it's not really a faux pas, but being racist, you can't be racist. So being anti-Semitic, I think, is more associated with being racist. But it really is just being, against someone's religion, I would say. It's being antagonistic maybe to somebody's religion. But there's a blur there, I'm sure. Israel already exists, ain't you? Yeah, it's a fair point. They do exist. They've muscled their way in there, and they exist. Yeah, they use the grey area of conflating Israel as in the regime with the actual nation of Israel. The problem is how they brought about their existence. Or do they get some sort of mythical status like elves? Yes. Yeah, here's for the mythical status. Maybe. No, I still have to finish this room. Then the dining room, the heavy stuff is done now. Hey, get the dogs to help. Get Punani to help you out. They can't just be freeloading off you all the time. Put them to work. Working dogs. Fine to criticize the regime, but yeah, you can't say Israel shouldn't exist without being anti-Semitic. What? Oh, so you subscribe to this? Of course you can say that Israel shouldn't exist without being anti-Semitic. Of course you can. Unless you are in agreement then that Israel is an ethno-state. But like, of course you can say that Israel shouldn't exist. Like, what about all the other Jewish people living around the world? It's not like Jewish people only exist in Israel. There are like Jewish people around the world that like staunchly oppose the existence of the state of Israel, right? Are they anti-Semitic? Yes. They're the worst. Anti-Semitic Jews. Israel does not have the right to exist in its current form. Review, I have strategically placed the new stuff with the old stuff so he can tell me I picked too much communist furniture. Like, is not rail pisses me off when they talk to anti-Semitism. Punani Mussolani. Alright, I picked up some furniture from my neighbors, placing it around and packing it down. Some of my stuff to declutter without it being obvious. Alright, let's do this.
There's anti-Semitism is felt in the streets when they identify you visibly as a Jewish person. That's not the case in Spain. In Spain, it's driven from the government down, not grassroots. And it's true that it's permeating somehow in the Spanish society. But
wait, I just agree. Israel is the ethnic home of the ethnic Jews. Boundaries, regimes everywhere else. Criticize, debate, whatever. Okay. Correct. And then you get Bondi Beach. What do you mean you get Bondi Beach? You have people criticizing Israel, and then you get Bondi. Dun, dun, dun. I don't know. I think we've been told that they're linked rather than it actually being proved or substantiated in the slightest. But we've definitely been told that repeatedly. We even had, what's his name? BB said it before it happened that this will come as a cost to you, Australia, for your anti-Semitism. And just as BB predicted, something happened. It's crazy. Didn't you listen to Banana Boy Thomas Sewell? Wait, so ethnic Jews aren't a group? Are Arabs not a group either? They're still both Canaanites. Wait, did I read that right? Canaanites, yeah. Psyop. My partner is Jewish. Her grandfather on one side born in a concentration camp. The other was born in Palestine. From what I've seen, most Jewish people that I'm aware of are anti-Israel. No, then they're anti-Semitic. You better talk to them about that, KK. Yeah, but I bet they are anti-Israel as in the regime and not, it shouldn't exist in any way. Am I right? Hate is proved or not? Well, like, that's under massive assumption. Yes. Like, massive assumption. That, like, hate for is not rail caused Bondi? Like, that is a long bow to stretch. Like, we could say history caused Bondi. Yeah, hate is hate. Why does it have to be linked to the state of is not rail? It's an interesting one. Like, you could just say, like, the entire history there that's going on between Muslims and Jews is linked somehow. But, like, if you want to draw it specifically to Israel, like, my God. Like, that is very, very specific. Very specific. It's like, basically, let's just ignore the entirety of history here. And then we'll just focus on this one specific part of hate, and we'll just link those two things together. There's a lot of hate going on there. Gotta try and justify this butt ugly cuck chair that I love. but ugly. I don't know. It's got style. Just depends what it's surrounded by, I guess. I think it's nice. They believe it should have been left to be one country. The foundation of Israel by far-right religious zealots and wealthy billionaires. Wasn't Bondi a Muslim shooter? Yeah, 2 Muslim shooters. And so, like, you're just gonna, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you might as well just say it's history, right? Because we're, like, looking at, like, the entire history of potentially Muslim v. Jewish antagonism. And it's just like, no, it's definitely just because of people hating on Israel. That's the only reason Bondi happened. Let's just discount the rest of history and just focus on that one thing. Most of the Jewish population didn't actually go to Israel unless they were forced to. Wish me luck. I love it. Good luck. It's a nice chair. All right. I'll finish this stuff off. This propaganda here. He pledged allegiance to ISIS. Who funds ISIS? Good question. Yeah. Israel is being run and managed by the far right for a very long time. All right, let's finish this.
But it's a new phenomenon, and it's driven by Sanchez. Sanchez is a corrupt politician. Sanchez is a very unpopular prime minister. Sanchez never won an election here. Yesterday in Madrid, there was a massive demonstration against Sanchez, and that's the public opinion here. Now, he uses all these causes as smoke screens to basically create an atmosphere of radicalism and confrontation. But underneath that, there's a long chain of a long history of support for these extremist groups that are, as I say, in the ecosystem, in the groups that have been supporting this radical government we have in Spain. Last week, the U.S. Treasury declared 2 naturalized citizens, Palestinian citizens that have been naturalized as Spanish, as in the list of OFAC, Saif Abu Keshek and Khali Abu Bakr. And these 2 guys have a long history of connection with the Spanish government. And these 2 guys have been identified by the U.S. administration as close to terrorist groups. And we have been after these guys for a long time because even in the Spanish parliament, they have supported what they called armed struggle, what they glorified 7th of October. It's incredible.
All right, we'll have to leave it at that. There's much more that could be said, Angel Mas.
You brought up 7th of October as well. They got to bring up all the things every time you talk. Bring it all up. What have I missed here? No, it's the current situation. They are doing their shit in your country. Yeah, okay, fine. But, like, you can't just I just don't agree that you can just be like, it's definitely because of some type of hate for Israel. Like, it's like discounting, like, the last, like, I don't know, 500 years or 800 years of history. Like, you can't just say that it's like one specific modern, very contemporary modern issue that caused Bondi. Like, come on. Seriously. Like, but, like, I'm sure it's a factor, but like, come on. Like, it's just politically convenient for people to say that this is, this was an act of anti-Israeli violence or something like that. See, or because everyone's been criticizing Israel and letting people march across the harbor bridge. This is why Bondi happened, because you let people march across the bridge and, like, protest for Palestinian rights or freedom or something like that. Like, I think the correlation is incredibly low but like extremely politically convenient. Like, it's just politics. It's got nothing to do with getting to the bottom of why that event actually happened in the first place. It's got nothing to do. You keep saying is not real. That's so fucking anti-Semitic. Oh my god. Is that anti-Semitic? Why? Why is that even remotely anti-Semitic? Do you know why we say is not real? Before you jump to conclusions, Saint Chi, you should probably ask why. But like, why not? I'll cop that one on the chin. It's incredibly anti-Semitic. You can't even say the word is not real. See, any criticism of is not real is anti-Semitic. This is where like it's just crazy. Okay, so add to it. Add to what? Anyway, I haven't come across that one. Point proven. Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, point proven. Yeah, you gotta be careful of the way that they politicize these terms. It's lost. It's devoid of any meaning now. It's just used as a way to just stop people from speaking. In the same way that people hate woke and wokeism, it's just a way to stop people talking. Censorship, really. You're digging yourself a hole, E. Don't open your mouth. Yeah, that's it. Silent stream from now on. Oh my god. Gonna get my free pass to Is Not Real, and we'll see who the real anti-Semite is. Yeah, well, we're not allowed to say that anymore. No talking. It's like, you know what? Let's just not talk about Israel at all, because if you mention the name and somebody perceives it incorrectly, then you are anti-Semitic. Interesting. Silly, you don't need a douchebag if you eat enough bad enchilada. It happens organically. All right. Interesting. Very interesting. I didn't see that evolving in that direction, actually. But you never cease to amaze. Chat. All right. We are going in a very, 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 very different direction now. I want to check out this because, like, I've been tantalized by this description ever since I saw it pop up in Cliffs and Riffs. I think this is your addition, Jag. So thank you for it. I don't keep up with Channel 5 and Andrew Callahan. But like this one looks super fucking interesting. I'm sure you all seen it. We will see who is real. This one looks super interesting. Interviewing ICE agents. It's the stories that we've wanted to know. Like, we've heard everyone else's perspectives. Right, now it's time to get ICE agents spill the beans on what it's like to being Kristi Noem's, under Kristi Noem, and like potentially a paramilitary for a potential fascist regime. What do you think about being used as a pawn? My bad, let's reset. Yes, let us reset. All for resetting. Love you guys. Channel 5 Gestapo interview goes crazy. Gestapo, savage. All right, let's do this. Strap yourself in. It's going to be a while. This is 45 minutes. And it usually takes us hours to watch anything that goes for 40 minutes or something. But we'll do our best. I'll try to shut the fuck up. But no promises. One day, like, we'll do stuff like this. Like, it'll be so interesting. Like, I want to interview working people at certain points and just ask them like what it's like. We'll interview Ninja Nurse one day and get his position on what it's like to be a healthcare worker in Australia. Strap in. That's right. Strap in. We're going in. Can we not with Erica unless we're going to actually sign up to the NSN? What's the Erica thing that you guys are talking about in the chat? The only Erica I know is fucking the Kirksters Erica. Is that who you guys are talking about? If you don't react, it's not transformative, E. Yeah, I gotta be careful, right? I can't just watch other people's content. I gotta do something. Oh, whoa, did he say that? No way. And like react like this. Oh. Yes, you're right. I have to react. Thank you. Erica. The German World War II marching song. Oh, okay. Right, I thought we were talking about Erica Kirk here. Radio. Alice? Who the fuck is Alice? No, I am so lost right now. I'm just gonna start with the Channel 5 stuff and then we'll take it from there. Let's enjoy.
Alex Preddy, when he was shot, his hands were on the ground. He did not have a firearm in his hand. Border Patrol should not have been there.
This is gonna be controversial already. Dilemmas, are you watching this? This one's for you, bro. Alex Preddy. They didn't have it coming, apparently. Mystery Movement saying she had an Aussie Sheila called Erica. All right, saying she. Is this the one I saw in the chat? You're like the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Aussie Erica. It's actually not a Nazi song. Okay, fair enough.
Shot, his hands were on Alex Preddy, when he was shot, his hands were on the ground. He did not have a firearm in his hand. Border Patrol should not have been there. Border Patrol should be patrolling the border.
I feel like our administration wanted this type of escalation. I don't think Renee Good deserved to be killed. We sometimes feel like they're waiting for one of us to be shot and killed.
What did you think about the Alex Preddy shooting?
That one was also particularly traumatic.
Was Renee Good a criminal? No. Was she acting like a bitch? Yeah.
How do you feel about the phrase ICE?
I try not to take it personally.
All your homophobia, all your racism, all your transphobia, all your xenophobia. Everyone go f yourself.
Your family, your kids, nigga. That's how it is. I can't sleep comfortably because of you.
I just feel like we've been in the pocket of the administration, kind of doing their bidding and wrapping up as many people as possible.
We've been mislabeled as Nazis, homophobes, as racists in law enforcement. That's just not true.
They're doing exactly what the Gestapo did back in the Nazi regime.
We are not deportation officers, and we are not people who go out and grab people, round them up, and then deport them. That is not what we do.
Unnecessary violence has been happening since the metro surges began, and HSI had to back up investigations of assaults against officers where there was no assault, and they started it.
So you think there's a critical misunderstanding on behalf of the public as to what ICE actually is?
I think so. We have child exploitation, which is a huge component of what we do.
They're kidnapping kids, buying and selling kids, bribing officials, killing people, all for the purpose of exploiting underage kids.
The internet has opened some doors for the world. Watching the Artemis mission live, coolest shit ever. Knowing that you can just jump on the internet and meet with a child and them terrible.
Since Trump got into office, there's been 33% less federal agent hours spent pursuing child predators than there was beforehand. Have there been child exploitation cases that have been basically thrown out as a result of moving HSI manpower over to places like Minneapolis to enforce immigration?
There have absolutely been leads that have been uninvestigated or closed out prematurely because we don't have the manpower or the priority to focus on that.
The immigration enforcement and now our criminal enforcement, that's all merged. It makes our job a lot more difficult.
It definitely feels like my purpose has been destroyed. I have no doubt that the American people have lost their faith in us. I lost their faith in us.
You got fired from ICE for something you said about Israel. What was the process like?
No grant rights were read. They didn't ask me about my side of events. They're just like, you're being terminated for misconduct, which is weird to me.
Whoa, you can't talk about is not real. Oh no. I hope he didn't say is not real. That's a fireable offense. Eh? For sure. That's why I got fired. I just called them is not real. Come on. I shouldn't have got fired for that. Even ICE agents aren't safe from from criticizing is not real. Oh man. That's so good. Uninvestigated. All right, can I just slow down? Like, this is jumping at, like, is this an introduction or is it going to slow down a bit? Because they are covering so much fucking territory here. Like, were these people, like, was that a guy they were interviewing just then being like, look, ICE is not that bad because we're out there stopping people who are like PDF files and we're actually rounding them up. It's just the intro. Okay, that was like 1,000 miles an hour. But like basically that's what he was talking about, right? Like ICE really is out there doing the right thing because we're taking out PDF files. Okay. All right, let's do this. They do slow down. Okay, thank you.
He's being a cop from other agencies. Usually IA is supposed to like take a sworn statement from you regardless of whether or not you're being fired.
Do you think race played a role in you actually getting fired and singled out?
I'm pretty positive because I've seen officers commit actual misconduct on camera.
It's all about the kids, man.
Fired and singled out?
I'm pretty positive because I've seen officers commit actual misconduct on camera, say things they're not supposed to, and they didn't get fired or written up.
The termination letter quotes, "I knew my girl was the one when she said she hated Jews in Israel."
Yeah.
So you never sent anything remotely.
No, that was a different officer that said that.
What's up, guys? Andrew Callahan here, Channel 5 News. We got a pretty hot one coming down the pipeline today. It's officially been about 4 months since Operation Metro Surge wrapped up in Minneapolis, Minnesota. During the operation, nearly 4,000 people were arrested and 2 people were killed by either DHS, Border Patrol, or ICE agents. Metro Surge was likely carried out to make good on Trump's second-term campaign promise of mass deportations and likely to appease his campaign donors over at CoreCivic and Geo Group, who are yielding astronomical profits as we speak from private detention contracts and have a vested interest in filling as many beds as humanly possible at all times. And with how fast things move in the news cycle nowadays, it's hard for the operation to not feel like ancient history. If you can recall, last February, we were on the 1-yard line of a watershed Epstein moment that threatened to expose the inner workings of an elite circle of pedophile billionaires at the very top, who many suggest control our media and politicians through coercive blackmail. But then, Brene Good and Alex Preddy were killed. Operation Metro Surge wrapped up. Then we had the war in Iran, the kidnapping of President Maduro in Venezuela, perhaps the upcoming invasion of Cuba, the new season of Euphoria, and an endless array of meaningless cultural war issues sprinkled on top of it all by the mainstream press to keep us divided, distracted, docile, and drowning in dog shit. But what happened back in Metro?
I like Andrew, not always a fan of his political takes, but he does good journalism for the most part.
Divided, distracted, docile, and drowning in dog shit. But what happened back in Metro Surge is important. It represents a massive waste of taxpayer money and federal resources. Minneapolis is not in a better place than it was before Metro Surge. In fact, it's in a worse place. DHS's shenanigans in Minnesota over the winter cost the city of Minneapolis approximately $200 million in losses, $5 million in police overtime hours, $81 million in lost revenue for local businesses, and workers lost over $47 million in wages. For a look back, here was the scene on the ground less than 2 days after the killing of Renee Good.
If you're scared to come outside, what are you waiting for next? American citizens are being shot in the street. This administration is not following court orders. They're sending citizens out of the country. Are you waiting for them to come knock on your door like J.D. Vance said?
Minneapolis public schools have canceled classes for the next 2 days.
The teachers' unions.
Are we ready? It's capitalism. Interesting.
Says this comes after ICE showed up to the campus of one of their Minneapolis schools.
It was the market's fault. Did we catch that? Yeah, I know, right? Hey. Ekriel in the house. How you going? Hope you're well.
This comes after ICE showed up to the campus of one of their Minneapolis schools.
What else are you fucking waiting for?
So throughout that operation, a lot of journalists who aren't me also did some fantastic interviews capturing the passionate perspective of protesters. And on the right-wing side of things, high-up government officials were also barking and making a lot of noise as well, especially Kristi Noem. Shout out to Brian. Bimbo's on top. But one perspective left out entirely is the perspective of the ICE agents themselves. From what I've been told, today's interview with 3 different agents is the first time that individual ICE agents who are masked in the field have gotten on camera to speak their minds since the operation concluded. I should note these interviews were only made possible because of the assistance of our buddy Carl, who you'll meet in a minute. Now, before proceeding, I just want to establish one important fact. There is no such thing as an ICE agent.
So under DHS, there's lots of different agencies. ICE itself, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, is made up of enforcement and removal operations, ERO.
ICE is made up of ERO, which is enforcement and removal operations. They handle the immigration and detention side of our agency. And then ICE is also made up of HSI, which is Homeland Security Investigations.
So which department exactly are you employed by?
I'm Homeland Security Investigations.
And what sort of work do you guys do?
I mentioned we have a really broad scope of federal statutes that we investigate. We are the investigative arm under DHS. ERO is responsible for enforcement and removal. They work a lot with other countries when red notices are issued and fugitives need to be found who don't have status, things like that.
HSI has handled a lot of very famous cases in the last couple of years. The Sean Combs case, that was pretty famous. HSI has also been involved in the El Chapo and currently the President Maduro case out of Venezuela.
What was internal dialogue like at HSI after the release of the redacted Epstein files?
As law enforcement officers, we want to believe that the people who were investigating those looked at that stuff and did what they could. If I don't believe that, I don't know what to do.
This must be a weird feeling. You're working for the government. Then you see the government release these files that they had been gatekeeping for years, which seem to implicate a lot of connected, powerful people to pedophilia, which is the exact thing that you were fighting against, among other things. Did you feel betrayed?
A little bit. I'm not.
That voice could put me to sleep. Yeah, they've got some type of, filter on it, electronic filter. I'm sure if I was in this position, I'd really want to fucking protect my identity as well. But like, KK, maybe ICE facilities shouldn't be run by private companies who make profit based on how many people they have in care. Yes, isn't that crazy? And then what did he say? What was the wild claim that this guy made, this anti-capitalist claim that he made, that they want to keep the beds full at all time? They're more worried about that. So I know some ICE agent and ICE agent. I know some an ICE agent. And what do they think about the whole situation? Do they think they're getting a bad rep in the press? So from what I understand, there's two sections of ICE, as we have seen them terrorizing the American population. You have the ones that go out and like detain and enforce, and the other ones that do the investigation side of things. So people do investigations and then they send the the troops out, right? Tulsi steps down, Massey loses, and ICE is some kind of anti-Semitic cesspool. Did Tulsi step down? When did that happen? He plays hockey with us. Iraq war vet. Yeah, right. And does he feel like he gets a bad rap?
Surprised. It's not the first time I've heard
of connected, powerful people to pedophilia, which is the exact thing that you were fighting against, among other
Happened
things.
yesterday. Get fucked. I can't believe Tulsi stepped down. I gotta have to look at this. Why'd you guys tell me this? I'm disappointed. I want to look at that. Why she stepped down. And Tulsi steps down. I might have to look at it tomorrow. I can't believe she stepped down. Who we got here? Who's the fucking hit list so far? And they're all women too, right? Christy with a K ends with an I. Gnome. Pam Bondi has gone down. And now fucking Tulsi Gabbard. That's interesting. I thought you knew, LMAO. No, I had no idea. Yeah, can we look? Yeah, we will. Don't worry. Oh, we're going to check that out. We're going to have to. All right, sorry. I keep on getting distracted. Yeah, we got what? We got material bank for tomorrow, apparently.
Did you feel betrayed? These files that they had been gatekeeping for years, which seem to implicate a lot of connected, powerful people to pedophilia, which is the exact thing that you were fighting against, among other things. Did you feel betrayed?
A little bit. I'm not surprised. It's not the first time I've heard that people in Hollywood or the music industry are like kids. The eating kids thing, that was bad. I wanted to throw up at that one. Yeah, I feel betrayed. I feel like, why are we holding on to this? Why are we gatekeeping this?
As I mentioned, these interviews were only possible because of my boy Carl. You guys want to meet Carl? I have fantastic news. Here he is.
My name's Carl. I'm an investigative journalist. I've been labeled the Ice Whisperer by Wired. I didn't give myself that name, but I've been interviewing ICE agents for the past 2 months straight.
How did you establish such close contact with ICE agents?
I don't think I do anything special other than offer a voice of neutrality, but more importantly, like I'll listen. My questions are to keep them talking. That's my whole goal. I don't hit them with any gotcha stuff or try to prove a point. And I've received a lot of hate for it, a tremendous amount of hate for just interviewing them in the first place.
What do people say?
Like you shouldn't be platforming people, which I think is total fucking bullshit. A lot of heat for like, you need to dox these people, you need to dox these agents, these people are monsters. But also beyond that, a lot of support. So I get messages from people who are like, I fucking hate ICE. I'm the most anti-ICE person, but like these interviews are eye-opening.
What is the security risk for the agents who are participating in this piece?
I mean, the security risk is if they talk to the media, they can get fired, basically. That's it. There's also a risk for us. Keeping the identities anonymous doesn't only protect them, it protects us as well. So if there's some crazy group that's like, give me their info, we don't know their info.
I hope every one of those lawless you call ICE officers get doxxed one by one and they get the public shaming they deserve.
I do all my interviews through an encrypted texting app called Signal, which hopefully you guys can put up my info, keep messaging me.
It's going to be on screen.
That's an end-to-end encrypted app. From that app, the interviews move to another app that's also end-to-end encrypted, but it is not a US-based company. So there is no way a US warrant or subpoena could ever get into that chat. So that's my double layer of security, just how I make contact and how I make interviews.
What can you tell us about our first interviewee?
So our first interviewee is an HSI agent.
Gangs, drugs, firearms, human trafficking, human smuggling, intellectual property rights, the logo on the movies before when we watched VHS, like don't copy this, that type of stuff. Or it's an antiquities theft, you know.
That's an occurring theme in our streams as well. Hey? He totally gave himself the name the Ice Whisperer. Totally. Yes, Signal is real secure. ...
Patriating stolen artwork from grave robbers or, you know, back to their home country. There's such a large scope of things that we can investigate under HSI.
The second one is also HSI. This interview is kind of sensitive, but this agent also combats child trafficking, amongst other things, in a more hands-on manner.
We are not deportation officers who go out and grab people, round them up, and then deport them. That is not our primary function. That is not what we do. Since January, February of last year, that is what our agency has been pushing us to do. That has put a halt to our criminal investigations.
And you're going to conduct that second interview because you have a pretty good rapport with this person.
Yes, I've been building...
Sorry, slow down. HSI, the investigations people, are not meant to be pulling their resources into the whole, all of the operations that we've been seeing, like this Trump 2.0 time around. They're really supposed to be investigating some type of crime or something like that. And like their resources have been diverted to these operations. But like typically this is not what they do. Do you support ICE? Like me personally? Well, like, I don't know now. Like, I'm confused. Like, what I'm hearing is that, like, the ICE function is not just immigration enforcement. Like, it's the customs stuff. And, like, what he's potentially talking about is, like, he's, like, customs. Like, they're talking about stuff coming in and out of the country and criminal activity that relates to that, which I'm sure America, like, a big place, lots of borders. Like, this must be a big fucking job, right? So, do I support having customs officials, migration enforcement? Generally, no. But, like, do I object to a government department being weaponized for a political agenda, and especially a political agenda which is, like, basically attacking members of the working class? Like preying on members of the working class and like using officers like roving gangs to terrorize neighborhoods and instill fear in local populations. Do I oppose that? Yes, I do. I absolutely oppose that. Do you think if someone illegally gets into a country, they should be deported? It depends on the circumstances. I do believe that if people are illegally entering a country, they need to be processed in some capacity, because like they could actually pose a safety concern to your community. Like, they could be some fucking nut job. Who the fuck knows? But I would say for the most part, from what I've seen in the American example, most of the people that are getting into the States illegally are those that are just looking to settle there. Like, they basically are looking to America as the bastion that it's supposed to be for the rest of the world, which is, and the American population as well, like the land of the American dream, the land of opportunity, like a free and prosperous society. And so in that regard, I would say most people that are trying to get into the US illegally anyway are just looking for another opportunity. And so, like, you need to make a decision about, as a society, whether or not you have a system in place for absorbing their labor, basically, into the system without crunching other working people and, like, destroying the lives of your local working population. Again, I really only look at things from kind of a class perspective, because the culture wars muddies all of this up. Like, I'm not kind of going to get in on the culture wars here and be like, you know, you let them all in for whatever reason. Like, you know, it doesn't matter. You know, people are people. Yes, people are people, and humans should have the right to exist anywhere. I believe that. But again, like, not vetting people that are potentially, like, dangerous. That's a big problem. That's a massive problem. But, like, you know, should we even have borders in the first place? Like, we've lived for a long time, even in modern history, if you consider modern history to be like the last 250 years, without borders and migration and all that sort of stuff. Like, people just rocked up at places and went to get work because, like, global capital needed a working population that was mobile enough to find to go where the capital was going. But, like, you know, should you be like these people are, and investigating people that are, like, I don't know, potentially criminals, and are, like, very unsavory characters in your neighborhood? Like, yeah, fucking oath you should be investigating that. Fucking oath you should. Whatever their reason is, their reasoning is not the US's responsibility, though. Whatever their reason is, they commit a crime. Wait, I think I missed something. Did I miss something? Oh, right. Their reasoning is not the US's responsibility, though. Whatever their reason is, they commit a crime. Ah, okay, right. People pay taxes, so I hop a fence and yoink their benefits. Yeah, well, like, it's difficult. Like, in the sense that hop a fence, like you're talking about a metaphorical fence as well, right? Like, not a physical fence. Like, territory, nation states, they're all just imaginary boundaries that somebody puts a line on a map somewhere. Like, largely, though, the human race, I think, blends between borders. And, like, we're just a large working mass of people who produce value for somebody else's profit for the most part. And so, like, whether they do that there or they do that here or whatever, I don't think the ruling classes really give a shit, but they're happy to stoke the fear and the culture wars between all of us to suit their agendas. And I think this is all political show for the most part. I don't think it's really about making America great again or anything like that. I think it is political showmanship. And, like, you know, we've already seen, like, you'd have to fact check this guy, but, like, this makes some company like Geo Group, who run prisons and stuff like that, this stuff makes them very profitable. So, like, somebody's just winning from this agenda of rounding people up this time around and, like, throwing them into concentration camps, for lack of a better word. So, like, beyond the culture wars of, like, you should never deport anyone, or, like, you should deport everyone, legal or not, and re-migrate people even if they've been here for a generation or something. Fuck them, get rid of them all. Like, that's all the culture war stuff, but, like, behind it is the class war, which is, like, this is a way to contain the working population, like, to control labor in a particular area, and this particular area is certain parts of the United States. This is just a way of controlling labor, and, like, it's a way to make some money, apparently. Like Geo Group is making record profits of processing all of these people that are being rounded up for deportation. So somebody's making a lot of money, and like it's just an assault on the working class generally. So I think that is a big problem. The fact that this is happening and like working people are suffering as a result on all sides, like domestic working population and an incoming working population is suffering as a result of this. I think it's pretty gross. And like, but like you can't deny though, despite all of that analysis, like some of the stuff that they've been doing is truly horrific. Like these are humans at the end of the day, whether you think they should be there or not. Like treating humans like they're scum or like they're animals or something like that is gross. It's savage. Like I thought we had moved beyond this type of being like this type of savagery. But apparently not. And it's apparently we will do it if it's profitable, it would seem. So is there an easy answer to that? No. Like, do I think that people who break the law should be brought to justice? Yes. But like you also got to believe though, or you got to understand though, that like laws are written in a system that suits bourgeois interests. Laws aren't written because all of us got together and decide what was morally acceptable or not. Morals and legality do not align. They do not align. If you think that if you break the law you are immoral or you're wrong, I've got another question. I've got something to tell you. That's not the case. If you break the rules or you break the law in a context like this, that doesn't signify whether something is good or bad, because the laws themselves could be unjust. And typically they are in these types of circumstances. How do we draw an internally consistent line between what is human and what versus it should be punished? I don't know. Great question though. Very, very good question. I think there has to be a level of discretion, and that's why you give people authority in a free society. We come together under something called the social contract, right? So like we're supposed to be free and sovereign individuals, but we come together under society because when we come together as a group, there are certain things that need to be done, like the administration of that society, the enforcement of rules and regulations in that society. And so we give up some of our freedoms or our sovereignty under a social contract, and we say, hey, I will give away some of my rights, but I expect you to do the right thing. And so like you give some of your rights away to an authority who's able to, like, I don't know, tell you what to do and exercise power over you, but you expect them to work with a level of integrity. And so like, how do you draw the line between what is humane and what should be punished? Like you need to have faith in the people that you have granted authority under the social contract actually working in the public interest. Now, how do you decide what the public interest is? Well, I'll tell you this much for free. If you have a system as they're describing where someone is profiting off people being rounded up and put into concentration camps, then there is no public interest in that system. And so right there off the bat, you can see that these people might be using their discretion. When we give them discretion as authoritative figures over us, simple plebs and working people, if they are making decisions because they need to meet a quota to get so many beds filled, that is devoid of any public interest. And then the power of discretion and trust that we, the people, give to people that have authority and jurisdiction is completely eroded. And so now you never know whether someone is pulling you off the street because they believe that you've broken the law and should be punished, or they have vehicles in some inhumane attack on the general working population to serve somebody's corporate interests, let's say. And so like it's unfortunate, but like if you could trust the people that we give authority to and you could know that they were working in the public interest, we might be a little bit more accepting of them being able to decide what is the most humane way to carry out the law. But unfortunately, I would say that the entire system has been compromised, and generally that's been compromised because someone's benefiting off it somewhere. They're not doing it because they want to make your community safer. Like they were just talking about like the whole Epstein thing, and this guy was like, "Oh, isn't it crazy? Like I investigate pedophiles and try to bring them to justice, and then at the same time, another section of government is literally covering up something like the Epstein situation and allowing them to get away with it. Like here I am, fighting people on the beat, and like another arm of the government is literally letting these people get away with it. So it's unfortunately not. We need more woke ICE agents. It's not an easy question. I know that's probably not the answer that you wanted, but if you want me to choose, as in like, do I support ICE? And like just make a call, dickhead. Then no, I don't support ICE operations, because I don't actually think ICE in this way is being used for apparently its traditional purpose. I think they actually are being used as more of a paramilitary to terrorize the local population. I think it's more the latter, like they being politicized and weaponized against local populations, which is not unusual in a capitalist state. And so like, do I support this stuff? No, because I don't think they really care about deportation as much as they do terrorizing and processing. Could you define inhumane, since compassion, sympathy, kindness are totally subjective? I don't know, like causing terror in people, like, rocking up, cordoning off an area in unmarked cars, refusing to show your identity, not identifying, refusing, like covering your identity, refusing to identify yourself, and like picking people off the street is a campaign of terror. And I define any, like, it's like actions of that nature, and then like, up to like, manhandling people and like beating them and like killing people in the street and all that sort of stuff, or leaving people to die in concentration camps or processing facilities, whatever you want to call them. Like, I do find that to be inhumane. Although this is obviously, like you said, subjective, and like other people might not find that inhumane at all. So that's how I find it. All right, back to it.
Relationship with all these agents for like a very long time now.
Investigations.
And you're going to conduct that second interview because you have a pretty good rapport with this person.
Yes, I've been building a relationship with all these agents for like a very long time now. I put hundreds and hundreds of hours into just building and keeping this trust.
You're down to wear a brown suit, right?
Whatever I need to do, man.
You need aesthetic consistency.
Whatever I need to do.
I have an extra tie for you too.
Do you think that HSI and ERO should be separated?
Yes. At one point, there was a huge push to separate ERO and HSI. At one point, ERO was called DRO, which was Detention and Removal Operations, and HSI was called OI, which is Office of Investigations. That split up to what we know now as ERO and HSI. A lot of managers and a lot of people in Washington, D.C. were pushing to have those two agencies completely separate. And there was great momentum in doing that. And then all of a sudden, that all fell apart when we, as HSI, were merged once again with ERO to go pick up illegal immigrants. Merged
Homeland Security Investigations, Enforcement and Removal Operations. So it's all merged. The investigative and the removal and deportation have all merged into one, and now they're all on the beat, picking up illegals, I guess.
Again with ERO to go pick up illegal immigrants who were working as landscapers or working at restaurants.
That arrest went viral on social media. It shows the 48-year-old pinned to the ground and punched before being taken into custody. Authorities say Barranco assaulted federal agents with a weed whacker, but no such charge was ever filed.
So you feel like Operation Metro Surge was bad optics?
Definitely bad optics. It's not new that sanctuary cities and sanctuary states have a different type of crime problem. That's not new information. We learn how to work in those areas, and we have systems in place with our partner agencies to make things happen. And I think that Metro Surge probably single-handedly destroyed a lot of those relationships in these sanctuary cities and states and have set us up for probably another decade of trying to rebuild that relationship.
What are some major mistakes that you think were made?
Maybe going too hard, too fast. There are problems that need to be solved, but you just can't come in like a wrecking ball and change everything in a heartbeat. There has to be some consensus among change everything to be solved. But
what's this? Criminal migration charges. ICE detainees as number of November 16. Nearly half have no criminal. Oh, this is the thing that we were checking out. Like, we checked this out months ago. So convicted criminals make up 26%. Nearly half have no criminal record. Pending criminal charges, 26%. Civil immigration charges, 48%. And like, this is all coming up because of that Hoffman guy, isn't it? He was just like, we are picking up criminals. They are criminals, and we will do what we need to get rid of the criminals. And then people coming out with the stats about, what is it? So that's 26% as of November 16. So this is obviously 2025. November 16, 2025, 26% were criminals. So just over a quarter of people picked up are actually criminals. Other people, let's say pending criminals, let's say 50% are actually criminals or potential criminals. The other 50% aren't criminals at all. So like, to go back to your question before, Equiral, I hope I'm saying that right. How do you know, like, you know, are we doing the right thing here? How do you know what's humane? Like, should they be punished or not? Should this actually be happening? If you're not even doing what you set out to do, I guess, which is like pick up criminals, and like half the people you're getting up in this net are like just working people. This is just an attack on the working class. And like, my position is generally the working class is international. I don't really discriminate against the working class, in the sense that I think, you know, I only protect the working class in Australia, or I'll only fight for the working class in America or Thailand or something like that. Yeah, I think you need to kind of protect working people wherever, because they're the ones that do all of the bloody work and they help the economy go around. And pretending like these people, just because they're foreign, are not contributing to your economy, are essential to your economy, and shouldn't be there, is potentially a large mistake that you might not want to make, because it might have other impacts that affect the working class again. But again, that's a conversation for another time. Let's get back to this.
You just can't come in like a wrecking ball and change everything in a heartbeat. There has to be some consensus among leadership, and
yeah, a lot of people are citizens too. Yeah, they're picking up citizens. Yeah.
Some consideration of the front line, the ones who are doing the work.
How did you feel about the killing of Renee Good?
Made me sick. I know that you guys have heard it before, that we sometimes feel like they're waiting for one of us to be shot and killed. As an example, again, another person who didn't deserve to die.
So you feel like the agents that were involved in that situation did the wrong thing?
We are held to some case law that makes determinations about when uses of force are right or wrong or objectively reasonable. While I am not in a place to make that determination for each of the agents involved, it definitely feels wrong to me.
How did incidents like that impact morale within ICE?
This is a fucking interesting question. I can't wait to hear this. Because, like, you know, the morale of the nation, the world watching that event unfold, you know, it was a massive dampener, I think, morale-wise. I wonder what it was like for the agents themselves. Because they look completely unreasonable. like completely unreasonable in that regard, whether you support what they did or not. Like no one's gonna fucking feel great after watching that. Maybe there was a few people patting each other on the back and be like, yeah, we got her, the stupid bitch, we got her. But like for the most part, and it would have damaged a lot of these people's view of their own organization. Are we the baddies? Like that type of stuff.
There's some
How did incidents like that impact morale within ICE?
There's some division amongst law enforcement in general as well with those. You know, everybody has their opinions. That was right, it was wrong, he should have done this, he should have done that. We're human, you know, we have divisions amongst all of us. And I think both of those came at a time where we were already in such a low morale situation. There is some compassion amongst all of us. You know, we're all in a position where we were working 6-7 days a week, 12-hour shifts, didn't really have a say in how much we're working.
ICE agents face burnout and frustration amid Trump's aggressive enforcement. As ICE launches a recruitment effort to hire 10,000 more officers, existing staff struggle with long hours, growing public outrage. That's great. Giving people with guns. Burning out people that get to hold guns. That situation was a mess. Overreaction to an overreaction. 6-7.
And even people who are not law enforcement can understand that when you're being driven that hard, decision making gets worse, emotions get heightened, things like that. So I think it just kind of illustrated and exacerbated the state we were already in.
You mentioned a couple different times the political goals of the Trump administration in deploying all of these federal agents and employees to Minneapolis at the same time. Why do you think the Trump administration did that in particular?
They weren't secretive in their platforms before election.
The Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country.
When they were on the circuit, you know, he was very clear. So I think, you know, when people come in...
Put a freeze on ICE. Yeah, they can freeze the conflict in Iran. They can put a freeze on operations, right?
The circuit, you know, he was very clear. So I think...
Yet the American government happily burns out its population. And they have the guns too.
When they were on the circuit, you know, he was very clear. So I think, you know, when people come in under asylum or trying to get asylum hearings, they're waiting 7 years for a hearing.
So you feel like increasing the amount of judges in the immigration courts
would be great.
Expediting the asylum seeking process would have been a way to avoid the situation.
Yeah, I think those would be great plans. I think our administration is just not thinking through the best way to tackle the problem and is just throwing resources in particular places and making a fool of us.
So you feel like a lot of the showmanship of Operation Metro Surge was what caused public trust to be lost?
Yeah. And I mean, Border Patrol is at the front of that. I don't think it turned out well.
So you don't like Bovino?
I mean, he's a figurehead. I don't know him, but no.
Isn't this interesting what they're talking about? It's not really the functionality of ICE as much as it is. Like he obviously thinks that it's a necessary organization to have this type of enforcement agency, investigations and enforcement apparently agency, but like they're not talking about the actual operations of that organization as much as they're talking about public perception of it. And it's almost like what we were talking about before, like that's the point of this is the weaponization, the politicization of this government organization. Again, if you go back to what we were speaking about, 10 minutes ago, the idea that a government organization funded by the taxpayer, you, the taxpayer, is supposed to be instilling the public interest. We give them authority in order to carry out what is supposed to be good for the public. But if like there is a political reason why ICE is being used in this way to, potentially terrorize the population or make an example of someone, or just doing this for the cameras so somebody can make headlines and like shift the conversation and stir up passion in the culture wars, then like that then proves like kind of what this organization is doing at the moment with current operations. It's not about enforcement and investigation in an impartial sense. They're not trying to do this because it's good for the country or it's good for the public. They're just doing this because somebody's rage baiting, potentially, and stoking the culture wars for their own political gain. And like, you know, I know we've talked about this a lot, and we bring up the fascism word all the time, but like, you know, fascists traditionally have done this type of stuff. They use a paramilitary and a local like militia, an armed militia almost, to like show people how powerful they are, and they can crush dissent, and they can, you know, destroy their political opponents or their enemies if necessary by using the state's monopoly over the use of violence, by using an armed law enforcement agency of some type to crush their opposition, like that type of stuff. So if this really is this operation, or the way that ICE is being used in the current climate is just because it's politically beneficial, then that is a gross use of a government organization, and a gross use of government organization or government funds or government resources is typically labeled in a free and democratic society as corruption. This is a corruption, a perversion, if you will, of an organization. So what if they're talking about this is being done deliberately to make, for show, for showmanship almost, then yeah, that's pretty gross. It's not how you're supposed to run publicly funded organizations. So the government throwing money at problems to fix them? It would seem that way, yeah. And like massive funding changes in the big beautiful bill to allow it. Fascinating, it's not even the org that employs them. They are ERO. Don't forget. But like, isn't that just like a subset of the organization? So like just a department within a department kind of thing. So it's still really the DHS that they're under.
Just the way Border Patrol is operating is vigilante-ish. It feels lawless. It feels aggressive. It feels unnecessary.
So you feel like the CBP Border Patrol guys who basically got deputized as ICE agents in Minneapolis were way out of line.
Yeah.
The fact that a lot of CBP Border Patrol agents are like working these borderlands where they're having to sort of like do snatch and grabs of people that have immediately hopped the border. Do you think that played a factor in how they behaved on the streets of Minneapolis?
Yes, it affects Minneapolis in the optics because they're operating as if anyone who looks like they may have crossed the border or didn't come from here is here illegally, because that's what they're used to. Like in Los Angeles, where they're just nabbing people off the street, you know, trying to clean up a Home Depot parking lot for all the people waiting for work. I mean, why do that? Those aren't the people we want. They just assume that everyone who's not white came across the border at some point in time. And they're coming from an area where everybody coming across the border was coming across illegally. So I don't know that they're properly educated on the laws. I don't know that they're properly...
So what, they're using people that are like literally at the, American southern border, whose job is to round up people that are crossing into America illegally, or the United States illegally. And then they're picking them up and then throwing them into Operation Metro Surge. And they're using the tactics they usually use on the practices that they usually use on the southern border. And they're bringing that to, like, what do they call them? What are the names? Sanctuary cities. Is that what's going on here? And that's why they're like heavy-handed, let's say. Captain Bucket, I'm back. Welcome back. There you go. Am I hearing this right? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong here with that interpretation. Are we talking about the US Gestapo? Yes. Is that you who've been leaving comments on this video? Yeah, it sounds like Border Patrol are more or less running this show. Yeah. Interesting. From what I know, they work multiple departments, not just ICE. Makes the money flow, and allegiance is interesting. They had 47 days of training. That's it. Yeah. Bringing in their tactics. Yeah, okay. Sounds like it. 47 days of training is not enough for you, Ravy. Hey, you elitist. What do you want? Hey? What do you want? What do you expect? If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button. Hey, activate the like button. Sorry, be nice to it. Don't hit it. And if you are new here, subscribe for more. Or follow on Twitch. Let's go with that one. Did you ever hear the stories being reported when the border was open of mules shipping kids around the country on the Fed dime to the rich elites, etc.? I have not heard these stories, no.
Guided by their leadership on how to handle encounters with people. Like, what is a consensual encounter? What is not? Yeah, I mean, they treated it like the border, and it's not the case. You can't just see somebody walking on the street and assume that because they're in a Hispanic neighborhood that they are here illegally.
According to our third ICE whistleblower source, this kind of racism is also endemic within HSI itself, not just among Border Patrol agents being deputized to Minneapolis, LA, and elsewhere.
I know when I first got into ICE, my supervisor had let me know hey, we've had guys get grabbed by other officers, be it local police or other ICE officers, just assuming they're a detainee based on how they look like. So he's stick close to me if you ever go deep south or any of those weird facilities.
So you're Hispanic and Native American. Can you tell us a little bit about the racism that you did face?
So the discrimination kind of came when I was visiting Charlotte office, which wasn't my home office. I was the sole officer that people were kind of focused.
Wait, what did I miss here? The show Redacted did not do a lot of coverage on it. Okay. I mean, it was the worst case of child trafficking in modern history. I think we all heard about it. Oh, never mind. I can't speak for E. No, you definitely cannot. So literally stupid optics. It's a cult, I swear. Just interesting how different algorithms feed us, and this stream is like a nexus point. LOL. Yeah, apparently. But no, I'm not sure of exactly. I know what you're talking about here. No. Talking about literally stupid optics, we actually spoke a bit about optics just before, Captain Bucket, which is interesting that you bring that up.
I was visiting Charlotte office, which wasn't my home office. I was the sole officer that people were kind of focusing in on with making jokes or just making out random comments. I had one recruit come up to me and be like, hey, I bet I could take you in jiu-jitsu out of random. And I just had another white officer point directly at me hey, get his brown ass in line with the other detainees. I literally turned and looked at him, and I literally just lift up my hoodie to show my credentials, my ID, hey, I'm not a detainee. And that's where it kind of dawned on me, oh, these guys kind of have something against individuals of colors, or at least a few of their staff members do.
Despite keeping quiet about these incidents on an HR level, this officer was fired very shortly after for apparently making an anti-Semitic comment that he says he never made to a different officer during an ERO operation.
Like I said, I wasn't even pulled aside by anybody. I wasn't asked a question. I wasn't told hey, this person claimed you said this. It was just one day they just pulled me aside. They're just hey, you're being fired for officer misconduct. And they handed me that letter, no names on it, just a vague quote.
Yeah, what did that quote say?
Something to the effect of, I knew my girl was the one when she said she hated Jews in Israel.
The termination letter quotes, I knew my girl was the one when she said she hated Jews in Israel.
Yeah.
So you never sent anything remotely?
No, that was a different officer that said that. In that moment during the transportation operation, it was out of pocket because we were all in a van. Just everyone was talking. I wasn't talking. I was just quiet. I was sitting in the middle. But nobody had said anything when the guy blurted it out. So everyone just kept it pushing to get the objective done.
Despite this, he was reported shortly after and immediately fired.
Did anything happen to them?
I have no idea if that recruit was fired or nothing was told of me of any of the other officers facing disciplinary or even my side being asked hey, do you hear any other officer engage in misconduct? No grant rights were read. They didn't ask me about my side of events. They're just you're being terminated for misconduct.
Are you pursuing any sort of legal action?
I'm pursuing right now an EEO claim, which sadly, as a legal matter, can take at best a year, sometimes longer, because the government contracts out to investigate that. And I do have a lawyer on standby, and lawyers just wait for their ROI results before you pursue this fully in court because it costs money. So that's where I'm at right now.
Most people don't know that Border Patrol is over 50% Hispanic, and ICE is roughly 30% Hispanic, and nearly half of ICE is non-white. Why do you think so many Hispanic people decide to take jobs in immigration enforcement?
Such a fucking good question. I'm fascinated by this. It's when you talk to migrants and stuff like that that love Pauline Hanson and vote for One Nation. And they're fully cognizant of like her whole shtick, like her rise to fame was just like, get Asians out. And you speak to like Asians and you're just like, do you like Pauline? And they're like, I love Pauline. I love that woman. She's the best. She's going to protect Australia. She became famous because she hated you guys. You know that, right? She wanted to get rid of Asians. She thought there was an Asian invasion. She's like, yeah, fuck them. Fuck Asians. I love Pauline. She's the best. I wonder what this guy's going to say. Looks like our ABC was even reporting on it a bit at the time. No, I don't remember this at all. Sex trafficking is booming. Mexican drug cartels expand their business. I can't remember this. Anti-Semitism? Wow, I'd never think I'd hear that. Hear of it, the Jewish Gestapo. It's an interesting scenario, this one, isn't it? Very interesting. Like, we were just talking, because of the sex flotilla stuff, the Sumud flotilla, we're just talking about this issue. And like criticizing Israel is just untouchable. And so this guy gets fired from ICE for talking about it. And like it's, according to him, never even happened. No one hates Asians more than other Asians. All right, let's see what this guy has to say.
So many Hispanic people decide to take jobs in immigration enforcement.
I think it has a lot to do with the communities growing up on the borders and seeing the issues. And then for the few people that weren't on the borders, they kind of have families that are down in Mexico and they're affected by crimes regarding the cartel. So a lot of people typically from those communities join law enforcement with noble intentions of like, I want my community to be better. I don't want to just say it. I want to be a part of that change. So when you have these...
Sex flotilla? Where do I sign up? Oh, well, it's like officially named the Sumud Flotilla. But if you get on the next one, bring your own condoms. Just going to put it out there. If you separate Israel from Israeli regime in your language, you might not get banned or censored. But hey, y'all do y'all. All right, thanks. Fair enough. Well, so like I just have to start saying Israeli regime every time I talk about it and start using the R word. I guess it's not a bad point. I do make a thing of using the R word. It is a good word. Is that a hard R that we're talking about here? Just asking for a friend. Have you been waiting for that, Ravy? Oh my god, somebody's finally giving me a reason. Wee woo, wee woo. Sign up here, babe. Smoking mermaid. Or use Italian uncle. Sounds more insulting too, I reckon. The Israeli regime. Alright, I'll try my best. Is not rail or the Israeli regime? The is not Israeli regime. How about that?
Young people from these communities come say it. I want to be a part of that change. So when you have these young people from these communities coming to these agencies, they're trying to change it for the better.
What do you think like they see in these communities that have them like enlist or join?
In those communities, you see a lot of cartel come through the border. Like there's a lot of cartel and narco terrorists that are in the United States that operate within it, and they see people get kidnapped from the community. They see people get murdered. They have family members that they're aware that get murdered, harassed, or overseas by cartel members. So because of them being either directly affected by it or just seeing it, they're like, I want to protect people and go after these very, very bad men that think they could get away with it.
Hey, what's up, you guys? As I'm sure you know, in today's episode, we spoke to ICE and DHS agents about the nuances and divisions within the actual organization itself. But what about current ICE news today? More specifically, how is the mainstream media covering modern ICE?
What do we reckon? Anyone going to say before I do? There's going to be a ground news special. Let's see. Why doesn't ICE go after the cartel? Like cartel, if it's inside the US borders? Isn't it always Toka Clark? Yes, good question. That one's for you, Ravy. All right, let's see if it's ground news.
Operations in the May of 2026. Where should I go to figure this out? Maybe a dope-ass news aggregate called Ground News, which I'm going to pull up right now on my read. Prosecutors say he pulled it.
Stay with me, ladies and gentlemen. We all know what to say here. Fuck Ground News. There it is. Fuck Ground News.
Hernandez has nothing to do with the specific road rage incident. A pretty convenient reframe that keeps things in the two-part. That's the story ownership panel on the ground. All right, let's read a headline from a should be execute forward clinical analysis versions of the exact consumer to develop a more Reddit, how they're framing it, and it's a perfect part for me. If you subscribe right now and pin comment of this video, or just scan the QR code on screen that you see right now, you're gonna get 40% off the unlimited Vantage plan. That's Los Angeles, which point you know what to do. Anyways, back to Trump's motivations for his initial raids in Los Angeles, which came a few months before Minneapolis metro surge.
You feel like it was cruel?
Definitely.
What motivated some of that cruelty?
Oh, it felt petty and personal between Trump and Newsom.
On the other hand, what do you think Trump's gripe was with Minneapolis and Minnesota to connect to the riots?
Nick Shirley definitely made a fool out of him, or out of law enforcement in general, by highlighting all that fraud. And he just saw probably Tim Walz, his opponent, another petty nonsense, and look at this mess you're in. I'm going to come clean it up for you. It feels very petty. I don't see righteous motives.
Do you think it was public pressure from the protesters and the media that led to metro surge?
Callahan is a piece of shit. I like his content. Ooh, why don't you like Callahan? I didn't see that coming. I thought you would have liked Callahan. I did not see that coming at all. That's the center of the E whiteboard. Fuck ground news and everything else around it, like a brainstorm. That's pretty good, actually. And behind that, the specter of Mao. Nice, Shirley. See, nice Shirley is the good guy. Eh? Yeah. They send Shirley in, and then they send in fucking Ice. Lovely.
Ending?
Probably. I would think that some leaders felt that pressure and got the top to agree to dial it back.
We've had great success with this operation, and we're leaving Minnesota safer.
So in a way, the protest aims were somewhat effective.
I don't generally feel like...
Yes, pivotal intellectuals like Nick Shirley.
So in a way, the protest aims were somewhat effective.
I don't generally feel like protests do that much, but I think the visibility of all of it definitely helped move things along.
One of the biggest things they need to take in mind is that immigration and the immigration politics are very nuanced. It's not black and white, and people need to find kind of a middle ground.
Sex pest, multiple allegations silenced by lawsuits. Super disappointing. What? I had no idea. Oh, well. Andrew, you grub. Are you serious? I bet you Nick Shirley's never done that before. Eh? Surely not. His mum follows him around with a camera all the time. Probably stops him from being a sex pest. My God. Well. Can put a vid in Discord later, going through it all if anyone's interested, but that's the gist of it. Longtime friends he assaulted, etc. Damn. Yeah, put a vid in. Eh? E in real time trying to explain the value of labor to us. You might have to watch that one later. Labor or laborer, eh? Labor. Yeah, because he sued them. Damn. I didn't see that coming. Oh, Andrew was squeaky clean. All right, well, I'm sticking with Shirley then from now on.
You have to have a key focus of safety for the community and how you let people in and out of this country. But you also can't let standards slip to where you start seeing these instances of officers using too much force, not understanding legal protocol.
Was Renee Good a criminal? No. Was she acting like a bitch? Yeah. Was she blocking the street, antagonizing cops, chasing them, preventing them from doing their job? Sure. Should she have gone to jail? Sure. Should she have been whipped out of that car and probably beat the fuck out of? Sure. But there's so many different ways to skin that cat, and she could have been dealt with a lot differently. And everyone in that conga line of vehicles that were actively hindering the job of ICE that day, they could have been dealt with a lot different. And that comes down to experience, that comes down to training, and that comes down to leadership. And there was no leadership. In the Renee Good shooting, you had an officer who found himself in the same exact situation, same exact predicament, and was not only hit, but dragged by a vehicle.
Channel 5 getting exposed was wild. There's a huge vid on it. See if I can find it. All right. But like, is this like as in like related to just Andrew Callahan or like the whole of Channel 5 getting fucking exposed? Yeah, nobody did. Really sucks. Yeah. They're skinning the cats. They're skinning the dogs. Oh my God. No, it's just Andrew. Oh, okay.
And now in the Renee Good predicament, and was not only hit but dragged by a vehicle. And now in the Renee Good shooting, he's found himself in the same exact position.
So if that officer was just hit and dragged by a car, you know, went through this traumatic event, why was he out there in Minneapolis in the most heated part of the country?
Because the agency needed numbers and was sending everyone. He should not have been on the street. He should have been doing something else.
Yep, you heard that right. The officer who killed Renee Good was in the exact same situation a year prior, making a routine traffic stop, after which he was dragged by a car and ended up in the hospital. He was then put back on the street to fill a quota, and it cost an American citizen their life. For our interviewees, this sort of thing doesn't only erode public trust. It threatens the future funding for HSI, which they all joined to combat human and/or child trafficking in one way or another.
Growing up, I got to see like people be impacted by human trafficking and like the destruction it does to their lives, how long it takes to get back to normal.
I think people don't realize what the dark underbelly is until they see it, and then they're, holy shit, right?
Well, for those unaware, how big is the child exploitation industry?
There are thousands of cyber tips reported to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, thousands a month. It may be something as simple as someone sharing child pornography. It may be something like they're chatting with someone who might be a minor, or it might be so big that law enforcement needs to act immediately. Before COVID, before everybody got sent home to do everything online, it wasn't so significant. It doesn't mean that the crime wasn't as prevalent. It just changed dramatically to this online platform during COVID. People don't realize that every time a child is on a digital device.
Sorry, it used to be. Sorry, it used to just be him. Didn't he stop for a while, then apologize and make a comeback? Oh. Lance from Surf Times video. I don't know if anyone enjoys him. Is this the investigative one? The video that unleashed, exposed the criminal within. Interesting. I'm going to add it to my little list here. But does it detract from his journalism? The ultimate question.
Unmonitored, they're going to be contacted by someone with nefarious intent. And hopefully we've had those conversations with our children and they know how to handle stranger danger online. And then there's, you know, the aspect of people known to us. The majority of kidnappings, child, you know, hands-on offenses are adults known to them.
When talking to agents, their emphasis on the sheer scale of the booming child exploitation industry is constant. And it's due to this that so many of them have become disillusioned with the Trump administration. As I mentioned in the intro of this piece, a recent loss...
Jumbo Jack, you're in the house. This is the type of nonsense thinking that gets nothing done. It's 2026. We have fatigue of this. Deporting works. Interesting. Jumbo Jack, I didn't expect that from you, Jumbo Jack. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Hope you're well.
Lawsuit revealed that Trump diverting HSI manpower over to ERO deportation work has resulted in 33% fewer hours being spent by ICE on child exploitation cases. Additionally, indictments have dropped by 28%, child rescues have dropped by 17%, and the DOJ recently slashed funding and training resources for law enforcement working on investigations and prosecutions of sex crimes against children.
What's morale like in HSI?
We feel somewhat defeated, disappointed, frustrated, like our time is being wasted. You know, for most of my career, immigration enforcement was a tool that could be used to remove people involved in criminal activity where there wasn't another way to get them. It was a tool, a resource, something that could be used. It wasn't the focus of the investigation. The focus of the investigation was criminal charges, federal crimes, jail time, saving victims, and now 2025 and forward, it is the mission. The mission is wrapping up as many people as possible for immigration violations.
Expect what? I just came in, but when I read what he writes, it sounds like because things get unclear, where do we draw the line? We have to draw it somewhere, else we get nothing done. No, he was responding, I guess. We were having a conversation anyway, about the morality and like inhumanity of operations and stuff like that, and where you draw the line between what is illegal and like what needs to be punished. And it was my position, Jumbo Jack, that the overall operation is inhumane and it's actually been politicized, so it's devoid of its original intent. Like, these agencies aren't being used just because they're trying to keep the public safe. They're being used because it's political, cultural stuff, and like it's profitable for apparently certain corporations out there to be doing this en masse. And so, like, with those things in mind, do I or do I not believe in this deportation extravaganza? It is, I do not. Deportations are profitable for corporations. Well, according to this piece that we're watching now, the housing of people waiting for processing is extremely profitable. And there is extra pressure apparently put on DHS to get more people into beds and cells, apparently. So it is profitable, yes. Who would have thought that diverting an entire job of Border Patrol to one particular section, all other objectives are lacking, including, like, you know, protecting children? Eh? Who would have fucking thought? Yeah, they make money per arrest, not per deportation. I mean, it's profitable to let illegals into the country as well. Yeah, absolutely. Fucking oath it is. That's capitalism, baby. I get to say it. But profitability from either side creates bad incentives. That's fine, yeah. That's fine. I'm happy with that.
Was HSI involved in the prosecution of a group known as 764?
We do have some investigations in that.
And for those who don't know, that was a Discord server of child porn consumers and creators. And it was really a sextortion ring led by actually high schoolers. The leader of it has a life sentence now, but I think he was 15 or 16 when it started. Basically, they'd use Roblox, like you said, to get someone involved in this extortion ring and process. And then they would encourage them to self-harm, sometimes even commit suicide, eat their own hair, kill their own cats, and then produce child porn of their own to feed back to the same people who extorted them in the first place. So it's just about the darkest thing I've ever heard or read about in my entire life. So I was wondering, in this job, have you seen things that you've had a hard time coping with?
Absolutely. Secondhand PTSD is legit. I have...
That's what happens when you focus on culture wars and not public service. You know, actual politics. Yes, the administration and governance. That's the real politics. Cats just can't catch a break, can they? Skinning them, killing them.
I'm coping with?
Absolutely. Secondhand PTSD is legit. I have a particular case, a particular video that lives rent-free in my head that at times, you know, will be triggered. I'm just like emotionally unable to continue whatever task it is that I'm doing.
When you said the video that bothered you, was it a child pornography video?
Yes, a child pornography case, child video.
It's one thing to just like investigate the criminals, but you're actually having to sift through probably hours of this content. Cumulatively, how much child sex abuse material do you think you've had to ingest?
I personally would say I've seen millions. There are resources available to us as investigators, you know, mental health support, things like that, but it is woefully insufficient for the damage that this job does.
Jared Fogle, the spokesperson for Subway, is set to be released this year. He was convicted on possessing and distributing child pornography. He was very famous. He was an influential person, and now he's going to be released. The chances of him going back to viewing and distributing images of child exploitation are pretty high. The recidivism rate for these child predators and the people who consume this type of material is pretty high, and we always see them again.
Do you think that people like that can be rehabilitated?
No. I don't.
Yeah, what about that, chat? Anyone got an opinion on that one? Do you reckon certain people can be rehabilitated from that type of stuff? He was selling big pants where you can hide many children inside. Jesus Christ. The OG Epstein. Louis Theroux documentary on pedophilia was interesting on the topic of rehabilitation. I had a call. Rehabbed from what? They were just talking about PDF files, but like the people that do like heinous stuff that these guys have witnessed and investigated. And then they brought up Jared, the Subway guy, for an example. And they were like, can they be rehabilitated? 9mm? I'm assuming this is a gun reference. I'm getting better at this stuff. But if you're saying that, like, I'm going to have to agree with you on this one. Like, I don't go to this type of option very often. But like, you know, when it comes to kids, like there really is that the only form of rehabilitation? I think that's the only form of rehabilitation, to be honest. Wood chippers are good rehabilitation. Yeah. Like, honestly, when it comes to this stuff, like, kids are completely innocent. Yeah. And, like, the ramifications are longer. Like, you know, when it becomes, like, you know, egregious bodily harm and harassment and violence between adults is one thing, and like it has huge consequences. But like, you know, kids, like they're at certain stages of their development and things carry through their entire lives after that. Like it's just something else. And like, what type of person you have to be to do that as well? Like, you know, kids, man, they're innocent. They're just, you know, adults. Yeah. Didn't say it in his case that he owned and distributed material. Or did it say that he raped somebody? With who? Jared from Subway? I don't know. I thought he was distributing material, they said. I don't think they can safely return to being around children. Topic personal to me. Noted. I've always said I don't care what people do with their personal lives as long as it's consensual and doesn't involve kids. Yeah. Either way, just pop them by law. Seems to be a bit of consensus going on with this topic. But yeah. Horrible. All right, back to it.
The best they can hope for is to be controlled.
Are there any particular multiplayer video games or social media platforms that predators prefer to use?
If it's there, they will use it. Obviously, the less monitoring that there is, the more they'll use it. Roblox being a huge one. Discord, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, all of those social medias are a risky place. And then they often will try to divert conversations to an encrypted platform like Signal, Kik, WhatsApp, things like that. So if you're seeing those things on a child's phone, it's a red flag immediately.
And what is the usual process of approach?
It depends. If it's, say, a teenage male, they will often create profiles that appear to be a cute female, high school age, strike up a relationship, prey on their raging teenage hormones, and get them to send something that's inappropriate. And maybe the intent is just for sextortion. They're just trying to get money and not necessarily child porn. But then you have the ones coming after the females who are going to speak to their need for validation, tell them that they're beautiful, or start a relationship that way. But with all offenders, you know, grooming is what happens. It's the same. So whatever it is that the child responds to and considers their currency, that's what they're going to use. So in Roblox, they're offering Robux.
And you mentioned the process of sextortion. Could you explain what that means? how it works?
Sextortion is the act of soliciting sexual images for the purpose of then.
Part of the reason why I never put my boy in child cam. Yeah, poor things. Jumbo Jack, not with me. I don't think owning and distributing material is close to graping. Also in America, LOL, hentai is also considered CP, right? I don't know. I'm not sure on that topic. By which logic, Vaush should be 9mm. Vosh, sorry, should be 9mm. And he isn't even in prison. Yeah, I heard about that. Someone told me about that incident with him. Like, on a stream, too. What an interesting character he is, eh? What a fucking grub.
Threatening to release them if they don't pay. So just like any kind of extortion, give me your lunch money or I'll beat you up. They get them to send an image or video or live stream or something, and they record it, and then they threaten to send it to their families, their friends, news outlets, law enforcement.
The era that we're in with new technology, with AI, with 100 different new applications coming out on your devices every single day makes it extremely difficult for us to combat these predators. I believe child exploitation investigations are underfunded. If we were to see an increase in funding nationwide for these types of cases, you would see a significant decrease in the amount of CSAM going around, and you would see a significant increase in people being arrested, prosecuted, and jailed because they're conducting these types of crimes.
Can you explain what CSAM is for anyone who doesn't know, and why trying to combat that versus narcotics is such a different game?
CSAM is child sexual abuse material. Combating CSAM as opposed to combating the narco trafficking is very sensitive. The United States is widely known as the major consumer of narcotics and illicit substances, and we lose hundreds of thousands of U.S. citizens a year to narcotic overdoses. One of the big ones that we're trying to combat now is fentanyl. On the flip side, CSAM, the child sexual abuse material, these are little kids. They're not voluntarily having sex with adults. They're not voluntarily taking off their clothes and masturbating at 6 years old. They don't know what they're doing. They're afraid. They're being forced to do these things. These are the real victims. They're waking up in the morning in the hands of a trafficker, and they're being exploited, and they're being fucked. Even before all of this started blowing up on social media, you would see it in these shows like Dance Moms or Cheer Moms, and these little girls dancing and cheerleading, and the moms all over, national televised shows. And, every Thursday night you can tune into the Dance Moms or Cheer Moms, and you have a little 8-year-old girl doing splits on national TV, and she's wearing extremely tight clothes, and these parents, they don't care. They think it's cool to exploit their kids for fame or for money or whatever it is, but you can see how it is the exploitation of these kids already. That Cheer Mom has that same mentality. Oh, my daughter, she's fine. She's not doing anything inappropriate. Doing splits on national TV, showing her ass, twerking, millions of people watching this. It's the same concept now as the guy in his house asking, Girl Scouts to pose for child erotica type pictures in their bikinis and showing their Girl Scout cookies. And as long as they're not showing their vagina, they're good to go, but their Girl Scout cookies are covering their nipples.
So you think child exploitation has become basically a part of American pop culture?
I believe so. Back in the day, you had...
Jesus Christ. This is not where I thought the fucking ICE investigation video was going. My God. Dance Moms is disgusting. I don't think I've ever seen these shows. Don't make friends with people who flatter you. Make friends with the ones that help you hide the bodies. Oh my God. Hello, cheerleaders, hooters. The intro kind of warns you, but it's full on. Yeah, fuck. Oh my God.
Dateline to catch a predator. Everyone, the entire country would watch that 1 hour of Dateline, and it was coming out every week. Just people wanted to see predators get caught.
What can you tell me about sex tourism and what HSI does to combat that?
HSI is on the forefront of combating sex tourism all across the globe. The main consumers are going to be United States citizens. They travel to countries that are usually poor because the American dollar goes a long way. These sex tourists can buy underage kids to fuck them, and they produce child pornography, and then they distribute it amongst themselves and amongst their community.
So to go full circle back to immigration, now we can see how devastating it could be if an HSI agent was pulled off one of these cases that you just explained to go deport a non-violent criminal.
Do you have any colleagues who've quit?
Yes. I have colleagues who have changed agencies. I have colleagues who've quit altogether.
Have you considered quitting?
I have.
I stay here in this job and keep doing my job because someone has to do it. When this particular pendulum swings back, there has to be good agents, good AUSAs, good whatever left to do the work.
I have considered quitting multiple times. However, I am extremely passionate about protecting our children.
And after all of this, do you ever regret joining?
Same answer I gave when I left my police department. I never regret being in law enforcement because I've been blessed to actually help save lives. I've handled child abuse cases. I've gotten very bad people off the street. And that's kind of the goal as a police officer is really getting bad people off the streets that harm our community. So I will never...
This is the exact conversation that we're having right at the start about whether or not we support deportations and all that sort of stuff. There is a point to law enforcement or any type of governance and organization that is supposed to hold the public interest at heart, and they are given discretion and authority, so they're given the power to use they're supposed to use their rationale when exercising said authority, because they have a right to use things like violence that we all don't have as regular civvies. And so there is a perfect reason why you would give someone authority. But if they are being taken off and directed to use their authority in some political campaign that is separate to, I guess, what they're trained in or what they're really supposed to be using their discretion and their powers for, and that's causing problems elsewhere, again, just for political points potentially. Is the public interest really being served in this operation, in this political campaign, it would seem, or is the culture wars being served? It sounds like these people that they've interviewed anyway, they believe in the work that they do, and they seem to use their discretion in the right way for a cause that seems to align with the public interest, protecting the community. And if they're being used politically, it's unfortunate. But a true misappropriation of public assets or public resources to suit somebody's personal interests is typically considered corruption. And so is this a corrupt use of public resources that we're witnessing here? And you have to ask the question then, for what avail? What is this? Why is this really happening? And again, if one of them insinuated before that's kind of a personal vendetta, the Minneapolis thing was kind of Trump getting at Tim Walz. They sent in their primary icebreaker, Nick Shirley, first, and then they sent in the Metro Surge after that to humiliate Tim Walz. And is that potentially Trump's personal vendetta and a message to the rest of the sanctuary cities out there that we're coming to get ya? Coming to get ya. We don't care if we work with local enforcement or not. If it's politically motivated, and it serves somebody else's interests, are you down with that? It's a good question to ask yourself, Jumbo Jack. But yeah, I don't get the feeling that some states are all interested in serving the community. I mean, in Minnesota, you heard that the local police was ordered not to cooperate with ICE. Yes. But again, if ICE is there for somebody's political ambitions, then do they want to be in on coordinating with a personal vendetta, which is the question potentially. It means the whole world has an incentive to sell anything to them. They'll buy them. So if people care about ICE focusing on child abuse, if they had an easier job deporting, they could go back to what they were doing. Also, who says the illegal within your country isn't already a child abuser? Yes. Yeah, we talked about that at the start. Like, there are some unsavory characters that come in, but there seems to be unsavory characters domestically. So the problem seems to be people generally, as opposed to the migrants are worse, any worse. It seems to be these people are prolific throughout many communities, not just a domestic versus a foreign population. Clarice in the house. How you going? I think it's called a Faustian deal. 99% of the time, the only way that you can get into high society is if you're allowed to... Wait, I got cut off there. I can't see that. Is if you're allowed by the existing corrupt power structure, blackmail, not to fight before you know it. Yes. Yeah, there's definitely part of the club. Like, they explain the whole Epstein situation as like being on a boat. And like, if you're in the club, you've got to be like them. You've got to be dirty as well, because they've all got like dirt on each other and pictures of each other doing incriminating things. And so like their equilibrium at the top in this like billionaires club is that like they've all got dirt on each other. You know, like they're all got a picture sucking off Bubba or in a blue dress or like doing questionable things, illegal things. But like, if they've all got dirt, it's okay, and they're all on the boat together. But if you try and get off the boat, then they'll drown you, kind of thing. You got to be in the club. You got to be dirty. You have your hands dirty. Supply and demand, yes, I understand that, but in no way is human trafficking good. Nothing to do with exploitation of kids is okay. Yep. Oh yeah, that's definitely fall in the bad side, black market evil shit. Yeah, I don't think Spandog is saying this is good. I think he's saying no wonder it's happening. When everything is a commodity, bad shit happens. This is how it's framed, that this is political. That's silly. We all know that America has 1 billion illegals, since we understand that the Democrats want illegals as a new voting base and corporations want them as cheap labor. I don't know if we all know that, but that's definitely how you see it, I guess. So this problem was created because of lack of serving the American people. I'm more concerned about the way that he just spoke about the problem. Yeah, I was just meaning the context of when Andrews and the people say the US is the highest consumer of X or Y, then I'm saying, of course, their market is huge. So this problem was created because of lack of serving the American people, and that's the resolve. And now that resolving the problem has negative consequences, people don't ask themselves, how do we get here in the first place? They just blame the guy doing something to resolve it. But they use child exploiting immigrants as a catalyst for their own prejudices. Ironically, focusing on immigration violations hurts American kids. It is the irony of it, isn't it? He actually got proof that Trumpy made the boss call on Diana for old mate Charlie. He actually got proof that Trumpy made the boss call on Diana for old mate Charlie. Illegal, questionable things like starting wars. No. Not those things, the other things. All right, back to it. I think we're almost finished. This was way different to what I thought it was going to be. God damn.
Regret.
Clarice, even if that were the case, it would only matter if Democrats and Republicans were different. It's literally the same platform in a red or blue dress. Yes, which is an interesting point. We were speaking about that earlier today as well, right? No, I'm just thinking of what could be worse than Dick in the e-files. Huh. Okay. Right. What did I miss? Did we seize the means yet? No, we are so far from seizing the means. We're just learning about... We're watching a piece where they're interviewing ICE agents. And I think the main takeaway from a piece like this is the ICE agents themselves that they've interviewed anyway are like, look, we've got other shit to do. And so this current situation is detracting from work that the department as a whole focuses on, because it is drawing resources from those other departments and has prioritized the use of agents in deportation operations, which is draining resources from other integral services that DHS provides. And so the story here is that an agenda is sucking resources, a particular agenda is sucking resources away from other important functions. And it seems like they're pretty grave, some of these functions, let's just say, like in relation to investigations of human trafficking and PDF files and all that sort of stuff. So it's not the way that I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be more focused on like the way that ICE is being used in like Trump 2.0, let's say, second term. But it seems to be like 50-50 here. It's a very interesting one. We seize your means. And in my mind, what Trump should have done is make the illegals legal citizens, but in exchange, that the states that harbor them lose some electoral seats. This way it will be clear which state had no interest in resolving the problem in the first place, and will be punished for future elections, at least for some years. It really is like about elections for you, isn't it? This, like, it's a, like this thing, like it's gonna fuck up, like this is about Democrats trying to get more votes or something like that by bringing in illegals. That's very interesting. I thought the Queen offed Diana. You should have seen the way that she looks at her. Trump is an old queen. Yeah, ask Bubba. He's also highlighting the irony that MAGA is pushing that deporting illegals is good for child because child trafficking, yay. But the reality, according to these interviewers, is the opposite. Just pulling resources away from already traumatized officers and forcing them to do shit that doesn't matter. Yeah. All right.
Joining it because, like, at the end of the day, I help people be where they are today. And if it wasn't for me, they might not even be here still.
And you joined ICE because of the Shadow Wolves. So can you tell me a little bit about what that is?
Shadow Wolves for a long time was a component of HSI, but they weren't 1811s when they started out. They were 1801s.
So for those who don't know, the Shadow Wolves are a Department of Homeland Security and I guess ICE who work on the U.S.-Mexico border, particularly the Tohono O'odham Reservation, which borders the U.S. and Mexico. And they use ancient pre-colonial tribal tracking techniques to stalk mostly narcos through the Sonora Desert and arrest them.
Mostly human traffickers. Shadow Wolves are an all-native special sector of ICE that combats human trafficking on reservations and borderlands.
So the Shadow Wolves primarily work the border where it connects to the reservations. So having Native Americans work the res, you have someone that is familiar with the community. They might not give you as much grift as they would an outsider because they kind of know you. And then you have the elements of understanding the locals' language and the land. You're always going to have a home field advantage working in your hometown versus somebody that's never been in your hometown because you know the little shortcuts. So that's kind of like the idea behind why you'll have a preference towards hiring Native Americans for that unit, is that if you're working on the reservation, you're able to do some amount of effective work when it comes to drug trafficking, human trafficking, weapons trafficking. In the reservations, like, there's a lot of issues. Like, it is a hot pot when you go down that road. Like, you have issues regarding law enforcement and the fact that they never always handle case well. You also have the factor of how the government set it up for the FBI and other federal agencies where legal powers of jurisdiction comes into play so heavily, like, of whether or not FBI can investigate, or if the death isn't ruled a homicide, if it rules like natural causes from the elements, like if it goes to the U.S. Marshals. Because the U.S. Marshals just started their program where they help assist with murder or missing individuals because they can cross the federal and state lines of a reservation into another state. Also, the reservation tribe leaders, where the tribe leaders are corrupt and they kind of don't want to admit where they kind of have their own people playing an issue, because when it comes to child abuse, sex trafficking, much like the Tim Brown Foundation I talked about, a lot of the offenders are typically family members or people know within the community. As much as it's sad to say, a lot of times a child-based sex offender is someone that you know.
Did your heritage play a part in...
So, Jack, well, Democrats would be put into position. They do they really care about illegals, in which case they will sacrifice their election strength? But if they don't care, it will be clear they really never cared. And of course, there has to be some type of punishment for letting this happen. And hey, it might be the Republican states that harbor most of them. Who knows? I've done the math on this a few times. There aren't even enough to deport half of the illegal immigrants, assuming they maintain their best day for 4 years straight. It's theater to increase control. Yes, I've always wondered about that, actually. Like, how much are they effectively actually getting in all of these operations? Like when we saw that Tom Homan guy before, I think his name is Tom Hoffman. And he was just like, oh, Minnesota is actually safer now at the end. And you're just like, oh, I wonder how many people they actually picked up. Like, did they meet their targets and all that sort of stuff? Or is it just about roughing up the place kind of thing? Captain, using Native Americans to stop people coming into your country is so ironic. But they track down drug traffickers, so that's okay, I guess. And human traffickers, apparently, too. They want their ancient tracking knowledge. But it is kind of like, isn't it warped? Using Native American tracking to stop people crossing borders. Oh my God. Not that much. When you deal with the states that obstruct, and in my mind, not cooperating with federal law enforcement should have been viewed as treason. There has to be a reasonable amount of cooperation. Minnesota is safer due to the leering centers. Fucking Nick Shirley strikes again, bro. Surely not. All right, back to
your decision to join ICE.
Yes, Yaqui tribe plays a role in the Shadow Wolves and the element of ICE because of the reservation's location to the border.
There's a huge cartel presence on reservations, particularly here in Arizona, but also up in Montana.
Yes, of course. That, the cartel, that's where a lot of this trafficking comes from. But this has been reported before. Human trafficking and child exploitation amongst like native women is a huge issue.
Human trafficking of Native women is one of the most unreported cases in the country. You know why that is?
I think a lot of it has to do with
unreported cases.
Police in many U.S. cities failed to track murdered missing Indigenous women.
In the country. You know why that is?
I think a lot of it has to do with the community doesn't really trust law enforcement in the United States government, which you can't really blame them because you have a lot of abuse, racism, and mistreatment throughout the years by the government towards them. But then you also have the elements of, much like the Tim Brown Foundation talked about, like certain types of offenders are people that you know in the community and having that hard conversation of like looking at people that where people don't want to have that hard conversation and be like, hey, certain times the people that are trafficking these women and children within this community are people that we know within the tribes themselves. So I think that also plays a role in why it's not as reported, because you'll have tribal members that are the criminals that don't want that information to get out, so they'll try to suppress it by kind of like playing the game of messing with the politics of where they'll target the tribal leaders and go after them.
In your original interview with Carl, you mentioned that the government is a rite of passage for Native people, a way off the reservation, a path to leadership. Can you explain that a little bit more?
So usually like every tribe is different, but like for a lot of tribes to kind of get to that chief role or a leadership role, you have to meet certain objectives that your tribe sets out in order for you to get to those spots. So a lot of tribal members usually go into the military, not usually law enforcement, but law enforcement, you do have us there. And in the military, it gives you that life experience. You're able to complete a certain amount of the tasks that your tribe gets set out for you. It is a way off the reservation, because a lot of times like you're so poor and there's not a lot of resources easily close to the reservation that you're usually stuck there if you don't take the opportunity from the government to get off.
And is there other ways to accomplish like that same amount of rite of passage?
When there's a will, there's a way. It's just harder because the resources aren't entirely there. And based on where your reservation is, it can be even harder reaching outside of it to find jobs and work the areas you need to work on.
Again, like a big theme of this trip is that we're learning what ICE really is and what ICE does, and that's like a perfect example. ICE has an all Native American, anti-human trafficking group that's like using ancient tracking techniques to like take down the bad guys. Like, that's pretty fucking cool.
I see this piece as being pretty much totally nonpartisan, because whether you're like a close the border, stop the immigration guy, or if you're like a no one's illegal on stolen land guy, it's beneficial to everybody to understand exactly what ICE is, how the departments are divided, and what they do.
No matter what side you're on, if you're the most fuck ICE person ever, if you're the most pro-law enforcement person ever, like, very important that we understand what we're talking about before we take
the bad guys. Yeah, I know. The people from the outside are still the bad guys, right? The drug traffickers on the outside, not the ones that are on the inside. I can't remember the quote exactly, but it's something like getting the money the white man owed to Native Americans, one slot machine at a time. And usually the people that police a local area are local people. Crazy that only the racists want to be in the police. Let's defund the police in those areas to help them, of course. Except the casinos do more harm to the Native Americans than anyone else. LOL. All right. I think we're pretty much, this is it. Oh, yeah. Sure.
Understand what we're talking about before we take such strong opinions.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine. Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News. Channel 55. We don't fuck with costers. And 5 is the best number.
Very good. Very interesting. Andrew basically outperforming the entire mainstream media conglomerate. Just following orders is not and has never been a valid excuse. Channel 5 Gestapo interview goes crazy. That one agent saying Renee should have been beat instead said everything I needed to know about him and the agency. If you ever start to feel sorry for one of those officers, remember that they can always choose not to work there. They're staying because they like it. I think this person might have missed the point of that piece of journalism there. I feel like they completely missed the point. The way they were describing it is they choose because they have hope that they can go back to their regular duties at some point. The cognitive dissonance between their statements and their actions is baffling. I wonder how Andrew would react to these comments. I think these people have missed the point. People who talk about no one is illegal on stolen land don't realize every land was stolen at some point, ? We can always go back in time. Yes, I'm fine with people that say that get their houses robbed since they don't really own anything on stolen land anyway. Interesting. Wait, can't you have personal possessions that aren't linked to the land though? Like if I have personal effects and I leave private property, people can't still take them from me, right? It reminded me of a video from Nick. I watched it before. According to Holodoctor, illegal migrants migrate because they like to get deported. They can always choose to stay legal. Finders keepers. Yeah, I don't get it. It seemed obvious, but the same thing always happens. The order givers walk free and the order takers are the scapegoat. Interesting. Don't even let another Republican claim that they are the party of small government. Huh. I love that there's a small section of this video Andrew brings Carl on screen and only gives him the shout out and also allows his process of journalism. Wait, what? Yeah, that was not what I expected this piece was going to be about. Interesting. Wow. All right, look, I'm going to call it there. It is time. It is time. And we'll be back tomorrow with another one. Don't get me wrong. Clarice, culture wars are the worst thing to happen to the lumpen. The lumpen, sorry. Yeah. Right, the lumpen. Interesting. The lumpen proletariat, I'm assuming that you're talking about there. The culture wars. I feel like they feed off the culture wars a little bit. Gary Economics video, please. I'm too calm. I need to get tilted. Watch this. I don't know if I want to watch this or not. Is this safe for work? And like I gotta bounce, so I'm assuming this is short. Thank you for a fab distraction. Yeah, no worries. It's funny. It better be funny. Oh, dude, it's 8 minutes. Oh my god. Confronting and robbing an anti-white advocate. I'll have to watch this another time. I have to bounce. It's funny, I'm sure it is. All right. Thank you, everyone. Spandonk, Jumbo Jack, Ravy Baby, Wookie, Equirl, Bansor Bandit, Claris, Dilemmas, Rogue. Had heaps of people coming in and out today. It's good to have you all. Hi to the Sausage, Captain Bucket. Who else we got here? I said Ravy Baby too, I'm sure already. If not, I'll say it again. Hobo Joe was in here earlier. Jag 4IS, Ninja Nurse, Jungle Potatoes was hanging out earlier too, I think. Who have I missed here? KK Online was hanging out too. Oh man, I can't go back any further than that. God damn. All right, that's all I can say. But if you have been interacting today, thank you very much. If you've been coming in and out, sweet. If you've just been lurking today, whatever, thank you for coming along. I do appreciate it. And if you're on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. Yes. We will be back tomorrow, same time, same place. And until then, please remember, as always, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you later. Oh, Ducot 3000. Good to have you. See you later.